Time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
First versus second today, coming your way here from a sun-baked Vermont Recreation Reserve. It is the Vermont Eagles hosting the Balwyn Tigers. It's a very good afternoon and welcome to EFL GameDay, of course, brought to you by the Pancake Parlour and the warm-up. Thanks to A1 Airport Parking. My name is Paul Semertzidis. I'm looking forward to a good preview of this game for the next hour or so, and of course all other 21 games as you go local for your footy across the eastern suburbs of Melbourne this afternoon. A couple of esteemed gentlemen in here with me to kick things off. I'll start with you, Aaron Kirkby-Rodier. You're an unashamed Vermont fan. You've got your Vermont hoodie on, so you're not wearing your Vermont hoodie today, rather. I was expecting that when I rocked up today, but not in that, but still got to be going for your boys in purple, I assume, today?
Yeah, look, I certainly will be, Seymour, but I tell you what, I'm excited by this one today. The only thing is coming into this one, Seymour, coming to the ground today, I was thinking, can't wait for this matchup. This time, of course, it was a draw this time last year, but it's a totally different game come finals time between these two, so we're going to see a cracking game, but on a bigger ground at Bayswater Oval, which I think they'll be playing in the grand final later on this year.
Yep, and Esmond, Aponso, you're a resident. You're on the boundary this afternoon, I believe. It should be a fantastic game to watch at ground level, but you're looking forward to seeing these two sides, I'm sure?
Absolutely. Yeah, I saw Vermont round one, so this afternoon with Alana, Coleman, be on the boundary. Look, it's number one, number two. I think Vermont's been improving really well, so it's going to be a really good matchup this afternoon to see where they're at against a benchmark side. Absolutely
right. And then as we was watching the twos before when we came in, and they're actually playing now. It's just after half time, and the Vermont boys, Aaron, there's some seriously good players running around in that reserve side. A couple of the McConnon boys.
Yep, McConnon boys, Mitch Davis, who kicked 60 goals in the seniors last year.
Yep.
A few other boys. I mean,
that's phenomenal that Davis is.
Styles as well, who was the other big pickup last year from down at Port Fairy Way. He's out there playing in the twos at the moment. A phenomenal side, really, running out there. And a few of the under-19s boys, of course, who were just dominant in that premiership win last year.
Vermont coming into the season, I think, didn't fly under the radar, but they recruited quite well. There was a couple of nice names that came into the squad, and they had a season last year where they surprised, I think, all of us to be up there again when the whips were cracking and finish up high in that finals sort of contention. We're expecting this Vermont side this year not so much go one better and play in a grand final or even think about a premiership, but are we expecting this Vermont side to be better than it was last season?
I think we are. I mean, I picked them to win the flag this year purely because, I mean, yes, they brought in some terrific recruits, but you've just got to look at the two guys that came back in. I mean, Kirby McConnell, one in particular, broke his leg early on in the season. Didn't play a lot of football last year, maybe only the 6 games and a couple of finals. But on top of that, you get Tom Schneider back in the side, who didn't play at all last year for Vermont. So they're pretty much arguably the two of the best midfielders in this side, along with bringing in Cam Howard, of course, the big pickup as well. But the young kids they've brought through as well. I mean, we all know what Big Buckets Phillips can do.
Oh, yeah.
He's running around today as well. So I actually think they can win the premiership this year. I think it'll be between these two sides, but it's certainly recruited well. But I think a lot of players, like you said, coming under the radar, coming back into the side from injury.
Just having a look at what both sides did last week. Balwyn at SEN Park at home to the Knox Football Club, won by 110 points. And an interesting day at the office for Lukey Barker.
Yeah, it was 9 goals and an Achilles, so he'll miss the rest of the year, which is a big loss for the Balwyn Footy Club and also possibly the EFL with the Interleague game coming up. So it's such a shame to see good players, but I think Balwyn's probably the one side that can cover that. I mean, they picked up Hughes from South Croydon, so we've got him in the side as well as Goebbels and also Broadhurst. So their players, I think, throughout the season will be able to cover.
Yeah. Do you think that someone like a Critter Pendlebury will see some time up forward? He's getting to the twilight of his career now, done a lot of the hard yards in that back 50 for the Balwyn Footy Club in premiership winning seasons. Maybe a little bit of fun for him, 5 or 10 minutes a quarter, just sitting up in the forward pocket, maybe?
I think he could be. With Jared Wright looking like he's back to fitness as well, that could be certainly something that could happen for him. But they do have a tall forward line, which is interesting. I mean, Goebbels and Broadhurst probably arguably aren't monster forwards. Barker was the tallest out of those couple, but I think we could see Pendlebury swing forward. He can certainly take a mark, we know that.
Absolutely right. Vermont last week. Esmond, was this the game you were at? Vermont to get
it was actually the first game when Melbourne played Norwood.
Okay,
Okay. At this venue.
Yeah, that was a close win to Vermont on the day by, I think, three and a half goals. But last week, against East Ringwood. They won 25-14, 164. The Kangaroos only managed 5-5-35. Big Cam Purdy kicked 8 against his former side.
It's just phenomenal. He was actually, we watched him a lot last year, Seymour. I think we were at Balwyn for the game where he really put himself down as a really good defender.
Yeah, he played awesome that day.
Centre half back, and he did that for most of the year, but he swung forward again this year. But he's doing a terrific job. So I don't think the East Ringwood boys would have been too happy with him kicking a bag, coming back to his home.
It's going to be a tough year for them, the Roos.
Yeah, although they surprised me with the win over North Ringwood in round 1, and they were competitive in round 2. So
came up against a real good...
Yeah, as I said, I think you'll find most teams will get belted by these two that we're going to see today.
In the 2s at the moment, Vermont 6-4-40, currently leading Balwyn 3 behind, 3 points, so 37-point lead to the Eagles 2 minutes into the 3rd quarter here. It is a fantastic day out here, of course, at the Vermont Recreation Reserve this afternoon for this big clash. First versus second on the Division 1 ladder.
Well. Bit of talent in front of us down here. Kyle Staples and Lockie Johns, 2 Coburg players, Vermont Eagles down in front of us.
Yep.
Imagine if they had those 2 running around.
Absolutely right. Lockie Johns had 30-odd touches. He kicked 3 last week in the seniors at Coburg.
It's unbelievable. So
they're playing some very good footy there. So these clubs like Vermont and probably not so much Balwyn, but definitely Vermont. They're factories. They're feeding factories for young players to go and play in the VFL, so they'd be pretty happy with that.
I reckon there's another one out there today, Liam Buxton. He is a monster. I think he's only 19 years of age, and he played a lot of senior football last year. So he certainly, I think, will be someone that Vermont might want to enjoy this year, because I don't think you might be going on to bigger and better things at the end of this year.
I've still got him on my team sheet as Whale Buxton, but you're adamant that he's dropped the
Whale.
Whale.
I don't know for sure, but in the record, he's got rid of Wales. So I remember you gave me a hard time last year out at Rowville when I was calling him Buxton.
Well, if he gets a heap of the footy today, I think we'll just go with Buxton rather than say the whole thing. Whale Buxton.
Yeah, I think he got 2 or 3 handballs in a chain, and being a hyphen myself, I know how difficult it is for people.
Absolutely right. So another foray forward for the Vermont Reserves here, who are doing quite well in this game. They're playing against Balwyn.
Andy Ellis, another one out there as well, who played in the prelim final last year for Vermont, running out there. It's an unbelievable 2 side. You wouldn't want to play badly in the 1s, because there's plenty of players that'll be knocking on the door.
Yeah, and this is where we find out, I suppose, we see the depth at Balwyn. I think probably they've got away with not having the last couple of years, where they've been good enough at the right time of the year with injuries and things like that. Have just fallen their way. But in comparison, there's not a lot of... There's probably maybe 3 or 4 blokes who you could find in this Balwyn 2 side at the moment who could step up and play first senior footy.
Well, this was something having spoke a couple of Vermont players, they were talking to Brad Neal, of course, who played in that premiership for Balwyn last year, who's come back to Vermont. Yep. There's only probably 9 players from that Balwyn premiership side last year in the reserves that are playing today. So a lot of players moved on. I know Matt Shepherd, one in particular, has gone to North Ringwood. So plenty of players moving around out of that Balwyn side, and that's what they're going to find hard. Jared Churgwin, I believe, is having a year off this year. So he's here today, but going to do some travelling. So that is going to be interesting for Balwyn this year, with depth, especially now with Barker going out of the side.
The man who's probably got some answers to some of those questions, maybe not all of the answers, 3-time premiership coach at the Balwyn Footy Club, Dan Donati. Dan, welcome to the caravan. And these Balwyn-Vermont games are quite special. Are you feeling that buzz and excitement around this one this afternoon?
Yeah, thanks, boys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it always is. Coming out Trara Road, had some of the fondest memories of my footy career playing out here, and some of the worst memories playing out here too, actually. I back for a couple of hidings. And we've had a win, a loss and a draw here over the last 3 years, so it doesn't get much more even.
You're happy to be playing them, I suppose, at this time of the year. You get a really good look at them. I suppose, are you planning on playing in come finals time? Is Vermont one of the sides that you've earmarked to really be pushing for it come September? Oh, look,
I've got no doubt they'll be in the top 2 or 3 sides this year. They've recruited extremely well, so they've started the season well. And look, today will be a big test for us, I think. We've got a couple of guys out. Obviously, losing Luke, I heard you guys mention Luke Barker before. Yep. Obviously, disappointing, snapping his Achilles out for the season. And look, we've still got Blake Broadhurst to come back. We've got Danny Hughes out today. We've got Tommy Roach out today, Michael Osborne. So we've got a few good players to come back in the side. In saying that, we've got a real good, young, quick side, especially up forward.
And Lukey last week, he kicked the 9. He just didn't want to put himself on ice. Just had to stay out there for another couple more minutes, try to get the 10.
Yeah, good luck trying to get Luke Barker off the ground at any stage, guys. Impossible, and that just would never happen. So,
unfortunate incident. It was a innocuous sort of thing.
Very innocuous. I snapped my Achilles actually as a player in 2009, and no one was near me. He just took off. It was the same as him. He went down thinking someone had kicked him. He just took off and it snapped on him. So it could have happened anywhere.
Dan, really looking forward to this one today, mate. I'll tell you what, I was really surprised getting Nathan Gordon into your footy club. I can't believe he's on an AFL list, personally. I thought he did some great work for Richmond over the past couple of seasons. What's he brought down to SEN Park?
Apart from a lot of laughs, he's a funny guy, Nipper. Look, he's in everything. You watch him today. He's got an enormous motor. He
doesn't miss either from memory.
Runs. Doesn't miss as far as
kicking for goal.
He's been a bit erratic actually. Dyson, to be honest. He kicked well last week. But look, he's one of those guys who can play in any position on the ground. So you see him up forward, you see him up back at times, you see him in the middle at times, and yeah, look, he's a talented boy.
How good's it been to have Jared Wright back and firing? Obviously played a lot of reserves footy last year through injury. To have him back playing in the senior side.
Yeah, Wrighty missed 11 weeks with injury last year, and when he came back, he played I think a couple of games of the twos, and then just wasn't quite ready at senior level. Come finals time, you missed half the season. It's pretty hard to come in and play finals, and we had such a strong side, so he was very unlucky to miss that grand final, to be honest. But yeah, he had a great pre-season, and obviously such an integral part to our back six. So been good to have him back.
Danny, look, Balwyn's accustomed to a lot of success, final success in grand premierships and so on. How hard is it for a coach to keep that hunger in players, particularly going back to back?
Oh, look, you know what? It's not as hard as it sounds. You know, when you've tasted success at any level, really, you want to keep tasting that success. And you know, we've got a young side, or not a young side now. We've got a really mature side who have just had a lot of success, and they just want to keep driving for that, because anything other than success is not good enough for these guys.
Yep.
Having the motivation week in, week out, that's a challenge at times.
Yes.
You know, you'll drop a game where you shouldn't, but come the big games, it's a little bit like Hawthorn. They can be on and off for times, but in the big games, that's when they come to play, and typically they play good footy.
The club leaders, guys like Rennie Gilchrist, play a big role in getting the guys up on match day, just in terms of pure motivation?
Yeah, look, he's a great skipper. You know, it's during the week too. We do a lot of our best work on the training track and meetings on Thursday nights to get the guys focused, and he plays a big role in that.
Critter Pendlebury, any chance we'll see him up forward today?
No.
No chance at all?
No.
Not even for a second.
He's the best fullback in local football, and I'm not moving him from there, I can tell you right now. He's an absolute superstar.
Absolutely fair enough.
Sorry, Dan, quick question, mate. So with Lukey Barker missing the rest of the year, now there's been a big fellow who played in a few flags a few years ago and running around your football club at training. Any chance of seeing him maybe pull on the jumper with Lukey missing out?
I'll tell you what, we are referring to Jonathan Brown, of course. I've been dropping him texts like you wouldn't believe, actually, since Barks went down. Look, he's loving just having a kick on a Thursday, actually. He hasn't played for 2 years himself, and he certainly hasn't indicated at any stage he's going to play. He loves being around the boys. I think he loves that camaraderie. He's actually got a bit of a niggle in his calf at the moment, which is driving him nuts because he wants to train. But he comes down Thursdays at the moment, and he helps out down there. And, geez, a bloke like that to walk off the street to come and help you out, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better bloke.
How's it going with the time slot, getting up at 3:30 in the morning for breakfast radio? Is he a tired boy when he gets into the footy club?
No, he's not. He's not actually, mate. He's because he's at home most of the day with the kids. I think he can't wait to get to the house.
Yeah.
That's what he tells us anyway. And he loves coming down there. And as I said, he trains like he's a normal player. He talks like he'd be out there, and we've been lucky enough on a Thursday night every couple of weeks that he trains with us, and I think that's great.
Awesome. Best of luck this afternoon, Dan. Thanks for joining us pre-game.
Good on you guys.
Thanks, Dan.
Dan Donati, 1999 Norm Goss medalist and three-time premiership coach at the Balwyn Footy Club. The other side of the coin is that the Vermont boys, and we're going to speak to Steve Cochran a little bit later on, but they've got their own, not so much selection headaches, but both Robbie and Luke McComb are playing side by side, a family affair for them, so that's interesting for them. Shane Davidson, he's been... he was a mainstay in this side as a 17, 18-year-old at Vermont, and he's been in and out of the side over the last couple of seasons, but now he's found himself, felt well and truly back in.
And in the 36-man squad for Interleague as well, Shane Davidson.
And Sammy Wadley, who won the Division 3 under-19s League Best and Fairest at Ringwood 2 seasons ago, and had a good first season playing First Division senior footy last year at the Eagles. Apparently his first 3 games this season have just been, he set the world on fire. Been a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident playing this standard of footy, and I'm expecting to see a big performance from him this afternoon.
Well, he's somebody I think that knows that his position is right there up for grabs. He was somebody I think he probably played half the games in the seniors last year. Did some really special things. It's just consistency coming into his game this year, Seymour, and as you said, his first couple of weeks, by all reports, have been absolutely fantastic.
We spoke about Cam Purdy, but there's another big fella that will play some footy in defence this afternoon. Big Jacob Castricum, the best fullback behind Chris Pendlebury. I reckon he was stellar before he came over from Knox a couple of seasons ago. Who does he go to this afternoon?
Be interesting. He played a lot in the ruck last year, Castro. So it'll be interesting to see where he does play today. He changes his number every year, which makes it just hard enough for you this afternoon, Seymour. But Interesting, as you said, with Hughes and that out. I'm not quite sure. It might be Goebbels.
We'll certainly see that one play out. Steve Cochran, the senior coach of the Vermont Footy Club, joins us in the caravan. Steve, that's a similar sort of electricity that follows you with these Balwyn Vermont games. Are you looking forward to the clash this afternoon?
Oh yeah, most certainly. I think we've started off pretty well this year, and but they've been the yardstick for the competition for probably 5 years now, and it's a good chance for us to see how far away we are.
Preparation coming in, do you look at last week's result as something that wasn't ideal, maybe coming into a game like this against Balwyn, or water off a duck's back?
Water off a duck's back for us. I mean, God, I'll take 130-point wins any day. And I certainly don't ignore it. Look, we know what Balwyn's all about. We've had some great tussles over the last few years, and today's going to be no different.
The Balwyn have the injury concerns of their own, guys like Barker and Hughes and Broadhurst and Osborne not playing in the side today. Are you confident that you've picked a 22 that can pick those gaps apart from the Balwyn guys that they have missing?
Like to think so, but look, we haven't focused too much on Balwyn today. We've focused more on ourselves. And I think that's the approach that we're going to take, the maturity of our group. Last year, a lot younger. We've had a year under our belt, and I think the guys have improved, and we'll see how much they've improved today.
Cockers, it's amazing really looking at your twos today with the amount of players that played Division 1 football for you last year running around. I mean, even Styles and Davis kicked 60 goals in Division 1 last year, so to see him running around in the twos just shows how strong your ones is. On top of that, though, you spoke about being a younger side last year. Having a look this year, there's 3 under-19s pretty much playing. There were 19-year-olds playing with Wales Buxton. Oh, is he just Buxton now? Can we confirm he's just Buxton?
Oh, I don't know. It's news to me.
Oh, he's in the record as just Buxton, so
okay.
we're not quite sure here. But him in the side as well as a couple of others. I think Crocker's another one, and the third one skips my mind. But there's 3 under-19s in that side. How have you found working those boys? Are they fitting in normally, or are you trying to teach them about Division 1 football?
Look, I suppose yes. We've got an obligation as a coach to bring young guys through the club with the point system and all that sort of stuff. And look, these guys, don't get me wrong, these guys haven't been given a free kick. They've earned their spot, and they're developing players. And it's just part and parcel of coaching. And look, to be honest, we have to improve 20% from last year. So if I'm going to go with the same side again and get knocked out in the prelim and think that I'm going to improve 20%, it's not going to happen. So I've got to change things up. So I'm looking for guys who are going to give us that improvement. And young guys generally have got a lot of upside. Is it enough upside to beat a Balwyn or a Noble or a Nord? Or we'll find out.
And also, Adam Parker, for mine, won your best and fairest, obviously, last year and was your best midfielder. How's it been getting Cam Howard into the footy club, Tom Schneider back, and Kirby McConnell up and fit and firing ready? Can challenge him for that mantle.
Look, it's great. And it's great for Parks because it spreads the load. It gives Nutsy something to think about, who are they going to match up on. Where last year, most sides were locking down on Parks, and Parks had a lot of pressure on him, and he did a great job. But this year, it's all about spreading the load and having 22 contributors.
Yes, Steve, you talked about your recruiting and improving the junior teams that are coming through, and also Daniel Donati also mentioned that. Is the second tier players, is that I noticed from last year, I think your second tier players have gone up as a notch, and that's really giving you the depth and the competition for places in the seniors. Would that be correct?
Oh, 100%, yeah. If you're not going to improve, we've got to improve every year. And I've talked to our players about this. And if you're not out there to improve, well, you're going to get left behind. And we're looking for guys who have got scope and improvement in them. And you've seen, look, there's a couple of guys out in the twos that played a lot of senior footy for us last year who are probably not quite in the form that we need them to be in at the moment. But they're not far away. But that puts pressure on the guys who are in the seniors, who know that they're right on their tail. So, it's self-fulfilling in some ways, and it's a long year. And at the moment, touch wood, we haven't got a lot of injuries, but I'm sure that's going to change at some stage. So we need these guys to step into the fold, and we don't lose stride.
I was just going to ask Cockers about Joel Perry. Saw him play a lot in the second half of last year up forward. Where are you looking to use him? Well, we don't want to get your game plan for today, obviously, but is he going to be predominantly a forward this season or down back?
He'll play forward today, and he'll play back other weeks, and that's a luxury that we've got. But I must say, we've got 22 guys who can play in different roles. And that's the way I coach. I don't like guys who can only play one position, because if things aren't working out for them or us that day and you can't move them anywhere, then you're really stuck. So we've worked hard on that as a recruiting policy, and I've worked hard on that from a coaching point of view over the last 3 years to make sure that, you're not only playing fullback this week, next week you're going to play full forward, or you're going to go into ruck. And same with, say, a Buckets. Young Buckets who's playing up forward.
He's the other 19-year-old.
Yeah, he can play full forward, but he can play in the ruck too. And he's got to develop his game that way. Cam Purdy's another one.
Castricum as well.
Castricum's another one. You can't just play one position these days. It's too hard.
As briefly mentioned, Cam Howard coming into the club, obviously spent some time on Richmond's list and played at Old Kerry in the VAFA last year. Is his role just coming in as a midfielder, or is he doing a lot of behind-the-scenes sort of coaching work and using that AFL experience that he does have?
No. Look, Cam's just a natural leader. He's got great voice. He's got a lot of experience. And I suppose when we reviewed our list at the end of last year, we looked at guys that could bring that experience to the top end. I mean, we lost considerable amount of experience in one big hit, and we need to replace some of that. And I think we've done that in some aspect this year.
Couldn't get him a lower number. Run around in the number 57.
Who's that?
Cam Howard.
Oh,
Got him down as 57.
I think he's 23.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Just for you, Seymour.
You mentioned that modern-day footballers have to play, in several positions. I just noticed that in round 1 against Norwood, Darcy Crocker, very high energy, quick, likes to kick a goal, and quite a strong mark for his size. Are you going to use him again in a multitude of positions, or do you see? I see it like an X factor to it, Steve.
Yeah, and I might even throw him through the ruck today. He's a great mark for his size. He's an exceptional person. He's great character. And to be honest, footy's all about character, especially when you want to build a great club and a great team. And to come out of TSC and do the things that he's been doing, he's a fantastic player. Look, and I'm sure he's got ambitions to go higher, and I'm sure he'll do that. So, but we're grateful that he chose us, and he's been a fantastic player. And hopefully today you can see a little bit more of him.
Thanks, Cockers. Best of luck this afternoon.
Cheers.
Steve Cochran, the senior coach of the Vermont Football Club. We're not too far away from a start, up to about 40 minutes to go until the bounce. I think we'll have a short ad break, though, and we'll come back and we'll go through all the other 21 games of local footy across the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, because there's some belters.
Certainly is, Seymour. Looking forward to it, mate. Now, your boys, Templestowe, mate, you told me you haven't been down there for a while. You'd want to get down there the second half of this year, wouldn't you?
Might have to, mate. They're going to have to start charging double to get in down there. Talevski's up and running, kicking big bags of goals in there.
They still give you free beer down there?
No, mate, no such thing as free beer. Always got to pay for it in some way or another. Off to an ad break now. Keep your dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Join the Eastern Football League media team for full coverage of the 2016 EFL season. From 1 p.m. every Saturday, the team dissect each of the 22 senior matches on the warm-up. The action kicks off from 2 p.m, with the EFL GameDay broadcast bringing fans a full play-by-play call of the game of the round. From 5 p.m, it's back to the studio for the post-match and a full wrap of the day's games. EFL GameDay, 1 to 6 every Saturday afternoon, as you love it local.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A, for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Real people, real stories.
Whether I'm driving the morning coach to service or whether I'm actually doing the transfer from the family home is very rewarding.
It's heavy lifting, it's emotional, it's uplifting, it's rewarding, and it's a vocation. It's not a job, and I love it.
Watch the A Day in the Life video series now at tobinbrothersfunerals.com.au for an insight into the specialised work they do. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating 80 years of service.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to the Vermont Recreation Reserve for the big clash between Balwyn and Vermont this afternoon. It is first versus second on the Division 1 Eastern Football League ladder. But let's turn our attention to the other games across the eastern suburbs. Burzers, we'll start with Division 4, I reckon, and the first game we will look at is Nunawading taking on the Ferntree Gully Eagles. It's been well publicised and well documented, the struggles of the Nunawading Footy Club so far this season. Can't really say too much more than that.
It's hard because you pretty much look at it and say how much. You're waiting to see how much it is, and that's a disappointing thing. And that's a sort of year they're going to have. They've just got to improve, as we sort of spoke about. 3 goals, trying to kick 5 goals, just trying to build on. Get up to the 10 goal eventually, and hopefully the margins will fall. But at the moment, it's Ferntree Gully by how much, and I get the feeling this could be the worst of the lot.
Yeah, you think so? Ferntree Gully look like the real deal in Division 4 this year, don't they, Esmond?
Absolutely. Yeah, look, with Nunawading, they're just going to have to sort of really break it down to quarter by quarter and just saying, okay, let's get positives out of each quarter and then evaluate the game from there.
Well, we've seen a 300-point loss. Could we see 400?
I wouldn't be sticking the boots that far in.
Well, they lost by 300.
But then again, I think they're only two or three real bad losses like that away from just completely ceasing to exist. You can't go out on a football field.
Well, this is the one they've got to really show up to.
Can't go out on a football field every Saturday afternoon and wander away with no goals next to your name and 250 points lost, and the same stuff happening in the twos as well. It's not sustainable. It won't be a fun place to be around. So hopefully for all involved down there that they can turn it around at least a little bit. Of course, I'll be tipping Ferntree Gully in that game as well. Kilsyth take on Surrey Park. I think this is the game of the round in Division 4. Surrey Park have been outstanding to start season 2016. Kilsyth have done what they've needed to do in a few games, but have been disappointing in other games as well. It's at Pink's Reserve, but I like Surrey Park. I like this Surrey Park story.
What I like about Surrey Park is how they're really improving as a footy club week to week. And talking to Scott Hamill last week, he's a perfect bloke to be in charge and coaching that footy club. The president down there, Bernard Tanner, as well, is doing a fantastic job. I get so frustrated with Kilsyth. Every year I'm pretty hard on them, but to me this year, after winning a grand final, they didn't go out and recruit enough for me to really improve and show that they want to win in Division 4.
Yep.
And I understand a few players left the club as well. So I'm going to back Surrey Park to win away from home, and this would be a real step in the right direction.
A disappointing result for them last week too, Kilsyth, that going down by a kick to an Eastern Lions side, which they've never really amounted to anything in Division 4. And
no Jason Wan either, their captain, not playing. So.
Exactly right. So I think it's all for Kilsyth to do this afternoon, which means that Surrey Park are probably in the box seat. I think there's probably a little bit less pressure on them turning up away from home.
And they should have won last week. They kicked 1 goal 9 in the second quarter, Surrey Park. The game should have been over at half time.
So you're definitely going to tip them this afternoon?
Surrey Park.
Yeah, Surrey Park for mine as well. Esmond, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Surrey Park. We saw them last week. Again, as Aaron was saying, they inaccurate in their kicking, but I think they should get the job done this afternoon.
They did come up against the Donvale side, which will be hard to judge for most of the season. We don't know what their yardstick will be.
It's strange. They're a really strange side, at Donvale. They're good enough, but whether or not they move the ball well enough at the moment, I don't know whether they're good enough to maybe challenge for a premiership. As I picked them to win the flag in Division 4, but they're certainly good enough and they're getting the job done, Donvale, and you'd be rapt if you're a Magpie fan.
Absolutely right. 5th taking on 11th. Forest Hill taking on the Eastern Lions, of course. I think the Eastern Lions, they'll take their 4-point win last week and that'll probably do them for the next month of footy.
Yeah, probably.
They'll come up against sides like Forest Hill, who you'd expect to be in and around them on the ladder. And true to their form, what they've been the last 4 or 5 years, I think they'll just underperform, and they'll get beaten quite convincingly this afternoon.
I've got to be a bit careful with Alana Coleman around just about Forest Hill. I've been a little bit disappointed with them this year, just so far, but I think they'll bounce back and through this middle part of the season.
Disappointing, you reckon? That the 350 points they put on Nunawading just didn't quite cut the mustard.
No, that was brilliant. Just early on, I was a little bit disappointed the way they were playing. They had that loss to Surrey Park in round 1. Obviously, we now know Surrey Park how much of a better side they are. But I would have expected Forest Hill to win that game.
Yeah, Zebras for me as well.
Absolutely, in unanimous decision there. Donvale taking on the Glen Waverley Hawks. Next to Kilsyth and Surrey Park, it probably is one of the games that are around in Division 4. The Glen Waverley Hawks were expecting to take some steps forward from that promising season they had last year, but like I said, Donvale, I think they'll be hard to judge. I think we'll find out, if they're the real deal after this game, I think.
They're doing enough to win, Donvale, and I'm waiting for them to really step into gear, because if they get that ball movement going, it's just because they're just not quite clean enough at the minute. That's what's holding them back from really, I think, getting on top of sides. Glen Waverley, they'll take it right up to them today, I think, but I'm still going to go for Donvale just to get the job done. They've just got enough players with the likes of Lee, Belt and Purcell. They're just doing enough, those players coming back to the club from higher divisions to get the job done.
Yeah, a lot of good signs and positive signs for Glen Waverley. That's great, but I think Donvale just might just get the points this afternoon.
Because last time those two sides played each other at Donvale Reserve was the big Fevelenko was down there that lovely afternoon down there. So I hope there won't be as big a crowd as that day. But
certainly free beer for Fev down at Donvale.
Yeah, absolutely. Whitehorse take on Coldstream. And I know you don't get too carried away with the ladders at this stage of the season, but in the context of what's going to go on in Division 4, Whitehorse Pioneers taking on Coldstream, both sit at 1 and 2, so just behind that pack of clubs that are in the 4. This becomes a very important clash.
Well, it's interesting. Coldstream, their only win has been against Nunawading.
And they only just got over the line.
Yeah, 220
Yeah.
So yeah, it's again. This was expected though. A lot of players leaving that footy club, Coldstream. Whitehorse, though, I'm unsure about them as well. Of course, Eddie Sim not playing there this year, and that's a big loss for that football club. This one, I can't pick.
We look at their form lines from last week, and only putting 180 points on Nunawading probably looks like a loss.
Yeah, so they'd probably lose by 40 points to Coldstream if we're going on form. But that's all I can really say.
It's probably the toughest road trip in footy, especially when you're talking Division 3 and 4, right up there to Coldstream. It'll be freezing out there today with the wind blowing as well. So
further than Lilydale for you too.
It's bloody far, mate. It's the middle of bloody nowhere.
About 10 minutes. It's not far from me, about 10 minutes up the road. But it is certainly cold there.
Cougars for mine.
Yep, Cougars, yeah.
Cougars, Esmond?
Cougars.
Good. Well, that's all. We've agreed on all the games so far. That's good from us. Division 3 time now. This is the Premier Division, I like to think, in the Eastern Football League. It's where all the good clubs that reside. Warrandyte taking on South Belgrave at the Blood Bank.
I'm off them.
Off Warrandyte or off South Belgrave?
South Belgrave.
Yeah, well, that's been tough to do because you've been well and truly on them for the last 18 months.
Yeah, no, they're gone. Warrandyte I also picked to be around. Might have even picked them to make the finals at the start of the year, but obviously a lot of players going out of that club as well. Yeah, good win last week, though, and I really like what Pete Muscat's doing down there. Of course, I think he was the assistant coach or even the team manager of Norwood. Going down there and coaching. I'm not sure which what he was, Pete.
And doesn't mind just a social media presence either. Big Pistol Pete. He just gets around the old Facebook.
And I still do have his hard drive, so I will get that to you eventually, Pete. But I'm going to go the Bloods.
The Bloods, I think so as well. South Belgrave 1 and 2. Warrandyte 1 and 2 as well, but there's a whopping 58% separating both of these sides. So a big win to Warrandyte could almost spell curtains for South Belgrave on season 2016 after just 4 games of football. Can you believe that? The Basin at the Bear Cave taking on the Park Orchards Footy Club. The Basin have been another one that have been tough to pick after their grand final appearance last season. Well, under new coach Tony Weeks, I'm expecting Park Orchards to really push for finals and maybe even just sneak in there this season. So judging by that, I think this is the sort of game they have to win. I don't think they can, I don't think they will, but we'll see how they go. Especially away from home, it'll be a tough ask.
I'm going to go the Sharks. I've been pretty disappointed at the Basin. I lost Trevor Mills, of course, in that game at Templestowe for the rest of the season. That's tough. I just think with all that coaching drama around the Basin at the start of the year, of course, it's going to be hard for them to recover that. It's going to take them a little while, I think, and I reckon the Sharks can get them here.
Yep, Park Orchards for me.
Park Orchards for you. Thank you, Esmond. The next game in Division 3. Well, the Magpies take on the Dockers. Scoresby taking on Templestowe. Templestowe's first trip to Exner Reserve in the best part of 3 decades. So a momentous occasion for all involved there to head up the sort of the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. I think Templestowe will continue to win games by big margins.
Yeah, I think they're just way too good for anyone else in the division at the moment. The Dockers. Have you seen the Coodaless Magpies? Well, they were pretty Coodaless last week. He only just played over a quarter, I think. So, Templestowe will win that one easily.
That was disappointing last week, the way they just rolled over against Baronia.
There's something. I really thought Scoresby would push for finals this year. I thought Division 3 was about where they're at, getting players back into that footy club, and they need at some point it's going to have to click there because you don't want to. They've fallen so far already. We're talking about a side that only 4 or 5 years ago was playing off in grand finals against Noble Park.
Yeah,
so
2009 and 10, they played in 2 successive Division 1 grand finals.
they need something to get them back up there. And it's just something needs to really turn around there.
What do you reckon it is? What's that something?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, Samuel, because they're bringing players back into the club that are quite good, and you think, good, they're starting to get players back into that footy club, but it's just not seeming to turn around.
And even guys from other clubs, guys like Danny Diesso, Paul Giannopoulos, who has been an evergreen at Ferntree Gully for a while, is in that side as well. There's some good footballers that have come into that senior 22. Castle Dine back in there as well. I think we're expecting too much of them just based on some of those names.
Probably. And look, Matty Krawczyk still a terrific player, but he's getting older now.
Yeah.
And he's not doing what he was in those years making grand finals. But I don't know, Seymour. I feel like maybe we are expecting too much, but I just think we should be getting more than what we're getting.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm sure we'll go out and
they're a proud footy club.
Yeah, absolutely,
they're a really proud footy club.
But Templestowe in an absolute canter this afternoon. This one is always a good one. The H.E. Parker Cup at a Jubilee Park. Ringwood taking on the Heathmont Footy Club. The Heathmont/Norwood Football Club, after their recruiting they did in the off-season. They're bloody good things this year, I reckon, the Jets. Real good things. And I think they'll flog Ringwood today at Jubilee Park. They do play that ground quite well. In the last couple of years, they played some good games there.
And Ringwood have been a bit disappointing coming out this year after the good end of the season they had last year. And do like the new jumper, although I'm getting a bit worried with Don Vale and Heathmont going with the new Port Adelaide style jumper. We're going to get everyone going with it. But
it doesn't look that bad, the old V-strip.
Do like it, though, and I think they'll win. They're a good chance this year and might give the finals a good shake, Heathmont.
Well, they're undefeated at 3-0.
And they're scoring.
They're scoring heavily.
They're scoring. That's not Heathmont.
Yeah, but we mentioned a couple of times on the huddle and things that maybe the defensive foundations laid by Simon Rourke is still there, and Joel Caldwell's come in and added his own sort of offensive stamp to it, which has been good, which is what they've been able to get.
Because it's un-Heathmont-like what they're doing, and it's great.
Been able to get both sides of the ball working together. Churnside Park, Sylvan at Kimberley Reserve doesn't exactly set my tongue wagging, but I'm sure the masses of throngs out there this afternoon will enjoy that contest.
They've both had good wins, though, this year. I mean, Sylvan certainly surprised me. I thought they might struggle to win a game this year with Mackenzie and co walking out the door. They got James McManus from Montrose, and the recruits that they've got in, quietly going about their business, having some good wins. Churnside Park I picked to maybe push for finals this year, but again, they lost their best and fairest. Badalini went back to East Ringwood. Keedle went to Mitcham. Lost a few players out of that side. Obviously brought in Matty Whelan down there. But again, there's not a lot of interest around this one. But if Sylvan can win it, it'd be real positive for Churnside. I still don't know where it puts them at, because I sort of expect them to win.
They've been a 4-winner season side in Division 3 for about 5 years now. So until they decide to prove to us that they're anything more than just that, I'm not going to be tipping them to win games like this, even if it is at home. The last game in Division 3 is the Upper Ferntree Gully Footy Club taking on Baronia at Tormore Reserve. A good win to Baronia in the radio game last week in the Anthony Koutafidis game against Scoresby. They ran over the top of them smartly in that one. And Upper Ferntree Gully, along with Templestowe and Heathmont, one of the three sides undefeated so far in Division 3. I think it'll remain, though, but only just. Always a tough road trip, always a tough place to win is Tormore Reserve, but I think the Kings will just get the job done.
Have you been surprised with how well the Kings have been playing, just with losing Petrarca to Ferntree Gully?
Yep, I've been surprised.
They've surprised me.
They've been able to win their games and probably win them quite convincingly in a way. They beat South Belgrave by near on 70 points on the weekend. They're able to kick 17 goals, have 32 shots on goal. Without Petrarca, without that big name up forward. And they lost Matty Lee as well, who I believe is playing out here this afternoon for the Balwyn Footy Club. So they've been able to fill the holes that were vacated by other players, which is very pleasing for them. And hopefully they go one better in season 2016 and can win a final.
They do have a good young midfield with Bryce Hards and that running through there as well. So I'll go Upper Gully. But they certainly surprised me so far this year.
Upper Gully?
Upper Gully for me as well.
Fantastic. Division 2 football now, and it's always interesting, and it's always probably the most even one, I think, is Division 2. And the Waverley Blues take on Mooroolbark to kick things off. That's at Mount Waverley Reserve. Be freezing on a day like this out there. That is, of course, 5th on the ladder, taking on Mooroolbark on top, undefeated, who have been the biggest surprise packet so far.
They certainly have surprised me, Mooroolbark, but these two don't like each other. They played in the Division 3 grand final a few years ago. Waverley Blues, the first one to jump up in a Division 2. They don't like each other at all, but Moorabah, they really surprised me. I picked them to go down last year, and they did surprise me. That belting, they absolutely belted Doncaster East in round 1. They didn't kick so many points, that would have been even more ugly. But I'm going to have to tip Moorabah to win. At the moment, you'd arguably say they're probably the favourites to win the flag, which is really surprising.
Well, 3 and zip, I think. Yeah, that absolutely have
Scalps
to be.
at Bayswater.
And that was a big scalp last week. That 4-point win against Bayswater, because Bayswater, coming into the season, were red hot favourites.
Well, Bayswater and Doncaster East have beaten both of them, and as well as Lilydale, who have been.
It just goes to show that you can just chuck a blanket over all 10 sides in Division 2, and it's absolutely anybody's guess to see who comes up trumps on any given day. But Moorabah for mine this afternoon.
Yep, I'm sticking with Moorabah.
The Mustangs.
Yep.
Now, this game at Walker Park, back in Division 3 a couple of years ago, these Mitcham Wantirna South games would turn heads. They were high-scoring, exciting, free-flowing affairs on small grounds. Both of these sides, of course, play on small grounds. This one, of course, at the MCG of the Eastern Football League, Walker Park in Mitcham.
Yep.
The Tigers, a very, very impressive win against Croydon in the radio game a couple of weeks ago, but disappointing last week in a loss. A loss that not many saw coming, came in quite convincing fashion at the end of the day. So Wantirna South, I wouldn't say they'd be quietly confident, but they'd be in. They know that they're in with a chance, and they'll be coming to play this afternoon.
It'd be interesting to see with Mitcham, because I was really positive about them going in, maybe getting up around that finals, but I think losing Braden Cross and Rob Petrarca to season-ending injuries, as well as Mackenzie for a few weeks, that's what's going to hurt you, I think, as a Division 3 club coming out to Division 2. You lose big players like that out of your side. So I think if Mitcham can still be around about that finals for the end of the season, I think they'll be happy. But it's going to be hard to pick them today. I'm going to pick them at home, but with no confidence at all. It's a bit of an outside.
I remember watching a game out at Walker Park between these two sides, I think 3 seasons ago, where Wantirna South won by a kick, and the score was 140 to 137 or something like that. There was a great game of footy. So hopefully, for all involved out there, they get something similar. Big Danber Dome back in form last week. A massive bag against East Stony. That's the first bag of 6, 7 plus I can remember from Big Dan in maybe at least a season.
I remember watching him before they went up to Division 1, kick bags in Division 2 a few years ago. So it's good to see him still running around kicking bags.
Yeah, big fella, and he's got that trusty left foot. Very good to watch when he's up and running.
Left foot sort of helicopter-y that goes straight.
Yeah, they never look too good off the boot, but more often than not, they're going straight through the middle. The line off, Doncaster East taking on Mulgrave at Zerby's Reserve. Both lines have been disappointing to start the season. Doncaster East, there was a close win against Bayswater they had in round 2, and then flogged last week by Wantirna South, and flogged by Moorabah in the first game. So very hard to gauge any sort of form lines with them.
Well, even Mulgrave surprised me this season as well. He lost to Croydon last week, Mulgrave, but had a really good win over East Burwood. I tipped them to get relegated, so based on that, I have to go Doncaster East, but I'm not convinced with them either. As you said, Seymour, two losses to them in the way they've lost, especially to Moorabah.
And Mulgrave's got a lot of... there's too many outs on the selection table this week for Mulgrave. I'm going to stick with Doncaster.
Yeah, Doncaster East for mine. Just at home because it's Zerby's Reserve, but Mulgrave will probably end up having a tough season. Croydon take on Lilydale.
Another local.
Yeah, matchup where we're probably accustomed to seeing in Division 1. Then if you're talking about 2011, 2012 terms. Lilydale were awesome last week against Mitcham, but they've always been a really good Division 2 side, and I think they will be a really good Division 2 side again this year, but they've just never been able to make that step up and consolidate. Well, they were there for 5 years, I suppose. They spent 5 years up in Division 1 without ever really pushing for finals.
They've always struggled to recruit that next type of Division 1 player. I mean, they always had Marcus Hodges. He's, of course, left the club up playing at Alinda this year, and Big Dan Christian, who impressed in the ruck last year, he's headed up in the Yarra Valley League. Nick Mendy leaving the club as well. But what they've got is these gun young players again coming through. Patrick Klepp, those sort of guys playing. So they'll be a good Division 2 side. I reckon they could take it right up to Croydon. This one will be a real close one. So it'll be whether or not the young flair of Lilydale can get over the line, or the experience of Croydon can just lock them down and get the job done. But I'll tip Lilydale because I like the young flair.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Falcons as well. Not that Croydon didn't impress me in that Mitcham fixture 2 weeks ago, and they were obviously good enough to beat Mulgrave by 50-odd points last week, which doesn't really say a hell of a lot, I wouldn't have thought. So I think Lilydale are primed to head up to, what's it called now? They change the name every 5 minutes up there.
Croydon Oval. No idea.
I can't bloody remember. Not Melbcon Oval, or that's what it used to be called. But whatever the bloody hell it's called, Croydon Oval, it says here in the record, but it's got a sponsor's name that we can't plug. But no, I think the Falcons lead Croydon Oval with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go with the Franklins as well.
And the last game in Division 2 is out at Bayswater Oval, the home of the Division 1 Grand Final in the Eastern Football League. The Waters taking on the East Burwood Footy Club, who have been hanging on by the skin of their teeth for far too long.
I thought they'd get better this year, East Burwood. I really did. And, they haven't been there. Haven't been anywhere near as much improvement in that footy side that I've seen. They're probably the one that those two at Mulgrave, East Burwood and Mulgrave, will fight it out, I think, to stay up.
Yep.
So Bayswater should win this easily, although they've been pretty up and down as well.
Bayswater at home.
Problem with East Burwood, the same old guys are doing the work. Yeah, Damatopoulos, Deman, Jack Martin in the goals as well. Holland.
I think Carroll's been out as well, which hasn't
I think he played last week against the Waverley Blues in that strong loss they had there. And Sean Bramstead named to the best last week as well. So they're the same names that we were seeing kick goals and named to the best when they were getting flogged every single week. So I just think it's time for maybe someone else to step up and play a good game of footy down there.
It's important. Look, they've got the right man in charge there, coaching the footy club this year, but I really thought I was positive about the Rams this year, and they've disappointed me so far.
Yeah, I think they're still going to have to get a lot more new players, new blood into the club.
And of course, the Pre-Lorenzo brothers, who played at Warrandyte a couple of years ago and spent last season playing predominantly twos footy at Balwyn, have made their way across to East Burwood this season and enjoying a fruitful start to the season in their best 22. So
it's too windy, that joint, too.
Ram Stadium. I like going to Ram Stadium.
It's too windy.
Well, they're playing at Bayswater Oval today, so they won't have to worry about that. Let's go to Division 1, the most exciting division in the Eastern Football League.
Most exciting division in Victoria.
Absolutely it is. Maybe not this first game. Knox take on Doncaster. It doesn't sound overly exciting.
Doncaster have just been beating everybody in close games. I think all their close games have been with under a kick. So they probably should have won round 1 as well against Blackburn. That's the one they should have won. So yeah, they'll win this. Knox have been disappointing again. They're another team that's just got to find a way to improve and just get a little bit better, because they've got that Lilydale about them. They're just hanging. Yep. They're going to hang around for 4 or 5 years, good enough to not finish bottom, and eventually they're going to drop down. So hopefully that they can improve today, but Doncaster will win.
And
Tarkin Lockyer playing today?
No, he won't be playing today. The Collingwood VFL side play.
So that'll be the first
North
game
Ballarat at Crescent City Oval, and I think Tarkin Lockyer is a development coach.
Yeah, so it's
Collingwood VFL side against the Northern Blues, who are coached by Josh Fraser.
Josh, that's right.
Another Collingwood Life member. So the Magpie connection.
Should be a Gold Coast Life member too. Same one.
What after his 8 games?
He coached the reserve side for a long time.
He went at number 17. Remember his last game at Collingwood, Mick Malthouse got him in to play his 200th game in the last round of the 2010 season. And we lost to Hawthorn by a kick, and we never saw him again. Played out of position for 15 years almost, that bloke. He was a full forward, not a ruckman. But anyway, Knox, Doncaster. Knox, Mitch Bufferton has come in from Port Melbourne. He hasn't. I suppose it's hard when you're playing in a midfield that is the calibre of Knox's, I suppose, when you're probably the one shining light. I think whoever convinced Woofer to go to Knox and tough out a season there probably deserves an Order of Australia medal in the Queen's birthday in a month's time.
We'd love to hear from Knox too, if Archie Thompson, their #1 fan, has been down to watch.
Archie?
So yeah, didn't you see him in his jumper, his oversized jumper on their Facebook? So I'd like to know if he's been down and watched the game, Big Archie. But no, Doncaster.
Speaking of places that are windy, Knox Gardens Reserve could possibly be the windiest ground in the EFL.
Decent burger there too. So
a nice grandstand.
Yeah.
Beer on tap, very nice. Montrose, Noble Park, up at the foot of the Dandenongs. The lovely picturesque Montrose Reserve. I love going up there. And Noble Park love going up there as well. I think they've won their last 4 games against Montrose at Montrose. The Bulls are a good side. Montrose have had that one good season when they came up to Division 1. They played finals. The last couple of seasons, they haven't taken steps backwards, but the other teams have gone past them a bit.
They had a harder draw.
Yeah, they had a harder draw, and they've sort of been found out. And I think they'll drop another game here against a side that's just better than them on paper.
Yeah, Noble Park will beat them quite comfortably. I think they had a decent win last week over North Ringwood, but I'm worried about North Ringwood. We'll talk about them later. But yeah, Montrose just aren't quite up to it at the moment.
No, the Bulls 4 in a row.
For a good start to the season, it would be for the boys down at the Pat Wright Senior Oval at Mullum Reserve. Norwood take on North Ringwood. The battle of the postcode, I think you like to call this one AKR. Norwood's not actually a suburb, but it's in North Ringwood, so I think they don't like each other, these two sides. Norwood missing their gun, their spearhead. Yeah. Lee Williams is gone for the rest of the season.
I reckon about 2 or 3 months speaking to him, Leroy, with one of those real swollen type legs from a couple of corkies, so he's not well at all. But They
Both
lost
teams
it.
are struggling, aren't
They
they?
lost
Both
too
teams
many.
are struggling.
They lost too many depth players. Norwood. I don't think Matty Decler's playing. Obviously, David Johnson and that overseas playing cricket. Other players, Rhett Jordan, of course, he's an absolute superstar. He's off playing
Preston,
West
Lakeside.
Somewhere over there doing some sort of coaching as well as playing. So they're just Norwood. They're in real trouble. I don't think they can make finals now.
Well, if they get done today, which I don't think they will, because I don't think North Ringwood are all they're cracked up to be. I think they'll win today, just Norwood, but they'll still be 1 and 3. Yeah. And if they do fall on the wrong side of a ledger in a close game...
Well, their draw's too hard. They made the grand final. Their draw's too hard without Williams, I think, to make it. They need to step up from guys like Whedon, the big recruits.
Well, Wynn's not going to sit in the goal square and kick 6.
No, but he needs to step up in the midfield. We need to see him in the best every week. He's a sort of big recruit that's come down. He's filling the shoes of Rhett Jordan effectively. So we need to see big performances from him and that midfield stepping up.
Yeah, the captain's backing. John Holmes is backing the team this week. Must win for Norwood to win today.
I think only just, though.
Yeah, they win, but
North Ringwood
just because North Ringwood aren't very good.
No, but they'll show the fight that they've been showing. You know, they're a tough side to beat. So it's not on the scoreboard because sides are getting it, able to have their way with them, so to speak. But they'll always tough it out and make it a tough affair at the very least. Rowville take on Blackburn at Seabeck Oval, the Ray Baird Memorial Oval, as we like to call it here in the Eastern Football League media team. Hawks, Panthers. Hawks will go under the radar. I think the Hawks will go under the radar again for most of this season. And sneak into finals like they've done the last 2 years.
Well, I left them out because I forgot about them. And that's exactly what I didn't look at all the teams in Division 1, left them out of my top 5, and then went, how did I miss Rowville? And that's exactly why, because they just float under the radar. But they lost last week to Doncaster. That's a big surprise. Doncaster.
They were 29 points up at one stage.
And Doncaster are surprising teams this year. So they're the sort of team that you've got to be careful of. But Rowville, Blackburn aren't much good. Unfortunately, they lost too many players out of that footy club. New coach down there. I haven't got a chance to see him play it, so I'm not quite sure what they're trying to do.
Well, they were awesome on the weekend against South Croydon. They won that game by 70-odd points. Jake Hammond kicked a bag up forward on his big ranging left foot kick. They beat Doncaster by a kick in round 1. I don't think they're that bad. I think you're underselling Blackburn and maybe overselling Rowville a little bit.
It'll be interesting to see today. This is the sort of game I've been waiting with Blackburn to see. So if Blackburn can turn it on today, I'm certainly looking forward to getting down and watching them. I'll admit that straight off the bat. I haven't seen them play, but as I said, the results probably apart from last week, Seymour have been probably disappointed me a little bit. I had them up there challenging again, but obviously losing Ben Fraser and players like that, it's always going to be tough to replace them.
Yeah, well, we're at the stage now where after 4 or 5 games, we'll start to see and have these questions answered, and the teams will start to separate themselves from each other, and we'll see how good teams are or how bad some teams are, unfortunately.
But I'm going Rowville.
Rowville for me as well.
Rowville, yeah, Rowville for me as well at home. South Croydon take on East Ringwood at the Pouch. Not the Pouch, at the Kennel. This one will be. Cheong Park, the Dog Pound. That's this afternoon, of course.
I'm going to pick East Ringwood.
You're going to pick East Ringwood?
I've been pretty impressed.
Coming off 130 points shellacking last week?
Look, I think that, as I said, I reckon if South Croydon played Vermont this week, they'd get flogged, like that. But East Ringwood have impressed me. I was surprised that they're winning round 1. On top of some other decent performances, challenging performances, I'm gonna go with them. I'm really hoping they can stay up with what Buzz is doing down there. But it's going to be a tough one for them. But I reckon they might get up. But problem is Miles Sewell. What sort of form's he in for South Croydon? And he's the sort of guy, unfortunately, that can get a hold of teams like East Ringwood and maybe get them over the line.
I think they found one in Trent Zoma as well, who's kicked a couple of bags.
Another interleague selection.
Yeah, so far to start the season. Only kicked 2 on the weekend in that disappointing loss to Blackburn. But I think they're forward line with him and Tucker up there, and of course the King boys nipping around at people's feet as well. I think they'll just be too good at home. Don't forget they were good in round 1 at home against Noble Park.
Yeah.
Noble Park really had to play footy for 4 quarters to get
this
over.
This could be a really good game. It's got the makings of it.
It does, but it also has the makings of a South Croydon win by about 10 goals, which is what I'm going to be tipping.
I'm going to go the Roos in a close one.
Yeah. No worries at all.
I'm going to stick with South Croydon at home.
I don't think we can afford to lose another East Ringwood Division 1 mainstayer type club out of this league, Seymour.
No, I don't
think we can. In the last few years.
Yeah, well, at least Vermont aren't going to go anywhere.
No.
That's pretty much set in stone. And speaking of which, our radio game here this afternoon is, of course, Vermont taking on Balwyn. It's first versus second on the Division 1 ladder. It's two teams you've picked to play off in the grand final later in the season. We're going to see that sort of intensity and that sort of excitement today.
I think so. I think these sides are pretty keen to get out there. Obviously, this game last year was all very controversial with the play-on call, and it was a draw.
Oh, yes.
This game last year. So Vermont should have actually won that game. So be interesting to see how it plays. As I said, Seymour, that's so interesting because as much as we can get into this game today, I don't know how much it's going to tell us because come finals time, these are postage stamps we're playing on here at Vermont and at Balwyn.
Look, it won't. It's only round 4, but no Osborne, no Broadhurst, no Barker, no Danny Hughes. Do you feel ripped off?
A little bit.
Do you feel a little bit, even though you didn't have to pay to get in, you still feel a bit ripped off?
A little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Me too.
A little bit.
I feel horribly ripped off. That's always a pleasure to come and watch Balwyn play and see names like that. No Goss either.
No, he's gone.
No Roach, I meant.
Yeah,
Roach is injured. He's not in the side this afternoon, so...
Gossy went back to the long sleeves, mate.
That's there's just 4 real star power players. You know, those names, those big bright lights. Names have got big bright lights that aren't playing this afternoon.
Could it be a bit of a blessing in disguise because a lot of those players are tall?
I don't think so.
They're missing out on a ground like this?
No, I don't think so at all.
Don't think so?
No, you can't take players like that out of a side and say it's a blessing in disguise.
I think Roach is the one that really hurts. I think Tom Roach is the one that
They're 4 of the best players in the competition, let alone in one side. So I think that they will lick their wounds a bit with that one today. And maybe their forward line will have to work a little bit harder to function.
How big's the ruck match up today, Seymour?
Who we got? Mason
up against the young man.
Up against Buxton.
We're going to struggle just to call him Buxton.
Every time I hear his name, I think of a hayfield out in Buxton.
Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption. Andy Dufresne style. But we'll see how they go this afternoon. Johnny Mason is a very, very good ruckman. He's a very good tap ruckman. He's very smart and around the ground.
He's quick too.
He's exceptional around the ground. He gets himself in the right spots. So
certainly doesn't run like a ruckman.
I think the key for Buxton today will be to try and get the knees in him a couple of times. So by the time the last quarter rolls around, he can't bloody move, and he's got bruises all over his legs.
He's probably the stronger of the two. I mean, looking at them anyway, he's probably the stronger of the two.
Yes.
But one thing I found with him last year that he really struggled with was using the ball and getting marks around the ground, which Mason's really good at. So if he's improved that this year, Buxton, he could be a real star. He's going to be the up-and-coming ruckman, I think, at the end of the year you'll look at.
Absolutely.
But his kicking needs to get better, and his around-the groundwork needs to get much better.
That's definitely the battle I'm looking forward to today. A tip from you?
Vermont.
Vermont? Esmond?
I'm going to stick with Balwyn. I'm still going to stick with Balwyn. But look, it's a real toss-up, and it's going to be very difficult to judge how things go this afternoon.
I think Vermont by 5 or 6 goals. I think they'll get some breathing space early.
I think this ground is midfielders kicking goals, and I think that's what Vermont have had so far this year with guys like Schneider and Howard. They're kicking goals out of the middle of the ground, and this ground in particular, you win a centre clearance and you're 60 metres, 50 metres away from a goal. So
even a guy
goals
like Preto again comes into play.
And that will suit them this afternoon. We're 10 minutes away from the first bounce here at the Vermont Recreation Reserve. Keep the dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League.
मेरे मुस्तकबिल के कुछ मंसूबे हैं Mam zaplanowaną przyszłość.
I've also planned for the future. With the Tobin Brothers Funerals fixed price funeral plan, you can be sure your family won't be burdened with the cost of your funeral. Your life will be celebrated the way you want it and the price is fixed forever.
Je l'ai prévu pour l'avenir.
Plan for the future today so you can relax and enjoy the journey with those who matter most. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating diversity as they celebrate lives.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory Direct locations around Melbourne and country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au. Program sponsor.
Bumper crowd in here at the Vermont Recreation Reserve this afternoon for the first versus second clash between the Vermont Footy Club and the Balwyn Footy Club. You're listening to EFL Game Day, brought to you by the Pancake Parlour, open 24 hours at Doncaster and Malvern East. Isn't that lovely? Almost as lovely as the weather out here this afternoon now in Kirkby-Rodier. You could not ask for a better day for football.
I was a bit worried yesterday, Seymour, with all the rain we had, that we might get a sloppy one here, but it certainly turned itself on today. And suits both these teams.
It certainly will, the fast running sides and the silky midfielders that they've got. Grant Soupy Campbell is, of course, our resident statsman here at the Eastern Football League, and he's joining us again this afternoon. All thanks to Yarra Valley Water. Make sure you choose TAP. Soupy, what are the important numbers coming in to this clash between Vermont and Balwyn this afternoon?
We've lost him. Can't hear him.
No.
Soupy. I'll tell you what, I reckon Cam Howard is wearing 57 today too, Seymour. I've just seen
I don't think
someone
Cockers
running in, so Cockers might be...
I don't think Cockers had much idea of what was going on.
I've got a feeling maybe his jumper got ripped at some point.
Well, last week.
Yeah,
maybe.
last week, and he's had to slip on the number 50. We saw that a lot last year with Balwyn. Remember Lukey Barker was running around at 60-odd, and Randy Gilchrist.
Yeah, it was a cold day. It was a cold, wet...
Yeah.
Oh, it was freezing that day. It was about 6
Same
degrees.
game.
There's 6 degrees in the sun, and they all came out with long sleeves on after half time.
No, they certainly do. I'm really looking forward to watching Darcy Crocker today, though, especially after Esmond said how terrific he thought he was in round one. He looks a player. He's little, but he's solid, isn't he?
Have a look at Ryan Phillips as well. He's taking marks at the paint of 50. He's just going for a bounce there in the middle of the arc. He is a big boy. And the reason why they call him Buckets is because legend has it, he can hold 24 eggs in one hand. He's got the biggest hands.
Low type.
He's got the Neil Mann style Collingwood Premiership star from 1958. He's just got big hands and he takes some big, strong marks. And we'll see him today bust packs and really be an excitement machine up forward for Vermont.
Probably the one reason he didn't play a lot of senior footy last year, I think, was probably just his engine. Probably didn't have enough in that.
Yep, and he had to bide his time, and he learned how to kick bags because he was coming back.
Oh, he was
kicking
bags
sixes
every week.
and sevens every week. So that's going to hold him in good stead. Soupy, have we got you now? Thanks to Yarra Valley Choose Tap.
I hope you do.
Absolutely, we do. Welcome to the broadcast, Grant Campbell. The stats that matter this afternoon?
Oh, well, I haven't got too many for you, but the main ones are that they're the number 1 and 2 side for points for and against. Obviously, Balwyn being very prolific, 421 points in their 3 games. That's clear number 1 compared to Vermont with 383. Vermont just 124 points against, so their defence has been doing a great job. Balwyn 164. And just for a note, we haven't seen Jake Best in the commentary team before, but I've seen him, Casey. If there was a 100-metre sprint, he could possibly win it. I haven't seen every EFL play this year, but he is lightning quick.
Kicked a lot of goals.
Is he playing? Is he on our team sheet?
Yep.
Yeah, he's right in front of us. If you look at it,
number 13.
Number 13.
Apparently in the practice games as well, he's kicking bags of goals. So
he's a real sort of live wire type forward. That's got a lot of pace. So if he's in any room, it's not the biggest ground for him, but he will certainly show that today.
And a super cricketer too, plays for the Basin.
That's well introduced. Just introduce yourself on the show, Ray Baird. Welcome to the broadcast this afternoon. In your experience, is it the defence of Vermont that wins a game like this, or is it the attacking prowess of the Balwyn Footy Club that gets the job done on a warm Saturday afternoon in round 4?
No, look, if Balwyn are going to win, it's going to be their defence that's going to win the game for them in holding the forward to the Vermont side. But we get back to the old saying, the game's going to be won in the midfield. I just think in the midfield. And I look at that Vermont side. I'm tipping Vermont today by 3 goals. And I just think they just got far more run. We spoke to Dan Donati, or you guys spoke to Dan Donati in pre-match, and he said that, you know, they've got 5 or 6 top players out of that side. So
big names too.
The big names, yeah. And they're losing Barker last week after he kicked 9 for the day. You know, that's a big loss there. So I just can't see Balwyn kicking enough score to win this game.
And I think that's my biggest concern going in. I've got Vermont down by about 5 or 6 goals, and my biggest concern going in is how traditionally their depth hasn't been amazing. That, you know, the top 12 players in the reserves have never been able to quite transition properly, and there's 5 or 6 really, really big names. They're not just bit part players that are missing today. They're big names.
Well, look, we just saw their reserves running around here, and they a huge loss to the Vermont reserve side. But then you got to remember, back 12 months, boys, the Balwyn reserves won the premiership as well. Let's not forget that.
Absolutely right. Dyson Baker, the media manager of the Eastern Football League, has begrudgingly decided to grace us with his presence here this afternoon. Great man, welcome to the coverage. You'll be alongside myself calling this wonderful game of football this afternoon. A sun-baked Vermont Recreation Reserve. Could you ask for a better setting for a game of football?
When I was looking through the conditions last night, it didn't look great at all. I think they were saying that there was rain and thunderstorms and all sorts of business, but luckily that's all stayed away so far this afternoon, touch wood. But it should be a fantastic game, probably.
Melamite type underneath there.
Look, for mine, I think Balwyn get the job done today. I still think, you know, that experience probably wins over all else. I think if Vermont put in a real show, we're in for a treat for the rest of the year, that's for sure.
Just talking on that weather, I mean, I as you all know, I live at Roval, and it absolutely belted down with rain there last night. But you've got to look at the grounds that these guys are playing on in the conditions today. These grounds can take a huge amount of water. And look at it, it's perfect conditions today. You wouldn't have even thought that there was any rain overnight.
They drain exceptionally well. Chris Pennebury's
synthetic pitches as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Chris Pennebury's got the job on Joel Perry in the Vermont forward line, and the umpire holds the ball aloft and we're ready to get underway on this brilliant Saturday afternoon. Meeson and Buxton up in the ruck. No clear, decisive winner on the tap. Liam Whale Buxton, or we'll just go with Buxton this afternoon, goes in with the second effort and lays a nice strong tackle. So we'll have a secondary ball up in the middle of the VRR. That's a nice tap from Meeson out into some open space. No one quite able to run onto the ball. Picked up by Cross. He couldn't get a handball away, but he'll get a free kick for some incidental contact over the shoulder.
From the non-officiating umpire, too.
So it's going the other way. It's going the way of Buxton. Oh, no, there's a bit of a circus going on. No, it's going to come back. It's going to go in the middle of the ground to Vermont.
We got there eventually.
And it is Adam Parker who finds Predo. It's a short stabbing ball. Still in the middle of the ground. That left foot kick from Predo is absolutely no good, and Marco Regan tries to chop that off, but it's picked up by Adam Parker, who puts the footy under his wing and strolls the ball inside forward 50 with a long high kick up in the direction of Phillips, not able to take the mark, tracks a bouncing ball towards the boundary line, and eventually the white paint wins that, and we'll have a boundary throw in the half forward flank for the Vermont Footy Club.
He looks like Tony Lockett. He's built like him, doesn't he? Big buckets, Phillips.
Well, Vermont would be pretty happy if he was half as good as Tony Lockett. There's best for the Eagles, trying hard to make something out of nothing. Putting his head over the ball is Darcy Crocker, laid up in a strong tackle there by Lachlan Bain. And we'll have another stoppage situation. So I'm in the forward pocket. Not a lot of space up forward for either side. Cam Purdy sniffing around. Rod Crow got the job on him. I think Cam Purdy I think you'll see him as as almost a fifth-on baller up high around the stoppage, especially at half forward this afternoon.
He certainly loves to run.
Phillips will do the forward ruck work for his side. Tap the straight down the throw to Parker, who spent the footy before he had it. Johnny Meeson comes in and lays a tackle on the former Scoresby Magpie, now current Vermont Eagle, Veston Ferris last year, an absolute star of the Eastern Football League. So stalemate inside forward 50 for Vermont at the moment. Now Balwyn finally gets some clear possession going out towards half forward. Jeff Goebbels leads in the flight with that ball. Coming back though is Lachlan Carey, chops it off. Handball to Crocker. Up the line, picked up on the half volley there by Tommy Schneider. Couldn't quite find a teammate with that handball, but the Eagles, they're working it well. Here's a high kick to half forward and floating in from the side and just through his hands, Cam Purdy. The Tigers will mop up at the back and another rebound 50 for the Balwyn boys.
Chance now for Dragier. Gives his handball and goes out now to Pendlebury. Up towards centre wing. Leading in the foot race here will be Gordon. First to meet it, although great pressure came late from
Good tackle,
Davidson.
great tackle.
Wrapped him up on centre wing and going absolutely nowhere.
That was really good footy then. Gordon was trying to suck him into the push in the back, but he kept on his feet, Davidson.
And Davidson straight off. I'm assuming that was just a rotation, but perfect timing. Meeson taps. Hard up against the boundary line. O'Regan can't keep it in. Tried to play for deliberate, as everyone does these days.
Only Brian Lake can do that.
Been watching too much footy on TV.
Oh, we saw a deliberate behind last week, Seymour.
Did we?
Paid, yep.
Saw that umpire twos today.
Meeson, big punch forward, double fister towards the forward 50. Overrunning it on that occasion was Cassidy. Couldn't pick it up. Now ball sitting in the centre square. Nothing happening. So I think both these sides just trying to work each other out at the moment.
I haven't seen a lot of clear possession. It's been very congested and tough in close so far, which is what you'd expect.
It's about 14 sets of players around the ball at the moment. Finally, we had a bit of a clear tap. McComey was wrapped up. Again, still on centre wing, commentary side. Big crowd here.
It'll be handy for us today. Both Robbie and Luke McComb out there for the Vermont Footy Club. They're identical twins, so they both look exactly the same.
And both wear numbers in the 40s as well. So if you hear McComb, just assume it's one or the other, because we probably don't know either way.
Just O'Regan looks like he's got the job on Parker around the stoppages here.
And he's already had 4 or 5 early touches, O'Regan.
So ball to be thrown in once again, true centre wing. Ball hasn't moved much in the last minute or so. Now it's tapped down by Meeson. Gilchrist was first to meet it, got crunched heavily. Parker clears away up towards half forward. In back position, got leaps and managed to get a fist to it. Trying to work through it. Good effort there, Howard. And he's wrapped up once again on centre wing. So after all that, ball's probably moved about 25 metres in the last 5 minutes or so. Cross boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic bedding. Esmond?
The ground's in perfect condition. And it's about a 3-goal breeze to the Boronia Road end, which is where Balwyn's kicking to.
Very much Esmond Aponso. Thanks to Chiropedic betting, of course. Whale Buxton gets rid of Meeson in that ruck contest and thumps the ball towards the boundary line. Picked up by McComb, who had to get around Cross before he kicked that ball. Meeting it up on the half volley was Cam Purdy. Couldn't quite collect the Sherrin. And bodies flying everywhere as Cross is tackled by Purdy, and we'll have a ball up. It was very, very good in this corresponding fixture last year out at Balwyn, Sean Cross, on that wet, muddy day. Very tough in and under footballer, which is not what you'd expect for a bloke with shoulder-length hair. There's McComb bursting away from the pack. Meeson hops the ball over the boundary line again.
Your thoughts on Cross, Aaron? You're a big fan.
No, he's a decent player, Shawnee Cross. Certainly gets his possessions and kicks his goals.
Loving this Buxton.
Very diplomatic answer.
I'm loving this Buxton-Meeson contest in the ruck already. It's been fantastic. This time a free kick plucked out by the umpire. It's going to go the way of the Vermont player Buxton. Handballs to Schneider, who has to go back in board and pumps it long inside forward 50. Who's going to take the mark? It's Cam Purdy at the top of the square. Joel Perry's brother.
Yeah,
My mistake. Who's lining up at full forward on Chris Pendlebury this afternoon.
They both played for East Ringwood, so.
They did. I was going to say the former Roo, so it really wouldn't have mattered. He's going to line up for the first deliberate shot on goal for the afternoon. We played 6.5 minutes in the first term. Neither side have really looked like putting one through the big sticks, but here comes Joel Perry to change all that. 15 metres out, straight in front. Goal umpire does a bit of work. He does too much work. How do you miss from there? One behind. Vermont Eagles on the board.
No, neither side can get the advantage at the moment, but what is very noticeable is the number of rotations that both these coaches have had in the first 6 minutes of play.
Stoppage city out there too, isn't it?
It is.
It's stoppage after stoppage.
It's an ugly 5 minutes of football so far. Jackson Wetherall to do the kicking in duties.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, I should say. Kicks to the far side. Right. Handball's back to Wetherall. Under a bit of pressure. Nice work there from McConnon. He finds his target in the captain, Gilchrist. Milhuisen at half-back, marks. He's got Pendlebury out right in front of our commentary position. Manages to gain him there. Right on his defensive 50 arc, up towards centre wing. And a good mark taken there by Gordon.
They worked that out beautifully out of the back line then, Balwyn. They just held onto it and found their man.
A little bit more deliberate with their approach this time, although the kick wasn't all that flash. Cutting it off there was Buxton. And it goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
That's a good start.
40 round from the Balwyn goal.
Been a good start for him, Seymour. That was one thing last year I didn't see a lot of him doing, was the around the ground, getting back.
He worked real hard to get to that contest. Buxton, of course, you're talking about.
Yep.
Ball thrown in. 40 out from the Balwyn goal. Tapped down by Watts, trying to run through. Bursting through the pack there was Matty Lee, the former king. Strikes first blood in this one. And Balwyn have their first goal. They're 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Vermont 1 behind, 1 point. We played about 7.5 minutes first term.
A very good goal to the Vermont small man there. And look, Dantonati wouldn't be happy with that. Coaches are never happy when the opposition score a goal from a stoppage. So, you know, when the ball goes out of bounds at stoppage, you must man up, man on man, and no one is to get 3. And, of course, Balwyn paid the price.
I was just going to comment as that Buxton is loving the physicality in these ruck contests, but it was big Rennie Watts that was up in the ruck contest on that occasion, just fed it down the throat of Matty Lee, and it was a sharp piece of roving and a good finish from the opportunistic small forward.
Well, he was just running the gauntlet there beautifully, and that's going to be a real challenge today because Joel Perry's not going to spend a lot of time in the ruck.
Absolutely right. Watts is in the ruck against Perry, and Watts gives away the free kick. It's going to go the way of Vermont. So big Joel Perry in the middle of the ground here. It was low stabbing ball to high half forward. Mark not taken there by Best. Ball at ground level, picked up by Jared Wright. Vermont players appealing for deliberate out of bounds as the Sharon trickles over right out in front of the Vermont primary school.
Bloody good crowd out here.
It's a bumper crowd, a lovely day for footy, and I believe some form of luncheon happening.
There's about 130 in there as well.
Inside the Eagles' nest. McComb's handball to Parker was a good one. Put the vice captain in a little bit of space, and Phillips from 4 deep couldn't bring the mark down. Sharon hits the deck. Jake Best on top of, I think that's Chris Pendlebury on hands and knees for the Balwyn Footy Club, working hard to keep that ball in.
Has the reach there as well from Big Phillips from behind Pendlebury as well. He's not a small man.
Just came in there from 4 or 5 deep, got first hands on it, and almost stuck. Here's Wadley for a roving type goal across the face, out on the full. Disappointing, but exciting nonetheless.
Of course, former Division 3 under-19s, Best and Ferris with Ringwood, Sam Wadley. Gilchrist marks, gives away to Aaron's man Cross, up towards half forward, flying across the back, couldn't take the mark on that occasion there was Crocker. Now a chance for Vermont to clear out to the outer side, plenty of space out there. They just need to assess the options through Emily, up towards half forward, right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Good
A great
hands.
mark taken there by McConnon.
Great hands.
And he marks 55 out from goal.
Not a lot of space there either for the Eagles.
Short chip kick finds Howard, former Old Kerry skipper. Another short chip kick over the top. That one also finds its target. So a concerted effort to get the accuracy of the kicking right. And Jake Best marks on a tough angle, but still only 25 metres out from goal.
Interesting, when McConnell took that mark 55 metres out, there was probably 3 or 4 one-on-ones at the teeth of the Vermont goal. And I think they're not going to be able to find some space up forward if they keep playing like that.
Stabs at it a little bit, just a little bit too far right, and the second behind on the scoreboard for the Vermont Eagles. They're 2 behinds, 2 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Balwyn 1 straight 6. We've gone 11 minutes in this first term on EFL GameDay.
Pendlebury, short kick finds Shane Tregear, one of the mainstays of this Balwyn back line. It's a risky kick to Cross. Doesn't quite pay off because Sean Cross wasn't up to the challenge. Couldn't take the mark. McComb mops up for the Eagles. Here's a big ball inside 50 in the direction of Best, who takes
he stole it
a
late.
strong contested mark.
It was a mark to Weatherall.
Man
He's
in
just
front.
pinched it over the back.
He knew too, he threw it straight back to his opposition player.
Joko Weatherall, EFL representative, of course. But Jamie Gottlieb's in the dead pocket back across goal. Decides to sell a bit of candy to the player on the mark instead. Go long down the line to the wing. De Soysa had the front position. He was bundled out of it by Castricum. No free kick, said the umpire. Castricum goes back in after that. Handball's back again. Vermont fellas just unable to find their targets with their handballs at the moment. It's mopped up by Rennie Watts, whose left foot kick around the corner. Bounces in front of Preto, who gets a horrible bounce, goes over the top of his head. And
Too
Nathan
high.
Gordon gets a free kick for too high as he swooped on that ball. Had the free kick not been paid, I'm sure he would have been able to find some space and get to a teammate running forward. And it would have been a certain goal, but maybe a professional free kick. And now Nathan Gordon, the former Richmond Tiger, goes back 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle to have a crack at Balwyn, second of the afternoon.
Looked like Lachlan Carey there. He won the medal last week for Vermont to one of the Anzac medals. You can't get sucked in with Gordon because he's trying to do that every time the ball's at ground level. He's going to try and suck you in to get a high tackler in the back, and Carey fell for it on that occasion.
There's obviously the 30-second rule not invoke in the eastern suburbs. Taking his sweet time with this one, Nathan Gordon. maybe too long, too much time to think about it as he's pushed it just to the right-hand side. So first blemish on the scoreboard for the Tigers. They move to 1-1-7. Vermont 2 behind, so 5-point lead to the Tigers. 13 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Do you reckon he'll bless us with one of the great EFL interviews after his debut one for the Swans? Do you remember that, Dyson? First man to swear live on air straight after a win for the Swans, Nathan Gordon, on debut.
We'll soon see which way the result goes. As Schneider marks deep in the back pocket. Kick still waddling, out wide. Dangerous kick, but it's found its target in McCafferty. About 45 out from defensive goal. Plenty of numbers, just all manned up at the moment. Trying to look for Perry. He got caught 3 deep. Nice tap down there from Watts, but Vermont managed to work it inside forward 50. Nice body work from Milhoisen. Won the contest, but lost it at the fall of the ball. Phillips gave the handball away, running himself into a lot of pressure. Now a chance. Still plenty of numbers for Vermont. They just can't get that clean disposal. And eventually Buxton's wrapped up about 40 metres out from goal.
Just mucked around with it a bit too much. You know, the golden rule in footy, never handball to a ruckman.
He looked okay, though.
Ryan Phillips did.
Panicked.
He looked like he could actually move okay there, Buxton.
So Perry, third man up, tries to punch it forward. Right to be the first to meet it. Handball's away. Now Crow, deep in defence, almost gets run back onto his defensive line. Hard up against the boundary line. That one's going to go out of bounds on the full. And a free kick going the way of Parker for Vermont. And he immediately finds a target in Luke McComb. And McComb can go back and line up from 35 out. Slight angle here at the Canterbury Road end. Although handball's across. Howard on the tough angle on the left boot and sails across to the right-hand side. 3 for 1 behind. Just on that, is it possible for a player to run in front of...
That's what I was thinking.
So Howard ran in front of him and he handballed straight to him.
Is it a penalty or should it just be brought back?
Normally they usually just tell him to get out.
It's a real odd one. Alas, it's Vermont 3 behind 3 points. Balwyn 1-1-7. You're listening to EFL Game Day on 98.1 Radio Western.
Kick out from Weatherald eventually found itself in the arms of Rennie Watts, who handballs to Goebbels, who goes out wide again to Marco Regan, who kicks a low ball up to half forward. That's a strong mark on the stretch taken by Lockie Bain. He's just outside the paint of what's the 40-metre arc here at Vermont. There's a bit of space up forward. The kick's ill directed. The bodywork from Goebbels is very smart. And Gordon, have a look at that. Big flash Gordon on the left foot around the corner. I think he's kicked it, has he? Absolutely has. So well done by, I think it was Jeff Goebbels, who put him into a bit of space. And the finish from Gordon was as good as you'll ever see. And there's the second one on the board for the Tigers. They moved to 2-1-13. They've had the fast start here this afternoon. Vermont 3 behinds. I think we've travelled about 17 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They worked that ball very well out of the back line, the Balwyn side there. And, of course, Goebbels, he presented himself at centre-half forward and gave the opportunity for Gordon to snap a left-foot goal.
That's what they're doing better at the moment, Ray. They're moving the ball much better out of their back line. Vermont are winning the contested footy, but then they're missing the goals, kicking it out on the full or behinds, and then it's coming back the other way out of the back line.
Yeah, well, I did say at the start of the game, you know, their back line, it's workmanlike, and if they can be on song today, you know, they've got every chance their back line's going to set them up to kick a winning score.
Ball back in the middle once again, 16 minutes played. Just looking down our list, I reckon Crocker's got about 5 touches he hasn't had because Castricum was in number 26.
Yeah.
So out of the middle, McComb tries to get his handball away, does so. Parker under pressure, gets it inside forward 50. Trying to scrap for everything there. Phillips tried to get it away. Now a handball came out the back to Neal. Quick shot on goal up to the top of the goal square. Godleifson had back position, but great body work. Ball still in the hands of the Eagles, and from the impossible angle, missing across to the left-hand side and through for 1 behind. So just a little less clean with disposal, particularly going inside forward 50 at the moment. This is leaves Vermont 4 behind 4 points.
They've been constantly under pressure. Disposals inside
that
50.
was Jake Best again. I think he's kicked 3 of their 4 behind so far. So if he can start kicking accurately, they'll be better off.
Weatherald with the kick in again. He's gone long a couple of times. He opts for the same tactic here. He looks in the direction of Meeson, who's got Buxton to deal with. Buxton brings the ball to ground. It's picked up by Kenley of the Tigers. His rifle kick around the corner goes out on the full. The ball was out of bounds by an absolute mile. Should have been out on the full, I would have thought.
It's interesting.
The field umpire called play on, given that it was touched.
I think it was touched off the boot, so it does become a throw-in.
So it'll be a throw-in.
And
right
in the defence of the boundary umpire, he knew exactly what was going on, and all the players then attacked him verbally. That's right. No, well done to the boundary umpire.
Tell you who started well again, Jason Kennedy. He was one of the real unsung heroes of Balwyn last year, and he's been terrific again today.
McComb going nowhere.
Really good around the contest.
I'm sure we gave him a Trojan toolkit at some stage for the workhorse of the day. We covered enough Balwyn games last year.
Whale Buxton is tough in that ruck contest. The ball into the arms of, I think that's Kyle Emily. It is.
Yeah, Emily.
His first touch of the afternoon. A bit of push and shove going on.
He was a real improver for Vermont last year, Kyle Emily. Runs hard.
Meeson, front position in the ruck at the bootlaces of Gilchrist. McComb gets there first and then cops an errant elbow to the back of the head and will take the free kick. 40 metres out. Low ball inside forward 50. Only as far as Big Johnny Meeson, the former Melbourne Demon. He's got Jamie Gottliebson short wide on the flank. Ignores that, just pumps it long down the line. We've got a couple of one-on-ones on centre wing. That's smart football by Corey Cassidy. Takes a strong contested mark. Goes back across the ground. That's Timmy Johnson. He's got Preto. We haven't seen his familiar run and dash from half back. We've seen him turn the ball over there, though, straight at the arms of San Filippo. He goes inside the forward 50. There's a shot on goal from Lockie Bain, just to the right-hand side. It's mopped up by the Eagles. Sharp work by the Vermont defenders. And all of a sudden, the ball is on centre wing and camped in between two Balwyn players is Kirby McConnell. Couldn't take the mark. And Darcy Crocker comes in to make sure that the boundary line wins out, and probably a win for Vermont, that situation.
Timmy Johnson again doing the great work there with the smother. Just does that every week, the captain.
Yeah, free kick off the ball. It was holding on Taylor Gilchrist. I'm not sure who the player was. It was just a sort of pull of the jumper as he ran past. Fair pick up by Jason Herman. It was about 45 metres away from the actual play. So silly free kick from...
Why has it gone back to him, though? Surely it should have been at the contest.
Because the ball wasn't in play at the time.
It's a short ball to Milhausen.
Still seems ridiculous to me.
We need Brad Pulley.
Who's just on the right side of halfway. He goes short again. This time Liam Fraser. Entry inside 50 and another poor kick, and we've seen some horrible turnovers in the last couple of minutes. Davidson, sweeping handball out wide to Preto, who has to give it back to Davidson, who runs around a couple of Balwyn defenders and stabs one up to Tommy Schneider at half back. Schneider comes in board. He's got McComb. Handballs forward to Davidson, to Emily, whose left foot kick around the corner sells Purdy into a little bit of space. His right foot kick inside forward 50. He's opportunistic at best.
How did he get that far on his own?
The question is, where's Chris Pendlebury?
Joel Perry in the right place at the right time in 10 metres of space. Takes the mark 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle and turned his back on the goal straight away, which might not have been a good idea as he had a player on his own in the goal square in the form of Kirby McConnell. So he'd want to go back and kick this. Already missed a set shot, one from directly in front that my grandma with a busted hip and a rooted ankle probably could have put through. But here comes Joel Perry. Distance not going to be an issue. And accuracy, no concern either. Joel Perry draws first blood for the Eagles this afternoon. They're on the board. 1-4-10 they move to. Balwyn 2-1-13. So 3 points the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've just ticked the time on in the first term.
I don't know whether that was error in transition, but Chris Pendlebury's just apologised to about 4 different players. Gottliebson shouldn't be one out with Perry.
I don't think he was even near him. So that's something that
Pendlebury just got caught ball watching, I think.
He sometimes he does take the risk, similar to Macaulay from Blackburn, where he does go up the ground to help out, and on that occasion it hurt.
The problem is that he can be damaging at times, but that's the repercussion for the action. He's trying to work it out here is Gilchrist. Got caught without it. McComb inside forward 50, darting ball. Great mark taken there by Phillips. And from directly in front, about 20 metres out, Buckets can go back and put 2 in a minute for the Vermont
He's a
Football Club.
strong boy.
And this is what they missed last year. And this is why Joel Perry was forced to go forward. They didn't have a contested marking player in that forward line, Vermont. Adding him in there, as well as the luxury of being able to play Perry forward, is dangerous. Because the quick kick all of a sudden is dangerous.
To give the Eagles the lead, comes in. Umpire did not move. Eagles have 2 in a minute. Eagles have 2 on the board, and they move to 2-4-16. Balwyn at 2-1-13. 20 minutes gone. Time on in the first term here at Vermont Recreation Reserve.
Let's go to Grant Campbell. Thanks to Choose Tap for the stats that matter so far in this first term.
inside 50s 11-6 in favour of Vermont. They're well on top in the clearances, 13-5 and won all 4 centre clearances. Adam Parker already with 6 kicks.
Both McComb boys running right in the clinches.
Particularly Luke. Luke has had a heck of a lot of the ball. Yeah, he's the one that shot that pass in there.
He's had 4 or 5 of those 13 clearances by himself. I think he's done a lot of the grunt work in there.
Do you have to pay extra for the door-to-door canteen service, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
So clearance came out, bit of a nil-all draw, goes out to centre wing on the outer side. Cross gets the handball away now, moves it further forward to Lee, goes inside forward 50, top of the goal square, and almost a mark taken on that occasion by Gordon, but he sees it over the goal line and through for another behind. 2-2-14, Balwyn, 2-4-16, Vermont, 23.5 minutes gone first term. EFL game day, of course, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour.
Locations across the east. Doncaster open 24 hours and Ringwood Glen Waverley open till 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Perfect up to the footy on a Saturday night, Seymour.
Absolutely right. Let's cross down Boundary side thanks to Chiropedic betting. Alana Coleman.
I've just noticed that none of the Balwyn forwards have actually been playing in front, so if they might want to start playing in front if they want to kick a few more goals.
It's a basic game sometimes, footy.
Looking for the old Joe the Goose over the
Beautifully summed up there. That's a strong mark by Phillips. Who's really... No, mark not paid. My mistake. Umpire says he juggled it over the line, so we'll have a boundary throw in right out in front of the cricket nets, next to the scoreboard, which does read a 2-point lead to the home side here. McComb spent it before he had it, and ball across to Parker, who couldn't quite get a handle on the football. In there,
boundary
is Robbie McComb laying tackles, and Esmond Aponso's boundary side, thanks to chiropedic betting.
Both teams are making a lot of changes on the interchange because it's very warm today, and both when players come off, they're very hot and sweaty.
Plenty of hard work being done out there, not least by this man, Joel Perry, who kicked his side's first goal a moment ago, taking a couple of nice marks inside forward 50. Here he is just backward of centre, the recipient of a free kick, a risky ball across the ground. McConnon was more than up to the task, just parried the ball to himself, handballs into the middle of the ground, sold a teammate, and that was Johnson into a bit of trouble, but they get a bit of luck here, Vermont, and now a bit of bad luck as the obvious advantage is called back.
Oh, Brad Neal then had a look around and thought, I'll just go. He definitely stopped.
To add insult to injury, Purdy's marked about 5 metres out, almost on the goal line.
Timmy Johnson, the skipper of the Vermont Footy Club, his proud footy club. It's funny kicking style on him. He goes out in the direction of Phillips, who gets that ball on the bounce. Handballs at the bootlaces of Schneider, who rolls one back around the corner to the top of the square. A few bodies flying. Cross comes back with the flight of the ball and fists it out of bounds for a boundary throw in the forward pocket.
Not his best achievement either, captain of Vermont, Timmy Johnson. Doesn't he have a Seinfeld Instagram with over 500,000 followers or something? On the huddle last year, we had him on.
Yeah, something like that. Probably got all the sponsors for it as well. Here's a kick from San Filippo coming out of defensive 50 for the Tigers, and then just mucking around with it here. Cross has to go back to Milhausen. Not really sure what he wants to do. Uses the handball. Taylor Gilchrist to the centre wing. No mark taken. Numbers with the Eagles at ground level. There's a nice handball from Cassidy. Sweeping back there is Connor McCafferty. Tries to take on the tackle. Just got the kick away. Ball right in the middle of Vermont Recreation Reserve now. Plenty of tackles being laid. And we will have a ball up right at the centre circles.
Interesting that Purdy's playing the deepest forward, Seymour. We sort of expected to see him up the ground, but he's the one closest to goal.
Well, now that Buxton's off the ground and Perry's doing the majority of the ruck work, well, that is the case.
They're certainly not lacking in tools, are they?
No, well, they've got a lot of guys who are almost the same player in Purdy and Perry, and even Castricum to an extent, who could all play that half forward, half back or ruck role. There's a clearance from Balwyn. Big turn of foot there from De Souza. Handballs across to Jeffy Goebbels round the corner. Sausage. Jeff Goebbels kicks the third of the afternoon for the Balwyn Footy Club.
That's bread and butter for Jeff Goebbels.
Absolutely bread and butter for him. They move to 3-2-20. Vermont a 2-4-16. And very opportunistic against De Souza. Got a very nice bounce, and the handball to release Goebbels into the space was good.
And Goebbels was able to kick that goal because I don't know who the player was, but there was some great shepherding there on the line by one of his teammates.
I think it was Nathan Gordon who was down there at full forward.
That's what can happen with clearances, Seymour. We spoke about before the game. Ball's inside 50 with a quick 30-metre kick.
Watts gets the tap down, but Parker's first to meet it. Gilchrist dove into his back, but unlucky. Parker was trying to claim the free kick. Umpire says, I'll have it, thanks, gents. And
it was a quick whistle, though, for a ball up, wasn't it?
It was. And I think Gilchrist was a little bit enamoured that the free kick might have been paid. Ball back in the middle once again. Cross gets the quick kick away. Up towards half forward. Goebbels will be the first to meet it, although boundary line beats all comers. So boundary throw in about 70 round from the Balwyn goal.
You just noticed, boys, all the Vermont forwards just all together just ran right up to the centre of the ground. Obviously want to keep that forward line open.
Like a well-oiled machine, the Eagles this year. McComb goes through his legs. He manages to pick it up, gives the handball away, although it's cut off by Tregear, who breaks the tackle, now gives away again. Cross Gilchrist, all right on the arc of forward 50, and finds Goebbels about 35 metres out from goal.
Tregear and Gilchrist then were absolutely brilliant. Tregear's ability to just work his way out of a contest, clean handball, and then even Rennie Gilchrist just again be able to lower his eyes
and Lenny
there.
Gilchrist, he finished it off because he lowered his eyes. He could have just blazed away, but no, he lowered his eyes and he hit a target.
So Jeff Goebbels, picked the last one for Balwyn. This one from a set shot, and to give his side a 10-point lead as we near quarter time. At a 45-degree angle, sends it on the right boot, and umpire liked it a lot. Jeff Goebbels liked it a lot, and Balwyn have their fourth on the board. Balwyn 4-2-26. Vermont 2-4-16, and there's the punishment for missed that shot on goal, Aaron Kirkby-Rodier.
Yeah, it is, and it's hurt them in the past, Vermont, certainly last year as well it did, so they've got to get those shots on goal, and it is from ball and pressure, though. They're not getting the marks inside 50. They're rush shots from the pockets. I mean, obviously the Perry one early hurt them a lot. But
well, it's that back six of Balwyn that are setting up their forwards, giving their own forwards enough opportunities to score at this stage of the game, obviously.
They did use the ball well then, the Tigers, that chain of possession. It ended up in the hands of Goebbels. It was smart stuff. So Mason and Buxton, that battle will continue. Rennie Gilchrist, he's dumped in and tackled by Adam Parker. He's then grabbed by the leg by Rennie Gilchrist.
It was the almost complete opposite of the last set of clearance where Gilchrist rode Parker into the ground.
So here we are again. Whale Buxton taps the ball to ground level. McComb's in there for the Eagles, scrapping with Milhuisen.
It's actually an interesting battle because for about a 5 or 10 minute period, O'Regan ran with Parker right throughout the right over the ground, but now Gilchrist and Parker seem to both be playing off each other.
Umpire pluck out a free kick,
which is the equivalent of a Fife Dangerfield.
Yeah.
In the AFL.
And there's the quarter time siren. I thought the umpire was going to
nice work there from
25-metre penalty, but 4-2-26, the Tigers.
Not out of range.
Who were kicking with a slight breeze in this first term. They lead Vermont by 10 points. 2-4-16, the Eagles. That shot after the siren doesn't go anywhere near the goals from Gilchrist. 10-point lead at quarter time to the Balwyn Footy Club. Keep your dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
Oh, I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it locally.
मेरे मुस्तकबिल के कुछ मंसूबे हैं.
Mam zaplanowaną przyszłość.
I've also planned for the future. With the Tobin Brothers Funerals fixed price funeral plan, you can be sure your family won't be burdened with the cost of your funeral. Your life will be celebrated the way you want it and the price is fixed forever.
Je l'ai prévu pour l'avenir.
Plan for the future today so you can relax and enjoy the journey with those who matter most. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating diversity as they celebrate lives.
Program sponsor.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. It's the Aussie family company that's been manufacturing mattresses in Melbourne since 1991. They offer a huge range, and selected mattresses come with everyday deals like free delivery, old mattress removal, 30-day comfort guarantee, and up to 20 years warranty. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Locations all around Melbourne and country Victoria. Or shop online 24/7 for mattresses, bases, beds, pillows, and custom-sized mattresses at chiropedic.net.au.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
A 10-point lead to the Tigers at quarter time, who were kicking with a slight breeze in that first term. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap, I know the Eagles dominated the clearances and the inside 50s in that quarter. How did the numbers end up?
Well, most of the stats were in favour of Vermont. The hitouts were 17-15 Balwyn's way, but the clearances 14-10 in favour of Vermont. Balwyn coming back a bit in that category late in the quarter. Vermont won the contested possessions 35-22 and uncontested possessions 40-35. On the inside 50s 13-9, took 5 marks inside 50-1. The only area Balwyn really was strong in was the effective tackles. They had 22, Vermont only the 10 in the opening quarter.
That was the one thing I was going to ask, Soupy. I felt as though Vermont dominated the clearances earlier but didn't do as much. They weren't clean. And what Balwyn were able to do in that second half of that quarter was once they got on top with the clearances, that's when they got those couple of quick goals.
Yeah, well, you look at both sides. They both had 6 scoring shots, but when Balwyn have gone into their forward 50, they've looked for their teammates and they've lowered their eyes, whereas Vermont, they've sort of been snapped over their shoulder, under pressure, and the back 6 of Balwyn have been very good so far.
And they've held up well, and they've succeeded in pushing them wide. We saw a couple of marks inside the forward 50, like right up against the boundary line. I think Schneider or Best or one of those guys. And then there was that running shot on goal from Howard. So they're doing well, the Balwyn defenders, in making the Vermont Eagles have shots for goal in unpromising situations.
And you look at the end of the first quarter, I would say, it's been pretty even across the midfield battles. Both sides have had a lot of the ball there.
That's crossed down boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic betting, Alana Coleman.
Yeah, I'm just here with the coach of the Balwyn Tigers, Dan. How'd you see that first quarter?
I was tight, pretty blustery conditions, but I thought Vermont probably had momentum for 10 or 15 minutes of it, and I thought we wrestled back the last 10 minutes and were able to front the scoreboard.
You definitely noticed there was a big change in the clearances and getting first use of the ball.
Yeah, I thought they beat us early. We made a couple of changes, and I thought we just got on top in that area. And on a small ground, if you're winning clearances, you're going to have a chance to score goals.
Definitely. What are we looking to see in this next quarter?
Oh, look, more of the same. Plenty of defensive pressure, a lot of tackle pressure. We had 19 tackles in the first quarter, which is pretty high. So more of the same from us, and hopefully we can hit the scoreboard and be in front at half-time.
Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Dan Donati, the senior coach of the Balwyn Footy Club. He's fantastic, isn't he?
You normally get maybe one question out of most coaches at the quarter or three-quarter time, and Dan's happy to answer a couple.
Except Rick Irwin.
Yeah, Rick.
Who'll have you talking 10 minutes.
Still can only
he'll have you 10 minutes into the second quarter.
You can still only ask him one question, though.
He just goes on with it.
Hand me the magnet board, and I'll go down there, and coach will come up here and just sit in the box all afternoon. Speaking of which, I was just scrolling through Twitter during the quarter time break, and there are some around the ground scores for us to quickly go through. One of them did involve Templestowe. They were down by 1 point against Scoresby at quarter time. Forest Hill, 4-4-28, lead the Eastern Lions 3-1 at 19 in windy conditions at Fraser Place.
We'll get a full report on those from Nathaniel once all the home sides get their scores in for quarter time. But a few intriguing games going on around the eastern suburb. You can continue on if you can find it.
No one's still Nathaniel's thunder. We'll
we're talking off air, Dice, about the two.
Don't get upset about it.
The two back lines today, mate. Vermont just don't have that really calm good ball user through their back line.
Well,
That's where
that's usually
Balwyn have got
Preto.
6 of them.
It's usually
Yeah,
Preto.
but Preto I
and
don't
he's-
think is
He's
a good
turned it over
20-metre
twice.
kick.
He's had 4 touches and he's given it back twice. Exactly right.
I just don't think he's a great 15 to 20-metre kick, Preto. He's a really
Well,
decent
why do you
long
need to kick
kicker.
the ball 15, 20 minutes? Why don't you bloody get the thing?
Yeah, but
and
that's
just-
what's got
Don't-
Balwyn out of trouble.
Don't bugger eyes
though.
around on them flanks and just go long down the line.
Oh, Seymour.
It's a simple game, Aaron.
This is why Temple
Boundary.
have got good ever since you've left.
Cross-boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic Baird and betting Esmond Aponso.
A key message here from Steve Cochran, the Vermont coach, is just one too many handballs. We just got to look at our best option, and also the forwards just really need to man up so that they don't let that ball out of the Balwyn defense that easily.
Overall, they just haven't been clean enough. It's as simple as that.
I don't think so. And the usage inside 50 has been poor, and they've been a little bit unlucky in the sense that Phillips has got hands to a couple, hasn't been able to bring down. Joel Perry missed that one from straight in front early on. So they weren't too bad against that breeze, and we'll see how they go here in the second term. Mason gets the tap down over Whale Buxton. Neil in there for the Eagles. He had a prolific first term. Cross almost handballed that one to himself. It came out to Emily, who goes long inside forward 50. No mark taken there by Joel Perry. First one in the race there is Schneider. Handballs back to Crocker, who kicks around the corner. No mark taken by the Vermont forwards. Rennie Gilchrist mops up for the Tigers. That's good work by the skipper. Handball finds Cross. They're just mucking around with it now here, the Tigers. And there's a free kick straight in front of goal. It's going to go the way of the Eagles and Tommy Schneider, who just copped one around the neck. And that was there every day of the week. And the Balwyn Footy Club, a classic example of just overusing the ball.
He just needs to be prepared to take the tackle on there, Cross. He had the arms up high enough. As soon as the contact came, he'd already got rid of the footy. Rennie Gilchrist was a perfect example of it about 5 seconds before. Took a tackle on, got the arms up over the top and got the clean handball away.
To cut the margin back to 4 points within a minute of the second quarter starting. Tommy Schneider from straight in front makes no mistake for the Eagles. He kicks his first of the afternoon. Vermont have their third. The score here at the Vermont Recreation Reserve is Balwyn 4-26. The Vermont Eagles are 3-4-22, so 4 points to margin on the Bendigo Bank score.
You certainly called it right, Seymour. They mucked around with it too much on the back line there, Balwyn. Look, sometimes you just got to put the ball to boot, rather than trying to look pretty and pass on handball. I mean, 2 handballs on the back line, then kick it.
Yeah, they're fumbly ones too, to players who are standing still and under more pressure. So the clanger with the free kick, but Balwyn just sold themselves into a lot of trouble there.
Ball back in the middle once again. You're listening to EFL GameDay on 98.1 Radio Eastern or streaming live at efl.org.au.
Thanks to Pancake Parlour.
Of course. Lovely.
Beautiful ray of sunshine out there now at the moment, boys. Fantastic day of football.
What a day to be a boundary rider.
You're our ray of sunshine in here.
Yeah, I know, mate.
So coming out to meet it on that occasion was Gordon. Couldn't get it away. Now the kick goes towards forward 50. Mason marks, gives the handball to Cross. Loads up from 40 out, bouncing grubber kick. Up towards the direction there of De Souza. Gets around one, gives his handball off to Cross. O'Regan got met as he grabbed it. Under a lot of pressure. Umpire said that he dropped it.
That's a poor kick going inside 50 from Cross, Ray. That round the body one that didn't get
Well, why
more
didn't
than a metre off the
Mason
ground.
handballed it off? Why couldn't he go back? I reckon he just about kick a goal from there.
Parker won out the free kick, goes wide right in front of our commentary position, finds Purdy.
A long way from goals too, Purdy.
A very long way.
Well, this is the role we expected him to play.
Purdy goes up the line. Perry's the intended target. Trying to cut it in, cut it across there was Pendlebury. Mason in there as well, trying to punch it over the line.
What Vermont have got to be very careful. They can't bomb the ball to Perry because Pendlebury's just a big man that will come over the top and punch all day.
So, ball up just to Balwyn's side of centre wing. Vermont side. Emily gets it inside forward 50. Out in front of a target. Won't meet Schneider. Now the pressure comes from the Balwyn defence. They wrap him up beautifully. And that one's almost gone out of bounds on the full, but nonetheless, a boundary thrown about 25 metres out from the Vermont goal.
See him playing Tom Schneider this year, maybe that Kyle Martini type role. Probably more forward than we're going to see him in the midfield, but dangerous.
Yep. We haven't seen Best venture into the middle of the ground either.
Perry tries to get the tap down. Now he tries to rove his own ball. Numbers around the contest probably favour Vermont. Can't quite get it out. Finally, the kick comes out, although it isn't all that flash from Tom Schneider. The ball goes out of bounds on the full. It'll be Chris Pendlebury to take the free kick.
Big Critter Pendlebury, the older brother of Collingwood Premiership superstar Scott. He's played in a few premierships of his own at Balwyn. He goes to Milhoisen in the opposite back pocket. He's off and running. All of a sudden, the ball's at centre wing, but out on the full at centre wing. A poor kick for big Johnny Milhoisen.
That pressure's been better.
It has, and there's a kick to a true centre-half forward position, and all on his own is Darcy Crocker. Takes the mark, turns around, pumps it inside 50, but the kick's smothered by the man on the mark. Cross, who's been busy in the early part of this second term. Meeson, smart handball over the top. Fraser, couldn't quite get boot to ball. Johnson, handballs to Purdy, who tries to get around the tackle of Gilchrist. He does exactly that. Handball from, I think that was Tim Johnson in there again, was muffled. Davidson, Purdy in a bit of space. Long kick from 40. Cam Purdy, fresh off 8 last week. Just to the left. Jesus, a big booming kick.
It looked off the boot. It looked as though, because we were right behind it, looked as though it was going to go right through the middle, but it made its way across to the left-hand side.
I thought he kicked it over that tree the way he...
But boys, just looking at that passage of play, what's wrong with footballers today? They've gone handball crazy. You know, there was about 25 handballs in that small passage of play by both sides. You got to put the ball to your foot occasionally.
It looked like that whole time that Purdy was just always one step ahead of that play, and it looked like he was always going to get on the end of it.
That was a booming kick off about 2 steps, if that.
No, it's not as far as you think out there.
I know, it looked like it was going over the tree initially, though, that big tree behind.
Under 19s of Vermont have got something to answer for.
There's a very strange tyres out here today. I think it's a young man wearing pants from Gorman. My sister shops.
Abai is no excuse for dressing like that.
Because they didn't play this morning.
No, the Feagles were out here against the Eastern Lions this morning. Of course, the Forest Hill Eagles.
The Feagles.
Sure what's going on here. The ball is in the arms of Corey Cassidy.
The way it's looking
centre
at the
wing.
moment, I wouldn't mind seeing Forest Hill Eagles against the Vermont Eagles under 19s in a grand final. They're belting everybody.
Yeah. There's Corey Cassidy, low ball inside 50 and best. Well, that's the best of him we've seen so far this afternoon. At full stretch, takes a double grab mark. He'll kick from hard up against the boundary line, but he's only 40 metres out, so distance won't be a concern.
He's been inaccurate so far today.
There is a little bit
Not at his best.
There's a little bit of a breeze behind him from the paint of 40, always to the left. And bad kicking is bad footy, and they're starting to frustrate me in front of goal. The Vermont boys up forward there, so I can only imagine how the supporters would feel.
Well, Ray's been down to Surrey Park during the week teaching them how to kick. He might be heading down to Vermont this week.
3-6-24, the Eagles. Balwyn 4-2-26. 6.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo back scoreboard.
Well, we've got a break in play. We might go to Nathaniel with some around-the-ground scores.
Yep, sure. So we've got Doncaster leading Knox by 5 points in a low-scoring game. Montrose leading Noble Park by 11 points. Norwood leading North Ringwood by 18 points. And Roeville are trailing Blackburn by 8 points in Division 1. Division 2, we've only got 1 score. Mulgrave leading Doncaster East by 10 points. Then Division 3, Upper Ferntree Gully leading Boronia by 32 points. Heathmont leading Ringwood by 11. Scoresby just of the point ahead of Templestowe. And then in Division 4, we've got Whitehorse leading Coldstream by 2 points. Forest Hill leading Eastern Lions by 9. And Surrey Park are 13 points ahead of Kilsyth.
A couple of intriguing scores. Thanks very much, Nathaniel. We'll keep you updated right throughout the afternoon. As Joel Perry marked of a kick that goes inside forward 50, unable to take the mark. Good pressure there once again from Chris Pendlebury, and the ball goes out of bounds. 7.5 minutes played in this second term on EFL GameDay. Ball thrown in once again, about 35 out from the Vermont goal. Cross, first to meet it, hard up against the boundary line. Parker, short step on that occasion, allowed for Fraser to get in. Although his disposal wasn't all that clean, goes out over the boundary line and out of bounds. So about 60 from defensive goal for Balwyn. Throw in. Meeson taps down. No one sitting there, though. Straight in the hands of Vermont players. Although nice pressure from Gilchrist, and manages to win the ball. Kicks up towards centre wing in the direction of Goebbels. So it goes out of bounds right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard on the outer side of the ground, which reads Balwyn 4-2-26, Vermont 3-6-24. Ripping scoreboard out here at Vermont Recreation Reserve.
Except for after a goal and they flash up with some sponsor. Just trying to look
you know who the sponsor is? Of course, the Bendigo Bank.
For those interested, St Kilda up by 2 goals at half-time against Melbourne, but Jesse Hogan has 5 of Melbourne's 8 goals.
Of course, brother of Mitcham superstars Rob and Julian making his debut. Christian for Melbourne this afternoon. Cross
boy, though.
Goes inside forward 50. Nice punch over the back. And hard up against the boundary line. Lee can't get it away. It was actually.
I met him when he was 15.
Jules was on Triple M this morning.
Yeah.
Because he's made the decision. Him and Robbie, of course, Robbie injured, have made the decision to go and watch Christian's debut instead of Julian playing in the game against Wantirna South at Walker Park. That's just down the road from us this afternoon. That would have gone down with Neil Winterden. Back to the game at hand, though, and 35 metres out from Balwyn's goal, will have another ball up.
I met him when he was 15. Now, when a few mates of mine were playing in the under-19s, and I asked him, was he injured? Because he wasn't playing, and he told me he was 15. And I couldn't believe it with the size of him.
So, very deep Italian heritage.
Hairy forearms.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at. So the kick inside 50 wasn't great. It'll be a free kick going the way of the Tigers.
Gone 10 minutes in this second term. Is Soupy, any of the numbers starting to make some sense for you?
Well, the inside 50s is scored as 7-2 in favour of Vermont. Contested possessions 12-11 Balwyn's way.
Correction.
Thanks to Choose-Tap, of course.
It'll be a boundary throw-in. Right on the pane of 40 here at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Rennie Watts had front position, used it well, now absolutely battered it forward again with the secondary ball up, and still no real clean disposal.
It's been a very good quarter for Vermont so far. We've been going, 10.5 minutes, and they haven't allowed Balwyn to score yet.
They're not putting it on the board, though, Ray. This is what they did in the first quarter. They should be in front.
Again, Rennie Watts with the punch. McCafferty the first to meet it. He goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. So we'll have yet another stoppage.
Just watch this throw in, Dyson. All right, he's impressive.
There's another one that has been quite, I think, Connor McCafferty. McCafferty, Preto, even Lockie Carey. And we haven't seen a hell of a lot of Cam Howard either. So you need those guys across that half-back line for Vermont. And Wadley, another one who gets a kick there. Really need to come into this game.
Beautiful step there from Wadley. Kick wasn't all that flash, intended for Perry, but it's gained about 50 metres. And now they've moved it to about 70 metres out from goal, and the pack just shuffles up towards the Vermont goal. Almost every single player within about 40-odd metres of each other.
That's what those clean clearances away can do, though. All of a sudden, you're defending inside defensive 50 to attacking at half forward.
First time we've seen him this afternoon, the exciting JJ Penny manages to grab the clearance inside forward 50. That's what they needed. A little bit of a spark to Tigers, although the kick wasn't all that flash, and it comes back in the direction of Rennie Watts. Schneider gave away one and then handballed over the back of his head.
That's a throw.
Umpire said you threw it over the back of your head, and it'll be a free kick going the way of the ball and off half-back.
That's Jared Wright. No, the ball's in the hands of Jamie Gottliebson, former North Ringwood under-19 player. Rod Crow, centre-half back. Dances on a dollar and gets around a Vermont defender and just pumps it down the line out in front of the scoreboard. It's been punched over for a boundary throw-in by Brad Neal, who's done some nice things this afternoon.
Yeah, of course. Balwyn reserves premiership player last year, so know these boys well. He's been a good pick-up, though, I think, for Vermont. He can play a variety of positions. Like Cocker spoke before the game, Steve Cochran, about wanting players that can play in different positions.
Crosses kick out of the stoppage. Only went as far as Johnson. He chops it off and goes down the line to a 2-on-1. That's a strong mark taken there by Wadley. Sammy Wadley.
Oh.
Not sure what he's done there. He's just told some candy to the man on the mark who's bought it. A low skimming ball to half forward. No mark taken. The bouncing Sharon evades Emily. Davidson picks it up. Fires the ball in the middle. Wadley gets around one from the pane of 50. Sammy Wadley. There's your clubhouse leader for the Chiropedic betting goal of the day. A good night's sleep after a great goal. And Sam Wadley, take a bow, young man.
Lifted.
That started at half back when he got that footy.
3 great possessions by him in the last 5 minutes, because we're talking about when that ball was kicked up there into open spaces. Well, he was the player that kicked it up there originally. So 3 very important possessions to him. Also
got the handball from Davidson was terrific. Took the risk, threw a couple there, which set it up. He's been dangerous, really lifted Sam. Well, I'm not sure what happened on the mark. No one took the mark up on the outer side of the ground.
No, they didn't pick him up, that's for sure.
Certainly coming to his own, one of the players that was tested at quarter time for being pretty quiet in that first term. Perry gets the tap down from the initial ball up back in the middle. Cross first to meet it. Schneider put his body in on the line. Great work off the back of the pack there as well from Watts. And we'll have a secondary ball up.
Vermont have, of course, retaken the lead. 4-6-30 the Eagles. The Tigers 4-2-26 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
40 minutes played, second term here on EFL GameDay. Wherever you're listening, we know that Brash is in Poland at the moment. So he'll be tuning in.
The home of Robert Lewandowski.
Probably having a morning brew as he watches the live stream on efl.org.au. Nice handball there from Emily, gave it away, and now a chance for Vermont to go inside forward 50 once again. Bouncing ball, and boundary line will be it'll come as play down for Vermont off the play.
Knowing Brash, he'd be on his way home from a late night out after watching some pole dancing.
Purdy?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, can't be. I think it's just a corky. It's got cleaned up. That was Howard's long left foot kick that pumped the Eagles inside 50. They need some more out of him across that half-back line.
Watt's got the tap down to Milhuisen, who was facing the wrong direction. Bounces off his back and goes back into the contest. We'll have another ball up.
Looks as though that he's been the one that has moved back. He was around the contest slot in that first term, Howard, but he's been lining up at half-back. So maybe he's the man to fix the disposal issues.
Choose stat match stats, Grant Campbell.
Nothing hugely to update. Balwyn
Probably explains a bit about the way
7 to 5. Yeah, a lot of repeat stoppages.
Wadley, one of the shortest men on the ground, goes third man up. Got the tap down on that occasion. Snap came off the back of the pack. It looked like Purdy. And through for one behind. That must have sailed right over the top of the post.
They're kicking themselves out of it here almost, the Eagles.
7th behind on the board for the Vermont Football Club. They're 4-7-31. Balwyn 4-2-26. 15 minutes played second term.
I think it was Rennie Gilchrist that smothered his own man there. Brilliantly, the clearing kick.
Here's Jackson Weatherald. Left foot kick on the outer side. It's a great kick and a strong mark by Goebbels, who's had to venture out to the half-back flank to gain a possession. Kicked a couple of goals in quick succession to end the first term, but first time I've caught him here in the second quarter. Finds his skipper in Gilchrist, who plays on to his brother Taylor, who's absolutely met and dumped in a strong tackle by big Joel Perry. Umpire said that's holding the ball. So the former Roo will take the free kick from centre wing.
Put about 20 out here.
This goes high and long to centre half forward. The 3-on-1 forms. Ball hits the deck. Connor McCafferty, he's got speed. Right. But Jared Wright has the nous. He gets the handball across to a teammate. Now it looks like the Tigers are free. I think that's Gordon. Handballs to Kennedy. Going inside 50 for the Tigers there. I think is Lockie Bain. Over the back, not taking the mark, Sam DeSoy. 2-on-1 in favour of the Eagles. That's Davidson.
Kick.
Short ball to Corey Cassidy, who's had games in the past playing seniors at Vermont where he's kicked 5 or 6 goals. And he's playing a good game across half-back today. Mark juggled by Kerry. Goes across to the other half-back flank. This is Andrew Preto. He's been very quiet. His left foot kick, his long left foot kick. He's looking for Emily, but it's out of bounds on the full. So neither side really, I don't think either side really wants the ascendancy in this game.
What happened there? Is it a free kick?
Yeah, it was out on the full, so Milhausen will take the free kick in the middle of the ground. Makes a mark in the middle of the ground, rather. Just pops one up, centre half forward, and tells Goebbels to run onto it. He does. He got first hands to it, but couldn't bring the mark down. Little over the back handball from Howard. It's a good one. Here's McConnon. Goes back. Howard, long left foot kick down the line. All Balwyn, though. And defensive mark just taken by big Rod Crow.
Strange one step round the corner kick from Milhuisen then.
Plenty of room on the commentary side wing. There's cross marks. And wasted an opportunity and put a lot of pressure on for Sanfilippo as Wadley tackles him over the boundary line and out of bounds. Interesting that the 19-year-old's going at the 29-year-old. Not afraid of a contest, Sam Wadley. Ball thrown in true centre wing, commentary side. Perry tries to take it out of the ruck. He's immediately met by Sanfilippo. And then we'll have another contest. So Watts out-muscled Perry on that occasion. Doesn't happen very often. Gilchrist had to come third man up over the back to try and gain possession. Right, pushed in the back. Umpire said no. Good work from Gordon to evade the tackler. And O'Regan's held up by Perry. Manages to get his handball away. Cross got his handball away. A bunch of Vermont jumpers. Great tap work there. Leads in the hand of Gilchrist, who goes inside 450. Great kick and finds Jeff Goebbels. Fantastic work from Shane Tregear. The nous to just tap it onto the running Gilchrist. Luck's a fortune sometimes.
That kick from Gilchrist was A-grade. That was as good as you
It was spot on, wasn't it?
On the wrong side as well for Rennie.
Yep, he just dropped it in between, and Jeff Goebbels was surrounded by Vermont players, and it would have been harder for him not to mark it.
There's no question with a play like that both these gentlemen, Gilchrist and also Goebbels, both named in the Eastern Football League Interleague squad. Thursday. Lass Goebbels for goal number 3 of the afternoon. From point-blank range, comes in and makes no mistake. So Balwyn scoot back to the lead, 5-2-32. They lead Vermont 4-7-31 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And, of course, that's a very handy goal when the opposition side has had all the play for the first 15 minutes and then you strike back with one to put you back in the lead.
Yeah, it took them nearly 20 minutes to get it, but maybe that's the turning point now because the build-up to that goal, as you said, was very good. Very good play by Gilchrist and a very good mark and goal by the other guy.
Goebbels. By your mate.
It looks like he has been playing deeper this year, even with Luke Barker in the side, Jeff Goebbels.
Neil held without the footy, but the umpire says play on. Liam Fraser, he's might be in a little bit of trouble here. The umpires, yep, they love that, the umpires, don't they?
It's like the old deliberate that was always the one.
Real low to the ground, and they waste no time. The Eagles going inside forward 50, but they haven't been able to take a target. There's a play down. I think it's Jared Wright.
That player went down and then the pack just converged on him.
Jared Wright is at the bottom of all that. I hope he's all right.
So Wright went down, the play continued, and then all of a sudden there was a tackle that just landed straight on top of him.
Yeah, that's right. He was caught in no man's land.
Had pinball back in his way. And hope he's okay, Wright.
He looks all right. He's getting up now. A little bit ginger.
A lot of injuries the last couple of years, Jared Wright.
Big Johnny Meeson and Ryan Buckets Phillips to contend this one. 40 metres out straight in front. Meeson gets the tap down into a little bit of space. Running onto it is Fraser. Wrapped up in a tackle by McComb almost instantly. Kyle Emley, playing that tackle.
Suffered from vertigo a couple of years ago when he took that hanging mark at Jubilee Park against Blackburn.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a great hands from Emley. Over to Parker, whose kick was smothered. Falls in the arms of Fraser. Handballs across to Sanfilippo. Right foot kick around the corner. Met by Connor McCafferty on the half volley, who helps it out of bounds for a boundary throw in. As good as on centre wing. Maybe just on half forward for Vermont. We trail by a point. 21.5 minutes gone here in the second term. Great roving by Brad Neal. His rifle kick around the corner only as far as Cross, who sends it back from where it came from. It's going to go out of bounds for another boundary throw in. Matt Lee, who's kicked the first goal of the game, Aaron, and hasn't really done much since then.
No, not a hell of a lot since. But tell you what, the umpires most disposals today, I reckon, Soupy, with all the throw-ins and the ball-ups.
Certainly earning their keep.
Absolute pittance that we pay them.
I'm better paid than us.
That's a very, very good point. Buxton and Vic Johnny Meeson. Johnny Meeson gets the tap down, roves his own work somehow. A couple of players in there on hands and knees. Cam Howard going in hard. That was terrific by him. Buxton. There's a tackle on Liam Fraser, whose last 5 minutes have been busy.
Didn't see much of him in the first term.
Not much at all. Tregear goes up in the ruck unopposed. Only as far as Cross, whose handball's muffled by McComb. He kicks the centre half forward. Purdy unable to take the mark. Here's Rennie Gilchrist rather. Handballs to Sanfilippo. Back to Pendlebury. Short in the back pocket. Gets Tregear. Was it Weatherald? It's Weatherald. Left footer. Directs a bit of traffic up ahead. 23 minutes gone in the second term. To a one-on-one. It's gone out on the full.
They've really stopped that switch from Balwyn, Vermont. They're always looking to switch, and they've made them kick down the line a lot this term.
Fredo's taking a mark at centre half forward for the Eagles. His long left foot kick inside 50 just invites some players to come and run and have a jump at it. It falls at the back to Phillips, who was too smart for Emley. He was just one step ahead of him. Emley missed the handball. Went back in and won his own footy, though. Handball's in the direction of Davidson, who scoops it up. They're going backwards now, and the handball missed in the direction of Howard. Now the Tigers are on. That's Kennedy over the top. Davidson chops it off. Good footy from all involved here. Davidson gets it back right in the middle of the ground. Kick from Carey to centre half forward. Sam Wadley. He kicked one from here. 5 minutes to go. And he goes one better. Sammy Wadley from 45. His second of the quarter. And the Eagles regain the lead here. They take the lead by 5 points. They move on to 5 7:37. Balwyn at 5:2:32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Both sides never giving up in that passage of play. Davidson found himself in the right spot at the right time a couple of times, Raymond, and released Wadley into a nice bit of space.
Yeah, look, two great goals by Sam Wadley for the quarter. He's made those two opportunities out of nearly nothing there. You know, that just came out to him, and he was so quick off one step. He just put the ball to boot and straight through the middle.
Is that the difference in games like this, when sides can finish like that?
Doesn't want to answer. Parker inside forward, 50 off the centre clearance. Only goes as far as Gottliebsen. Stands just inside defensive 50. We'll cross boundary side thanks to Chiropedic batting Esmond.
Fantastic second goal by Sam Wadley and really brought voice to the Vermont faithfuls here on the ground.
50. Genuine celebrations from Sam Wadley.
Saw another one of
Why
those.
wouldn't you? He's probably secured himself a $100 Chiropedic betting voucher. As the kick comes out wide, Bain had to wrap up McComb, tried to give his handball away. Penny, handball's back to Cross. Cross to centre wing. McComb had only eyes for the football. Great work, got met with a contact. Not going anywhere, ball. Umpire calls for the ball.
Seen another couple of those overhead type handballs, Dyson. Now, not quite sure if we're paying them a throw or not today.
Oh, well, I think if it's a genuine... Is it always throwing the ball?
I think, it's sort of a bit of one. It's like... It's one of those rules like the kicking in danger. It's sort of, they decide to pay it on occasion.
So the free kick for out on the full against Cross comes out to Emily, who switches play right across to the other side of the ground. Davison looking straight into the sun. Gives his handball away to Cassidy. Back to Davidson, centre wing out of side. Darting pass, bounces off the big chest of Perry. Gives his handball away to Howard. And now Parker. That was Purdy. Right on the stroke of the 45. Hard up against it. Good work there from Gottliebsen. Although he's wrapped up. Pressure came. Good work from Best. His kick was smothered though. Cross wins it once again. And McComb finally takes the mark. It's just a scrappy contest at the moment. Johnson finally gets it away. Gets it for a couple, although handballs dependably. And now potentially a bit of a clean disposal. Now towards centre wing commentary side. Plenty of space here. Lee gives his handball away to De Soiza. Back to Cross. And now running back with a fighter ball. Plenty of room here for Gordon to work into. And a great work in transition. Ends with Nathan Gordon about 25 metres out on a 45.
Smart from Gordon in NFL terms, as he got good separation on the Vermont defender there. And all they had to do was get the ball over the top into the space. And he's been quiet this term. And in fact, most ball and forwards had, but this will be just about 2 or 3 entries inside 50. If he kicks it, it'll be their second goal of the quarter.
It was brilliant from him, but how's the wave? That's a couple of times now, the long kick. The wave of Balwyn players have come and met at the fall of the ball and got them going forward.
Gordon comes in, give his side the lead once again. Little stutter step approach, it fades right, and that's where it ends up. Another behind on the scoreboard for the Balwyn Football Club. They're 5-3-33. Vermont 5-7-37. Cross boundary side, Alana Coleman, all thanks to Chiropedic batting.
Yeah, I realised he got on the end of that ball, but he actually hung out of the contest and was quite lucky in the end because he really should have competed. They've been doing that a few times, Balwyn. Been lucky to get it over the back, but I'd really like to actually see them affect the contest and get up there and take some marks.
I've just been informed too, the Eagle Burger's out. They run out of the Eagle Burger. All done and dusted.
Zero from Alana.
Schneider to
She's already had one.
Parker, centre half back. Parker thumps it long towards centre half forward. Jamie Gottliebsen will lead in the race. He's got Joel Perry hot on his hammer. And the chase and the tackle from the big fella was extraordinary. But the boundary line wins out and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Right in front of Maz's bar, all the under-19s and the reserves players in their stupid dress.
Fairly well hydrated, do you think, the young fellas out there this afternoon? Mason and Buxton. Mason gets the tap down only as far as Gilchrist, who runs straight into a bearded wall that looks like Darcy Crocker. He wraps him up in a tackle. We'll have a ball up. Mason again. His ruck work has been quite handy, the big fella. Emily, the handballs to Howard, put him under all sorts of trouble. Who goes back to Emily. It's wrapped up by Gilchrist. He's lucky the boundary line was there. He was going for all money.
And if you are watching on EFL.org.au, he's 19, Darcy Crocker, not 28, with that beard.
Yeah. Well, he got picked in the senior interleague squad, and to be honest, he's half a chance to get picked in the under-19s one as well.
Can he play both, Dyson?
He can only play one.
The Eagles looking good from this stoppage, but another
Get in, bud.
smother. Jamie Gottlieb's on hands and knees, a centre half back. Just picks up the ball and tries to kick it long down the ground, but kicks into the back of a teammate. Now the Eagles with a chance. McConnon handballs to Perry, who goes long inside 50, and being dragged down was Purdy. No free kick paid. Gilchrist of the tail of a righty to Critter Pendlebury, who thumps one long down the line, bounces in front of Meeson, who had Emily hot on his hammer. But the Sharon trickles over for a boundary throw, and Meeson cops an earful from the young supporters on the boundary. I'm sure would become significantly quieter. Did the big fella
across the fence?
Did the big fella actually get a little bit closer to them? Great ruck work there by Buxton. Right down the throat of a teammate who thumps it inside forward 50. Here's Purdy roving off the pack, almost Jack Stringer style. Tries to barge his way through. Crocker, tackled by big bad Rod Crow.
Actually heard from Tom Schneider that Cam Purdy does call himself the package.
There's a bit of the package about him, the way he just puts the footy under one wing and sort of tries to lope away from defenders. The ball tapped into a bit of space there by Meeson. Handball chopped off by Perry. It goes back. McCafferty and Wadley can raffle it. But some very, very sharp work there by O'Regan, who gets the ball forward. Now they're looking good here, the Tigers. But they're going to get a free kick. Centre half forward.
The package has been a bit small in the big games for the Dogs though this year, Seymour.
He has been. He's still an undeniable talent. There's Matt Lee.
I know he's your man, the package. You called him before a lot of other people jumped on board.
All of a sudden the ball's at full back. It's Rod Crow. Across to big Critter Pendlebury. His brother, of course, is a Norm Smith medalist and a premiership player with the mighty Collingwood Football Club.
Don't forget Ryan as well.
He's not bad.
Jamie Gottliebson in the direction of Cross, who's beaten in a one-on-one there by Parker, who helps over the boundary line. Is that a funny old day, Sean Cross? He's had plenty of the footy, but his disposal efficiency has probably left a bit to be desired.
Ball thrown in once again, scoreboard side.
Not too far away from half-time, you wouldn't have thought.
Bit of a scuffle, 31 minutes now on the clock.
There's a fun cue.
You're good, I tell you what. So that's all she wrote for the first half here at Vermont Recreation Reserve, and what a game we've got on our hands. It wasn't the shootout that we were coming to expect, but nonetheless, it's going to be a fantastic second half. Don't go away. Don't move from your car. Don't move from in front of your computer, wherever you're watching or listening, right around the country and right around the world. Balwyn 5-4, 5-3-33. I'll get there eventually. Vermont 5-7-37. It's a 4-point lead to the Eagles at halftime in this one on EFL GameDay, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. a1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I could put together a really cool playlist.
Frank Sinatra.
Elton John.
Beethoven.
John Lennon.
Boy bands.
A lot of 90s.
I'd certainly not be opposed to people dancing.
Finger food.
Party pies.
Homemade pickles. I'd like some cakes. They will be fairy bread.
Twinks.
I have a thing for pink lemonade.
And lots of coffee.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League. Join the EFL media team for unrivaled coverage of the Eastern Football League in 2016. The Huddle takes a light-hearted look at the league for 2 hours from 4:30 every Friday evening. From 1 PM Saturdays, EFL GameDay gives you play-by-play from the game of the round, as well as all the latest live scores from around the East. Then a full wrap of all games from 10 AM to 12 PM every weekend on EFL Sunday. The EFL media team have it covered as you love it local in 2016.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory Direct locations around Melbourne and country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au. Program sponsor.
Hey, man. I've got some weekend goals.
Like what?
First, wake up around lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
Oh, you gotta go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
Yeah, like in your belly.
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang, goal!
Oh, Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
We want the best for our loved ones. Offer them the best advice, give them the best care. Throw the best parties to celebrate milestones and achievements. And when the time comes, you want to give them the best celebration of their life. So you wouldn't leave it to just anyone to organise. Tobin Brothers Funerals believe funerals can be a celebration of life and always strive to be innovative and contemporary. So celebrate your life the way you want. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Welcome back to the Vermont Recreation Reserve at half-time. The scoreboard does read Vermont 5-7-37. They lead the Balwyn Tigers 5-3-33. So the Eagles making use of it. The slight breeze in that term. Grant Campbell, thanks to Tuesday, the first half match, that's all, mainly the second quarter match, that's a domination by the Eagles, mainly played in their one half of the ground.
Certainly in terms of the inside 50s, that was the big stat for the quarter. It was 17-6 in favour of Vermont. So at half-time, it's 30-15. With that kind of differential, you'd expect a lot more than a 4-point lead. It was pretty even in every other category, though. Vermont won the clearances by 2. Only had 4 more kicks and Balwyn 3 more handballs. The tackling pressure of Vermont much better in that second quarter. They laid 22 effective tackles. Balwyn maintained their pressure with 21. But certainly that inside 50 stat, do you think that reflects that Vermont should be further in front? I know they've missed chances.
Yep.
What do you think? What do you think's a fair margin? I reckon maybe 3 goals would be reflective.
I think,
maybe 2.
I think on the surface, Vermont have probably been the better side. They kicked 4 behinds in the first quarter, so only 3 behinds in that second term. But they have been wasteful, and they could probably be. Yeah, I'd probably say they're probably worth maybe 7 goals at the moment. That's the way they've played, and that second half it was noticeably all Vermont orientated. Are you keeping track of the hitouts?
I am. The hitouts in the second quarter was 17-14 in favour of Vermont. In the first quarter, it was 17-15 in favour of Balwyn. So it's been a pretty even contest in terms of the hitouts.
Pretty even. Okay, fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Soupy. That, of course, thanks to Choose Tap. Dyson Baker, how have you said it's been a strange one, I suppose, from a commentator's point of view, calling the play-by-play. It's been a lot of turnovers and it's been very scrappy. It's not what you'd expect to come and see when you're watching the top 2 sides in Division 1.
I'm not saying I came here expecting a shootout, that we were going to get 20 goals apiece, but I expected a lot more cleaner play. There's been passages of play, particularly we saw that passage of play that ended up in Nathan Gordon having a set shot on goal that, out of half-back was a pretty well-rounded passage of play that built up, and that's probably what's lacked most of the game, is that when sides are going forward, they're just blazing away. I mean, you look at the two goals that Sam Wadley kicked. One was out of a contest. He just managed to get on the right side of it.
Yep.
The other one was a turnover based on a turnover that they caught Balwyn in transition.
It was a lot of panic. It was organised chaos almost.
Well, when Davidson got that second turnover as Balwyn were going forward, there was Wadley and another 4 players in Vermont jumpers that were all standing by themselves. To me, I probably blame Vermont a little bit more. I think they're pressing a lot harder than what Balwyn are, because they know once, and I mean, Norwood do the same thing at times when they play Balwyn. I know that Blackburn do the same thing when they play Balwyn. They know once the game breaks open that Balwyn are going to beat them on the run. And everyone in the EFL knows that Balwyn at full strength is running, it's clean disposal, it's attacking, it's, we'll score 20 goals. We don't care if the other side scores 15 as long as we get the job done. They know that once the game breaks open that it could become a bit of a struggle. So the longer Vermont shut them down, the more chance they've got of winning this game.
Absolutely. Well, you know what the best thing about the Eastern Football League is, Dyson?
What?
We get to call
Myself?
apart from yourself, we get to call a game out here on a beautiful day. But there's also 21 other games around the eastern suburbs of Melbourne across all 4 divisions. And my man, Big Red Nathaniel, is on the computer there with all the scores in front of him. Give it to me straight. What are the other games doing out here this afternoon?
Give it to me straight.
Yep. So in Division 1, we've got Knox leading Doncaster by 25 points.
Wow,
Roeville leading Blackburn by 22 points, and South Croydon and East Ringwood drawing at the moment on 37 points each. In Division 2, we don't have too many scores. The only halftime update we've got is Waverley trailing Mirrabbark by 11 points.
Yep.
In Division 3, Boronia are trailing Upper Ferntree Gully by 26 points, and Scoresby are trailing Templestowe by 33 points. And then in Division 4, Coldstream and Whitehorse drawing on 22 points, Donvale trailing Glen Waverley by 6 points, and Kilsyth have turned around a 13-point deficit, and they're now leading Surrey Park by 38 points at half-time.
So 9 goals, 5 to 1 goal in that term.
Yep.
From the Kilsyth Footy Club to stamp their authority in that game against Surrey Park, which was my pick for game of the round in Division 4 by some margin. So not bad from the Cougars there.
Not Donvale, Glen Waverley Hawks?
No, I preferred the Kilsyth.
No, that's a fair call. Kilsyth probably haven't shown enough so far this season. Obviously, last Saturday night wasn't all it cracked up to be for them. They would have gone to Eastern Lions expecting it to get the job done, but in a scrappy game, that was as bad as this game at the moment. It was a scrappy affair, but nonetheless, a couple of interesting results. Interesting to see Knox not only up, but comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 points against a Doncaster side that knocked off Roeville last week.
Although, having said that, at some point, I think they were about 35 points down, Doncaster against Roeville last week. So they are the comeback kings and the masters of a close game. So I'm sure that they're well and truly not out of it yet. Your thoughts on a couple of players for the Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives Man of the Match award?
Yeah, we'll go through the goal kickers first while I've got them in front of me.
Good call, I like it.
Jeff Goebbels has kicked 3. He kicked 2 in the first term and 1 in that second term. And singles to Nathan Gordon and Matty Lee, the former Ferntree Gully King. You called that one beautifully, that first goal of the day. Sammy Wadley's got 2 for the Eagles, and Joel Perry, Tommy Schneider, and Big Rhino Buckets Phillips have singles for them. But in terms of the players of the day, it's the McComb boys are standing out, but probably because they look the bloody same. So they probably both had about 7 touches each.
But Villani's at Heathmont.
Yes, exactly. But I do think that Robbie McComb, in number 41, has been excellent. Has done a lot of grunt work in the stoppage.
Sean Cross?
Yeah, I haven't liked the way he's used the footy. His endeavour's been good, and he's gone after it. And like the last time I called Balwyn was against Vermont at Balwyn last year, and he was awesome that day on the muddy day at SEN Park. He's a very good footballer, but the polish today is just lacked for mine. That Meeson-Buxton battle in the ruck, it's been tough. Both of those boys will be bruised and battered at the end of this game. Can you give the points to either of those two so far?
This is the thing I love about the Eastern Football League, is that you've got no side in Division 1 really has a genuine tap ruckman.
Yep.
So when you've got a contest like that goes on all day, that you've got 2 big bustling ruckmen who are just going to go at each other right throughout the afternoon, there's nothing better. But look, to me, I see the experience of Meeson probably winning out. He's going to wear anyone who comes up against him. I mean, they've got 3 other options that they can use for Vermont, but Having said that, Rennie Watts has been pretty impressive when he goes in there as well through rotation.
Any players just looking on the list that you feel have gone missing this afternoon and maybe need to do a little bit more? We haven't really called JJ Penny's name too much this afternoon for the Balwyn Footy Club.
A few of these 30s for Vermont really need to get in. Preto had a couple of touches in that second term, hasn't done much. Johnson started to get into the game, hasn't done a lot. McCafferty has gone missing.
Unsighted.
Emily's had possessions here or there. Cassidy, again, is probably...
He hasn't had to do a lot, Cassidy, but when he has had to do something, I think he's stood up quite well. He's taken a couple of nice defensive marks and he's organised the troops back there. He's a good story, but he came in for his first senior game of the season last year against Balwyn, at Balwyn, that game I mentioned a couple of times. And I think he's only missed one senior game since that. So he's had a pretty good run of it playing in the seniors.
I'd be more worried about the missing players for Balwyn at the moment. I mean, we called JJ Penny a couple of times, but Matty Lee, Marco Regan had a great start, faded out during that second term, probably played a bit more of a defensive role in patches. Liam Fraser has hardly touched it.
Big Rennie Watts. He can command games, but playing second fiddle to Mason, I don't think is quite suiting him at the moment.
And he seems to be rotating off the bench.
He's coming on for 5 or 10 minute the impact plays, and he's just not having an impact at all. So maybe it's time to keep them both on the ground together. And someone like Watts, who is nimble and I think he's dexterous enough to play 4 or 5 minutes as an on-baller, even at his height, maybe just to throw his weight around and get himself into the game. I've really liked the game of the Balwyn skipper, Rennie Gilchrist. I just feel like he's been in just about everything.
The biggest thing, I mean, we mentioned Cross, and the amount of ball that Cross has won has been dismantled by his disposal, whereas it's the complete opposite with Gilchrist. He hasn't won a whole lot of ball today, but, I mean, you look at that kick to Goebbels to mark him 25 out from goal
that's our
on his left foot.
Leader for the play of the day. It just, in between 3 players was Goebbels, and he put it on a dime, did Rennie Gilchrist. And his brother Taylor, who, I wouldn't say he often plays second field, but he spent the majority of 2015 on the injury list.
He was away on holiday.
Away on holiday, there you go. So we didn't see him. So I personally have forgotten just how good he was. He's no shame in being in Rennie's shadow, of course, but he's not too far behind Rennie as a footballer.
I was talking to Brett Moyle, of course, the EFL Interleague coach during the week, and I sort of said to him, for a bloke who only played 4 or 5 games during last season, obviously being away, managed to do enough to qualify for finals and ended up playing in a premiership. I think a lot of people have forgotten how good he was going back 2 or 3 seasons.
Yep.
And I think, particularly in this game and in the games to come leading up to that interleague game, I think he's certainly going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, well, he's been smooth this afternoon. As Balwyn are already out on the ground, the Vermont players making their way back out after half-time, and look at the hydration squad just on the far wing down there, Dyson. Having a nice afternoon, those boys.
They are, and the other thing I like to see is the interleague tackers game that was going on during half-time. Of course, Balwyn's juniors not playing in the Eastern Football League. They're in the Yarra Junior League, and of course, Vermont, one of the most prestigious, the biggest club in the Eastern Football League in terms of junior numbers. So I think it was an under-9s or under-10s game that went right across the ground, and now both of their senior counterparts are out on the ground ready for the second half.
Absolutely right. So we'll have a quick ad break here from the Caravan right here on the hill at Vermont Recreation Reserve. At half-time, it is a 4-point lead to the Vermont Eagles. Keep your dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A, for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership membership anytime you park and get 10% off. a1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
And we're back here at the Vermont Recreation Reserve to get the second half underway. It's a 4-point lead to the Eagles that are out there wearing yellow and, what is it, no, purple and gold, I think they prefer it to
Violet
be called.
crumbles.
The Violet crumbles. And Buxton gets the tap down for the Eagles into the path of Luke McComb. He pumps it inside 50. Mark not taken by Purdy. Perry was cast in the role of a rover, but couldn't quite do the work required to bend down below his knees to pick the bloody red thing up.
Are they still around, Ray? Violet crumbles? I thought they're obsolete now.
Polywaffles, I think Raymond goes after those ones. Stoppage at half forward.
I'm more of a crunchy man.
No, don't eat chocolate, it's very bad for you. Up goes the Sharon at centre half forward. Smart work by Parker. The old the Falcon on Adam Parker, picked up by McComb.
Looked like a
who
seal.
couldn't quite get an arm free. It was a very, very strong tackle laid by that man, Nathan Gordon.
It looked like a seal, Parker, with balancing the
Yeah,
ball
it
on
did.
top of his head. That goes down as a stat surely, Soupy.
So we've got 10 metres in the direction of Balwyn's goal. Parker is wrapped up immediately by Gilchrist, and it looks like he's done a knee or hurt himself as Parks. Gilchrist helps him up, might be a bad one. There's a bit of a stunned silence around the crowd.
Yeah, he might have hurt himself there.
Gee, I'll have to start not taking player stats. I swear I'm cursing them. Whoever's I pick either gets injured or has a shocker.
Just seemed like to Rennie it was a bit of a dumping sort of tackle. They've done that to each other all day. Looks like could be a kneecappy type.
He's certainly in trouble with that left knee there. Yeah, let's hope it's not a very bad injury because he's a great player, Adam Parker.
Is that patella tendon out of place? No, it's not. It's maybe
It looked like it was
something.
that sort of initial injury, though. Having done one myself, it tends to feel like you've been hit on the knee really hard with the kneecap dislocation.
If not long term, you wouldn't see him coming back today the way they're carrying him off at the moment.
Absolutely not. That it looks structural and
yeah.
it looks bad.
He's a very tough player too, so you certainly know he's badly injured.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it did look, unfortunately, though, that sort of reaction of maybe the kneecap just slipping out because the way he sort of initially went to it was if he'd been hit hard on the knee. And that is how it feels. I did it playing cricket, Raymond, and I thought the cricket ball had hit me very hard on the bear before they said the ball was nowhere near.
We wear pads these days, Aaron.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was the thing. They said to me, well, I don't know how it got past your pad.
There's the ball up at centre half forward. Buxton to McComb of the Robbie variety, I believe that was.
Maybe Alana can get a word on him. Thanks.
Down there, thanks to Chiropedic betting, of course. Meeson and Buxton. No real decisive winner of the tap. Cross just bats it forward. Gordon, that's exciting. The old don't argue. Then the handball to Lockie Bain, who goes to Mark O'Regan. Is that going to stay in? It does. It's a good mark taken by Goebbels. Hard up against the boundary line. It's a pretty easy pocket for the right footer here at Vermont. It opens up nicely, Raymond.
I saw about 5 guys kick goals from there in the reserves game.
Last game of footy,
it is kickable.
I played for the mighty Templestowe Football Club. I jagged one from just about here.
Since when have Templestowe come and played Vermont?
We played a final here against Baronia.
Oh, that'd be right, I was going to say.
And it was right here
against Vermont.
On the pain of 45, and it sailed through a post tight. And we'll see Jeff Goebbels do the same thing here. Top of the left-hand goalpost. We'll bring that back nicely, but it's come off the outside of the boot and never really looked like going anywhere near the goals. It's out of bounds on the full. All that for nothing, Raymond.
You put the Seymour Moz on him then,
Absolutely
mate. You really
did.
did. You build it up to nothing.
Special kind of play to put one from that through from that position.
Now, Parker's walked from the gates to the bench, all but with a limp, but he's putting some weight on it, which he wasn't able to do a couple of minutes ago.
Isn't Dyson Baker just cutting a very smooth figure through the Vermont crowd here at the Eagles' Nest this afternoon? He makes his way back around to the commentary box. The ball's at half forward. We'll have a stoppage. Meeson gets the tap down to Gilchrist, who releases Cross, who's high up and under kick, isn't going to travel the required distance. No mark taken anyway. Cassidy tries to get around one tackle, just knocked across there by Howard. In the direction of a teammate, that's Neil. Handball's back to Connor McCafferty. He's got a little bit of toad as Connor McCafferty. Puts it under his arm. At the centre half back, Emily. Handball's back to Kerry. He tries to get around O'Regan. He does that successfully. Goes to McCafferty inboard.
Well,
it's smart footy, but the execution by McCafferty is no good. McComb, Howard, Cross tackles him. We'll have a ball up at centre-half back. Dyson Baker.
You know, whatever you said about me, I can watch back on the replay.
There was nothing...
He just called you a smooth operator, mate.
Very smooth operator. Speaking of which, McCafferty, handballs to Neil. Handballs back. Emily ducks his head. That should be prior opportunity. Cross lays the tackle. Umpire, you've got to pay hold on the ball here.
Oh,
that's exactly what he does. And Sean Cross will take the free kick at centre-half forward. Either side yet to put a score on the board. We've gone 5 minutes in this third term.
I suppose a positive thing here for Vermont is Parker's gone to the bench. He hasn't gone to the rooms.
Cross just pumps it to the top of the square. Big pack forms. Fist down to the front. McComb. All numbers are going to be with Vermont, but it's a good kick. Mark dot taken by Crocker. Cross. All there now in the hands of Weatherald. Left foot kick inside 50. No mark taken. And we're going to have a stoppage situation finally in the forward pocket. The umpire lets them play. That should be a free kick going the way of the Tigers. But too high. No, the umpire didn't see it. Dyson, you can take over.
Sure. It's a solid 6-minute session, not bad.
It was a labour. The ball didn't go anywhere. There was turnovers everywhere.
Such has been the way this game's gone so far, as once again on cue, Gilchrist wraps up Cam Hewitt.
Much like the 1v2 game we saw last night.
Awesome. Yeah, lack of excitement in both contests. Meeson punches forward, ball goes nowhere, held up. There was Schneider. So ball still about 40 metres out from goal. The Tigers. Thrown up once again, Meeson down. Schneider's first to meet it, got caught, absolutely clotheslined. So he'll win the free kick. Now a chance for a bit of clean disposal. Although I might have asked too much. We'll see how this kick comes from Schneider.
St Kilda have piled on 8 goals to 2 in the third term to take a 6-goal lead into three-quarter time. Timmy Membry, the former Sydney Swan, has got 5 for the Saints.
Great mark by Buxton. It's centre wing. Kicks up further afield to Perry. Kick. He just went up.
That was too easy.
Yeah.
Marked it unopposed.
Pendlebury didn't even bother to fly. Kick came in towards forward 50, and Milhouse and Few, everyone
Best.
flew.
Yeah.
But Best sitting over the back managed to take the mark all by himself. And he can go back and line up from a 45-degree angle to extend the lead for the Vermont Football Club.
The 2 Balwyn defenders then, they completely mistimed that mark. And Best, he didn't even get off the ground. He just stood at the back and marked it.
Jake Best missed one earlier today and has done exactly the same thing. It's almost a carbon copy of what happened earlier in this game in the first term. Moves Vermont on to 5-8-38, Balwyn 5-3-33. 8 minutes gone, third term here in EFL GameDay.
Parker again just walked up, but he looks in a lot of trouble with that knee. He's still limping heavily.
Kick out from Weatherald. Nice work there from Davidson to create a contest. Under a lot of pressure there was Gordon trying to work it out. Met with a high tackle there from Purdy. Umpire said play on. Wadley gang tackled by 2. Right brings him to ground. Right in front of the Vermont coach's box. Emily copped it from the Vermont coach's box then. Interesting to hear what was said on that occasion. Purdy playing the role of a rover. Inside forward 50. No real marking option there. Good work from Pendlebury to try and punch it away. First to meet the ball there was Crocker. Trying to get it away now. Handball came out, found McConnon, put himself under a lot of pressure. Emily tucked up hard, wrong side of the boot, and has settled that straight through the middle. So finally Vermont get the goal, and they move on to 6-8-44. Balwyn 5-3-33. Almost 10 minutes played in this third term.
He hasn't done enough of that today, Kyle Emily. That's what he's good at. He gets out the back of packs and uses the footy well. He's the guy that who's lifted in this third term. He's got a little bit more possessions around the back of the packs. You can't leave him open, though, because he does use the footy well.
It's not the best exhibition of football we're witnessing here today, but I tell you what, boy, it's a very tough contest. That ball is hot.
9 minutes of pure stalemate, and Vermont get an important goal against the breeze, and they're going inside 50 again, this time courtesy of McComb, who finds McConnon a centre-half forward, who got a little bit too overzealous with his kick, went straight to the man on the mark. Pendlebury's dumped in a tackle by Best. That ball's stolen by Neil, who kicks back in board. And Cam Howard.
That was play of the day.
Cam Howard was going to run into an opening goal, but that was out of bounds.
The crowd wasn't
That was out of bounds.
The crowd on this side of the ground not happy at all with it. Not that they could see anything.
Absolutely not. And here's Purdy, third man up, best. First one to get hands on it. Sitting on his number there is Cross.
Just look at the amount of numbers that are around that contest, boys. Look there. I just feel that both sides just need to get a couple of little outriders, just 10 metres off the contest.
The look of modern footy, Raymond. 100 blokes inside forward, 50. And look at Kirby McConnell just try and cut his way through. He can't quite find the space he was after. The ball's picked up by Schneider, whose handball over the top only went as far as Crow, who gets it to Weatherald, who pumps it out to centre half back. That's some sharp work there by Matty Lee. They're off and running. Here's JJ Penny. Takes a bounce. Inside forward 50. Kick on the left foot.
Sack.
It's no good. He was inspired by himself, JJ Penny, and stuffed it up. There's a behind.
But that, as you said, it was stuffed up because it was the pressure put on by the Vermont defenders. They just did not give up the chase.
It was very good transportation of the football, though. It was quick.
That was great play from Kirby McConnell as well, running the gauntlet. Just couldn't get a handle on it.
Boundary.
That's the difference at the moment. You look at Vermont, stalemate for 5 minutes. Balwyn, they've just managed to run that clean disposal. As this kick goes out of bounds right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We'll cross boundary side thanks to Chiropedic betting. Esmond Aponso.
Pick up bet on Adam Parker. His iced up on the knee. Not a good look to come back this afternoon.
Done for the day, Adam Parker. Aaron Kirkby-Rodier in tears at the moment. President, of course, of the Adam Parker fan club.
And the vice president, and the treasurer, and the junior vice president.
Questioned the EFL senior coach this morning when Brett Moore walked past us about just have a look at Adam Parker, and he's played all of it 2.5 quarters.
He was still better than a couple of blokes he picked out of him.
All right,
So, Rennie Watts grabs it out of the ruck, tries to kick around the body, grab a little kick, just goes in on the outside of the point post, and we'll have another ball in.
The big man Watts there, Renwick Watts, he's had a pretty quiet day. I think that for Balwyn to get up, he's got to start getting into the contest a bit more.
We do need that improved Renwick factor. There's 2 Renwicks out there, of course.
Only side in the Eastern Football League, probably the only side in the country.
Only side of the EFL with 2 Renwicks.
Crow had about 3 grabs at it, finally got the handball away. Weatherald kicks inside forward 50, darting past just outside the paint.
Great vision there.
Cross.
He needs to kick this.
40 metres out, directly in front.
He needs to kick this. He's been poor by foot today, Sean Cross.
Well, he should get the distance. It's just a matter of accuracy, I would say.
Those lovely,
Wins at his back.
Lovely locks flowing in the breeze.
Sean Cross to cut the margin back to 4 points. Kicks stayed left. Distance wasn't an issue. Accuracy was. 3 for 1 behind. 5-5-35 Balwyn. Vermont 6-8-44. 12.5 minutes gone. Third term here in EFL Gameday.
Let's go to Grant Soupy Campbell for the stats that have mattered so far in his third term. Thanks to Choose Tap, of course.
Balwyn leading the inside 50s 6-3. Clearances 6-4 the way of Vermont. Contested possessions, Vermont leading 13-9.
Make sure you download the free Choose Tap app today. Be smart and Choose Tap. Yarra Valley Water, of course, great sponsors of the Eastern Football League. There's Shane Davidson with the kicking duties for Vermont. Goes to himself and thumps it long down the line. I think Phillips got a bit of a shove.
Holding
against Meeson. It's going the way of Joel Perry.
It's great to see our listeners and viewers tune in from everywhere. The views are great from the 15th floor of the Hampton on Hilton here in Warsaw in Poland. As soon as the broadcast is over, Brash is heading to Amsterdam to do some more pole dancing Dutch style.
The 15th floor, geez, he's at great height there, Brash.
Splashed out there.
Clearly spending a lot of the money he's earned while on the EFL media team, that's for sure.
Balls with Weatherald at centre-half back. Oh, and Crow drops a sitter in the middle of the ground. But he's got enough time and space to mop it up. Goes to Weatherald. Another sitter drop. This time that was by De Souza. Now a bouncing ball at centre-half forward through the arms of O'Regan, who's pleading with the umpire for some sort of free kick that wasn't there. On hands and knees is Timmy Johnson, the skipper of the Vermont Footy Club. That was a massive cock-up by the Balwyn boys. 2 absolute sitters dropped, and then possibly a shot on goal gone begging.
That's probably the one area they've really missed with Barker out, also with Hughes and Broadhurst missing, is De Souza. It just probably hasn't stood up as well as
Ray, there's a lot of players standing still out there.
Yeah, there certainly is. Look, everyone's waiting for someone else to do something instead of getting in there and doing it yourself. But as I said before, I would just like to see a couple of players stand off the contest and wait for the ball to be dished out to them.
Every player on the ground is within, I reckon, 50 metres of each other.
Gordon, third man up, Kyle Emley, who cuts his way through a pack and just dumps it out wide. We'll have a boundary throw in. So stoppage City. Everyone all, it's attackers football, Dyson back. Everyone all up in each other's business.
One would help, boys, that Wayne Brasher's not over there in Poland trying to describe this game to some local Poles over there, because everyone's just around it, as Dyson said.
Absolutely. It's not very pleasing on the eye, this contest.
I was just looking down here at Brad Neal getting a bit of work done, I'm assuming for cramp, and I just keep thinking how many of these players have actually done the work, because it seems to be a lot of standing around going on at the moment.
Come on, Dice, it's not question.
Shane Davidson at centre-half back. Tucks the footy under his arm. He's off and running. Does the old 1-2 with Cam Howard. The kick inside 50 is a shocker. Straight on the arms of Chris Pendlebury. McConnell was streaming towards goal. No side wants to gain ascendancy in this game. There's Gottliebson at centre-half back. Swings out right to Renwick Gilchrist. It goes to Liam Fraser on the hands. Out wide to centre-half forward. There's Gordon. Takes the mark for Balwyn. Low flat ball inside 50. Goebbels on the lead. Bounces off his chest. JJ Penny on hands and knees. Goebbels again. Just gets it forward to Soiser. Penny steals the ball and runs into an open goal. The stalemate is broken. JJ Penny. There's the excitement that they needed. Your Chiropedic betting goal of the day is right there, folks, I reckon. And there's a good goal. 6-5-41. The Tigers go to. Vermont stay on. I think they're on 7-6. I'm not quite sure. The scoreboard always changes. 6-8-44 they go to, so 3 points of margin in favour of the Eagles.
Yeah, look, in the last 5 minutes, I just get the feel that Balwyn, although they haven't been clean with the ball, they're at least trying to run the ball and trying to get the game open out, because they would much rather play it on their terms out in the open. And the last 5 minutes or so of Balwyn, I think, has been very good.
It's the turnover, Davidson inside 50. How costly is that?
I think that was probably more the reading of play by Pendlebury. Shows his great asset. There was two running back towards goal. Pendlebury positioned himself brilliantly well.
Rennie Watts gets the tap down and then just tries to kick it away. Emily was first to meet it, got met with a bit of pressure. Now got it away to McComb, back to Emily. Inside forward 50 with a bouncing ball. No one really there to meet it. Weatherald was the first one there. And immediately he's gang tackled by about 5 Eagles and going nowhere.
Their disposal going inside 50, probably the last quarter and a half, Vermont has been tripe. They just cannot hit a target.
So ball about 40 metres out from the Vermont goal. That came out, good work off the back of the pack there, Sanfilippo. His disposal wasn't all that straight. Same can be said for McConnens. Now Gottliebson tries to get it away. Tried to take on too many. Lucky not to be penalised. Pendlebury having to work through a couple. Great work, and now poised through Milhusen. Back to Gottliebson. Just got it away into the centre of Vermont Recreation Reserve. Eagles there to meet it, but Goebbels was too smart. Inside forward 50 off the boot of Matty Lee. Bouncing ball into an empty goal square. Which one will this be? What a goal from Matty Lee. 70 metres out into an empty goal square, bounces through, and Balwyn are in the lead.
Which one will this way? It's wonderfully called by you, Dyson Baker.
What Balwyn have got now, they've got players who are prepared to run through the middle of the ground, and it's happened on the last 2 occasions where they've kicked it to the centre of the ground. The player coming out from the forward line has got options running past him straight into the open goal.
Again, though, it starts with Pendlebury. I mean, Gottliebson was in real trouble there. Pendlebury, again, cool head, breaks a couple of tackles and good effective handball.
Just his composure is fantastic.
I'm hoping this one busts wide open now and we get to see some free-flowing play. And guess who out of the centre again? Robbie McComb inside forward 50 for the Eagles. And Joel Perry's meant this one the best. Casting the roller over. Left foot kick from the former Roo to the wrong side of the stick.
He just had too much time to think about it.
He didn't want to kick it on the left. And
he did everything right, though. He stopped and he paused and he thought, yeah, I've got to kick it on the left. So off I go.
Finish was no good. They moved to 6-9-45. The Tigers are 7-5-47. 2 points the margin. Weatherald, he stepped over the mark. That Cardinals,
the coach killer.
That Cardinal sin, they call it, Dyson. Not sure which Cardinal. Not George Pell, I hope.
Well, that was great watching Joel Perry, though. Just the fear of the thought that I'm going to have to kick this on my left foot.
He was waiting for Best to come to him.
And here's the work from the top of the square. 9 times out of 10 we see a rush behind in this situation. This time we see a clearing kick from big Rod Crow. The reverse corkscrew punt up to the middle of the ground. Kennedy gets the handball across to Bain. All of a sudden they're inside 50 and Goebbels is going to run into an open goal. Goebbels is going to kick number 4. And the lead for the Balwyn Tigers is going to stretch out to 8 points.
They've got to do something about this, the Eagles, because what Balwyn are doing, they blaze out a defensive 50 to a contest, and the wave of Balwyn players, they're always hitting the front of the contest first, and they're the ones running back towards goal.
Well, there's been a pattern with the last 2 goals. They've been exactly the game. What I would think I'd be doing if I was down there on that back line of Vermont, someone's got to stay at home, maybe about that centre-half back position. Maybe even forget your man. Let's cut off that flow that's going down there through the corridor.
They've kicked 3 in a row, the Tigers, and all in that sort of break back over the back style. And Jeff Goebbels, isn't he proving to be the difference in this game so far? He's kicked 4 of the best. He's had a hand in a couple of others. He's proving why he's a match winner up forward at the moment. All of a sudden, the margin is out to 8 points, Dyson Baker.
Sure is.
And the big man Watts in the centre now. He's at least making a contest out of it.
Just ticking into time on 2 in the 3rd term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Trying to get it away there was Watts. Emily at the fall of the ball managed to grab it. Nice work here from Wright. Gives his handball away. Finds Gilchrist. Now out to Crow on the commentary side wing. Gives to Cross. Short chip kick over the top. Dangerous position. Punch came from the back. Nice chance to work it out. Milhuisen. Gilchrist loads up from 50 out. Ball winner on the trot here. That's 4 straight now. And they take a commanding lead as we tick into the final moments of this 3rd term here on EFL GameDay. And just like that, it's now out to a 14-point lead. 9-5-59, Vermont 6-9-45. Grant Campbell, choose tap match stats.
One area Balwyn are really getting on control is the uncontested possessions, which they lead 37-18 for the quarter. And that's now Balwyn kicked 3 goals from their last 3 inside 50s.
You were spot on, Seymour, 5 minutes ago when you called that this game is going to break open, because Balwyn, they've certainly broke it open in that last 5 minutes.
Well, they've done what they've had to do, and that's take advantage of kicking with this breeze in the 3rd term. Obviously, the Eagles are going to come home with it. It's not a horrendously strong one, but this buffer now, Aaron Kirkby-Rodier of 14 points, is it's handy.
Just about the biggest of the match, creeping up there now. But Balwyn are running twice as fast forward as Vermont are running back, and it's becoming a real problem. You see it again here.
Here's the Tigers on the march once more. Taylor Gilchrist, the high kick inside 50. Goebbels crashed the pack. Right foot kick around the corner. The opportunistic goal from Lockie Bain. 5 on the trot for the Tigers in the blink of an eye. This game is almost out of reach for Vermont. 21 points. It is a match high margin now. 20 points it is, sorry. 6-9-45. The Eagles 10-5-65. The Balwyn Footy Club, and they have stamped their authority on this clash.
It's the last 10 minutes once again, but as Soupy mentioned, they're getting the ball on the outside and being able to use it cleanly, the Tigers, and it's becoming a real problem, because even when Vermont are getting the clearances off half-back, they're getting clean possession.
They're finishing.
And you go back 10 minutes ago, they tried everything. They were still fumbling and all that, but they still tried to push the ball forward, and all of a sudden the ball's starting to fall their way, and they got that run.
They're finishing as well, so 10-5 plays 6-9, and that's the difference so far.
3/4 time, can't go quick enough, and it might be good here for Vermont, but they get the clearance. Great work from Emily. Finds Perry, who can't mark. Wright gives his handball away. Crow under a lot of pressure. Milhuisen now to Gottliebsen. Trying to run through there was Purdy. Overran it. 35 metres out from goal. Crow just tries to rush it. Didn't get enough of a toe on it. Now Gottliebsen feverishly puts it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Joel Perry, you've got to take that mark.
He's got to mark.
It was a beautiful
on the
kick.
lead. The kick was perfect. Hands up, ball to the deck. That's the difference in a game like this. Not good enough from your star full forward.
They look a bit slow at ground level in the forward line, Vermont, at the moment.
25 out. Phillips taps it down, but only finds Balwyn jumpers. Crow taps up. Nice work to meet the ball. Gordon gives it away to his captain in Gilchrist, who turns it over. Very rare error there from Gilchrist. Gives to Davidson. Wadley. Emily from 35, darting balls.
Needs to kick that.
In between the big one and the little one, through for one behind. 6-10-46, Balwyn 10-5-65. 24 minutes gone, 3rd term.
They've had one more scoring shot, the Eagles, and they trail by 19 points. Bad kicking is bad footy, Ray Baird. They've been saying it for as long as you've been alive.
Well, Dyson Baker's been telling you that for the last fortnight.
It's my bugbear at the moment.
Bad kicking is bad footy.
That's Kyle Emily too. He has to kick that.
And right now, their work in front of goal just stinks.
3/4 time, Montrose 5-11, trailed Noble Park 7-9.
Here's Rod Crow in the back pocket. Oh, that is tough.
Howard.
He's out cold, Cam Howard. And Jeff Goebbels just struts back the position. I've got this one, fellas. That's tough. He's up.
Just took the wind out of him, I think, there, Cammy Howard.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side next to Chiropedic betting. Alana Coleman in position A.
Yeah, it's really a contrast between the two backlines at the moment. The Balwyn backline's really composed and not giving away any free kicks and managing just to keep handballing it around and bringing the ball out of defence nicely, whereas Vermont are starting to look a little shaky and really caught underneath the ball.
Here's Howard not missing a beat on the bottom of that pack, only moments after being knocked out cold. He was on a stretcher. In my mind, I had him out for the rest of the game. And he bounced straight back up. Davidson.
Oh, he had him lined up there too, Shane Davidson.
Conor McCaffrey, that was sharp. They need a mark inside 50. Phillips does well to body his opponent in right out of position.
This game, it's just gone up a couple of notches. It's going to break open soon.
I thought Shane Davidson was going to put someone in hospital then.
Even Phillips, I think, landed a few
Free
nasty
kick.
elbows.
Free kick to buckets. Ryan Phillips.
Has to kick the goal.
And he does.
That'll be. Can we give him player of the day for that?
Luke McComb tried to take the advantage.
He's kicked that from Canterbury Road.
I tell you what, Steve Cochran had the sniper out. If that was going to be played advantage and he missed that.
Luke McComb's kicked the goal, but Cam McComb's standing next to the umpire and giving him heaps why it was an advantage.
Now that the dust had settled, it's going to be a free kick to Ryan Phillips, who copped an errant elbow to the back of the head from big Renrick Watts.
How important is this kick, boys? Because we're coming to the end of the quarter. He has to kick a goal.
Cut the margin. It'll be back to 13 points if this one goes through. And it'll give the boys a bit of belief. Hang on, we can put one through from the set shot.
He's pretty good kick.
They've been rubbish in front of goal this afternoon. He's got one next to his name. Ryan Phillips out to the right-hand side. It's not even going to trouble the scorers. McComb is going to rove that ball. And they've turned something into nothing here, Vermont, and they've been good at that all day. Watley's been tackled. Schneider's been tackled as well. No one can get a kick away. McComb, handball out to Phillips, who induces the high contact. The umpire is wise to it, and it penalises the Eagles.
Well, they haven't paid the last one either, so...
The free kick's coming back.
That probably I can understand a bit more, though, because it was a blaze. He wasn't...
And it's going the way...
Wasn't a controlled kick.
It was 5 shots on goal. I mean, I know they're all snaps around the body, but that's 5 plus the shot on goal that Vermont haven't even tried to...
Big Johnny Mason, the kick to right goal. I'm light-headed, Dyson Baker. This game is gone up a notch.
Yeah.
It's outrageous here at Vermont Recreation Reserve.
Crow at half-back. Told to move it on. No, told to come over his mark.
Oh, that's really important.
He's got to kick it down the line now.
It really annoys me.
No, he's crisscrossed it.
We've gone 27 minutes, Dyson. We can't be too far away from the three-quarter time siren.
Ball in the arms of Taylor Gilchrist. Dangerous kick, but it finds its target in Tregear. He's got a teammate further afield in Bain. This one will sit up and bounce for him beautifully. I'll tell you what, it's nice playing with an oval-shaped ball. Gives back to right. Short chip kick back over the top wasn't
on his
flash,
own here,
but it's
Rennie.
managed to find Rennie Gilchrist. 40 out, darting pass. Jeff Goebels all by himself. Corey Cassidy was 15 metres away when he took that mark.
I just don't know how Rennie Gilchrist gets that much space. He was all on his own. He had time, pick it up, turn around.
Work rate. He was over here 30 seconds ago.
Someone's got to be running near him at least, though. There was no one even within 20 metres.
Parker was going with him for the first half. Alas, Goebels to line up for number 5. Extend the margin. And I'll tell you what, this is the genuine 12-point play, the one that they miss and the one that we get for Balwyn.
Going for goal at number 5.
Jeff Goebels at the 28-minute mark of the third term here on EFL GameDay. Comes in, sends it on the right boot and makes the goal umpire work through for one behind. 10-6, 66, a 20-point lead in favour of the Balwyn Football Club. Vermont 6-10. 46. That pretty much says it all so far. 28.5 minutes gone. Third term. EFL GameDay, whether you're online on www.efl.org.au or listening to us live on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
Davidson, he's waiting to retrieve the ball. He's going to do the kick-in duties from full back. Not a lot of movement up ahead. He's got McComb leading a bit of space, but he kicks to himself, gets himself the +3 Dream Team points and goes long to a pack.
Good
and
mark.
A strong mark taken by Sammy Tazoiza.
Quiet this afternoon.
Has been. Goes out wide.
Is that Gilchrist again?
I think it is Taylor Gilchrist. Left foot kick inside 50. Jeff Goebels in there, laying a strong tackle on Cam Howard. Ball up at centre-half forward for Balwyn, who have had the run of it in this quarter. Howard releases a teammate who probably unlucky not to get a free kick for a push in the back. That was Preto, who wouldn't be surprised if he misses next week with pneumonia. Hasn't gone near the football this afternoon. Here's Rennie Gilchrist, though. The left foot kick around the corner to the top of the square. Is that a mark on the goal line? I think it is.
Yeah, umpire's paid it.
It's been paid. Christian Sanfilippo in a Vermont sandwich. He's taken a mark right on the goal line.
Has a 10-metre rule apply, Dyson? Does it? Yep. No.
Runs around on the right boot.
Oh.
Doesn't get anywhere near it. So that was a...
That's one kick that I reckon genuinely got worse.
Anti-climax.
In the last 15 years.
The Bunana.
Yeah, kicking around the body.
The Czech side from South Australia.
I think it's genuinely got worse.
Well done, Bruce.
All will be in the hands of Davidson at the restart. Waiting for it to come back. Now he's assessing his options. No one on the mark. There's JJ Penny works and puts the pressure on. Great mark taken from De Souza.
The ball's dropping short and he's the only one that seems to realise it.
JJ Penny under a bit of pressure. Davidson now gets it away. Johnson hard up against the boundary line. This one will go right to the line. And right. Heard footsteps then. Having said that, I wouldn't want to go up against Ryan Phillips.
There's a three-quarter time siren. And the Balwyn Tigers, well, they flex their muscles in that term. 5 unanswered goals. There's a bit of a dust-up as we head into the last change. But the score here is 10-6-66 Balwyn, 6-10-46 Vermont. The Eagles coming home with the breeze in the last term. Don't go anywhere. This is EFL Game Day, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour.
Hey, man. I've got some weekend goals. Like what? First, wake up around lunchtime. Oh, yeah. Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day. Oh, you got to go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else? And then when I'm all full, like in your belly, just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals. Bang! Goal! Oh, Pancake Parlour's weekend goals. Up and about and lovely.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think a barbie in the backyard would be nice.
I would go to the beach.
Possibly a costume party.
This sounds silly, but I'd like people to bring their pets.
I'd have a karaoke machine. What's coming to my head is an ice sculpture.
Lots of cakes.
Cheesecake.
Lemon meringue pie.
And probably every flavour of ice cream ever.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. It's the Aussie family company that's been manufacturing mattresses in Melbourne since 1991. They offer a huge range, and selected mattresses come with everyday deals like free delivery, old mattress removal, 30-day comfort guarantee, and up to 20 years warranty. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Locations all around Melbourne and country Victoria. Or shop online 24/7 for mattresses, bases, beds, pillows, and custom-sized mattresses at chiropedic.net.au.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Real people, real stories.
Whether I'm driving the morning coach to service or whether I'm actually doing the transfer from the family home is very rewarding.
It's heavy lifting, it's emotional, it's uplifting, it's rewarding, and it's a vocation. It's not a job, and I love it.
Watch the A Day in the Life video series now at tobinbrothersfunerals.com.au for an insight into the specialised work they do. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating 80 years of service.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
20 points the margin here at three-quarter time. It's the Balwyn Tigers leading the Vermont Eagles after they put the foot to the pedal to the metal rather at the back end of that third term. Grant Campbell, thanks to Chustap, the match stats in that third quarter, do they reflect the Balwyn dominance that we saw?
A couple of them certainly do indicate their dominance. The contested possessions were close. It was 32 to 29 in favour of Balwyn. For the uncontested possessions, 50 to 23 in favour of Balwyn, so very one-sided, more than double. Inside 50s, 15 to 9 in Balwyn's favour. And they had a string of 4 goals from 4 inside 50s at one point. They took 4 marks inside 50 to 1, and their pressure, they've been able to maintain it throughout the day. 25 effective tackles to 11. The big difference in terms of goal kicking has been from general play. Vermont's kicked 3 goals, 6. Balwyn 8 goals, 2 from general play. In that quarter, they kicked 5-1. So far better accuracy, and the way they played that quarter, looks like they will be hard to catch.
Raymond, it took 10 minutes for the first goal of that third term. It went the way of the Eagles, who at that stage opened themselves up a nice little handy 10-point buffer. And then from then, it was all Balwyn, who kicked 5 goals in probably the space of about 6 or 7 minutes in a real exciting burst towards the end of the term.
Yeah, and 3 of those 5 goals came right from the back line. You know, Pendlebury and his other 5 components down there. Look, their composure on that back line has been fantastic. And when they broke the ball forward, and as I said, on 3 occasions, there wasn't a player on the forward side of the centre square, and they ran onto it and they got those 3 goals. But look, the contested tackles there that Soupy said, well, was it 25 to 11? That's been the difference. I just think Balwyn have listed their intensity around the contest, whereas in the first half, you know, Vermont looked as though they were able to do mostly anything they wanted to do around the contest, but Balwyn in that quarter, they certainly tightened up in that area.
What do the Eagles need to do in this term? You saw Balwyn effectively use almost a Pagan's paddock style technique with leaving some space open in that forward 50. It's not a ground where you're going to bring a centre half forward to dominate up around the wings. So what do the Eagles need to do to get themselves back in this game?
Well, they can't play to save the game. What they've got to do, I think they've got to go all out. Throw caution to the wind. If they're going to win this game, look, they're about 4 goals down at the moment. If they're going to win this game, they've got to do it by something special. So throw caution to the wind, back yourself in. Let's just go down the corridor, kick the ball long. We've got the wind behind us, and maybe have someone one out in the goal square.
Aaron Kirkby-Rodier, you're writing the script for this game. If it's a close win to Vermont at the end of the day, in front of the home crowd, who's the one? Who's the man in the violet crumble that stands up for his side this afternoon?
I think it's got to be maybe a Tom Schneider type. He's playing a lot forward today. Before his injury, he was quite good. He's quite strong for his size and in a contested marking situation, but he hasn't really got near it in that sort of situation today. It's been very sort of crumbing type with around the packs in the forward line. So he's had a pretty quiet day, Tommy Schneider. He'll want to step up for the Eagles in this last term, and I reckon he could be the man to do it. But they just need to get some clean ball out of the centre line.
Do you think they've wasted Jake Best a little bit this afternoon?
Well, he hasn't. Well,
they haven't really used him as an avenue for starters, and he's just been stuck in the forward pockets and things like that.
Having a chat to a couple of people at half time around here, it seems as though he's a bit underdone.
That's cost down boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic betting. Esmond Aponso is with Steve Cochran.
Steve, the tackle comes a bit low, and obviously the pressure is down. However, going down this way, Sam Wadley showed us exactly. We can kick goals very quickly. Open forward line, just get it down there quickly, and we can kick goals from there.
Yeah, that's right. Look, it seems to be the scoring game, but look, I thought, Ball moved the ball very quickly that last sort of 10 minutes and really opened us up, and that was pretty disappointing from our point of view because I thought first 15 minutes we were really strong and But yeah, we let them open, and now hopefully we've got to try and turn that around. We've got a quarter to do it.
Thanks, Steve. Good luck.
Steve Cochran there, the senior coach of the Vermont Football Club, and he'd be pulling his hair out. The last 10 minutes of that quarter got real ugly.
Yeah, it certainly did. It now leaves them with a 20-point deficit to try and make up. In about 25 or 30 minutes, we'll find out if they can or can't do that.
Well, Esmond mentioned Sam Wadley. He lit them up in the second quarter. Can he do it in the final term?
They need that. They need something like that, a spark player.
But he's trying to break the game open with Wadley. You see him every time he gets in a contested situation, he does a bit of a spin and tries to get out of the pack. There's not too many players that have tried to do that today on both sides.
Final term, Division 1, 1 versus 2. It doesn't get any better than this, and that's the perfect start for the Vermont Football Club. Perry marks, gets it straight to Phillips. So the man on the mark will send 40 metres out from goal.
Imagine that. First minute of the quarter, and all of a sudden, they've eaten into the deficit by 6 points.
Remember watching Big Buckets Phillips? He used to kick these over the fence in the under-19s.
Is this a spark that they need, the Vermont Eagles? They currently trail by 20 points. Only 20 seconds played in the final term. Comes in now, sends it on its way. That one's going to go way left.
Why has their goal kicking been so poor?
Behind.
I just don't understand.
It's been poor for a long time, though, Seymour. As I said, I reckon they kicked themselves out of a final a couple of years ago against Norwood. Don't know. It's just something that runs around with the Vermont Footy Club.
6:11:47. Vermont 10:6:66. Balwyn 48 seconds played in this final term on EFL GameDay.
Jacko Weatherald will have the kicking duties from full back. Gilchrist was the intended receiver. He's going to get a free kick. It's Rennie Gilchrist.
Yeah, cop one high behind the ear.
Yeah, that was from Kirkby-Rodier, the former East Ringwood Kangaroo.
And Scoresby player.
He was looking towards his brother, Taylor Gilchrist, who ran into the umpire, so he didn't take the mark. McComb's in there for the Eagles. So's Kerry, who's bending down to pick that ball up and laid up in a strong tackle by Johnny Milhuisen. We're going to have a ball up at centre-half forward, but maybe a little fine coming away at Taylor Gilchrist during the week for some contact with the umpire. Here's Perry in the ruck. That ball in the path of Cross, who couldn't quite get a handle on the pill. Preto lays a strong tackle. There's another one that still needs to lift. Andrew Preto. I've seen him have games for this footy club where he's had the ball on a string in half-back. Hasn't done much this afternoon. The Eagles are pressing hard at centre-half forward. Wadley, who gets an errant boot on the ball, going inside 50. And playing behind was Pendlebury, and somehow ended up with the ball. The handball out wide in the direction of Fraser, just trickles out over the banjo line. I could have sworn that was a Vermont
mark. I thought he marked.
I could have sworn that was a Vermont mark.
Just again, though, Wadley's that man. He's just creating space for Vermont around the stoppages. He looks like be the man to do it.
There's the throw in. Perry on the move, gets the double tap down. Not very far, though.
That's Cassidy, and he's playing a loose man there by himself, boys. I just picked that up before the ball was kicked to him.
There's Corey Cassidy. It's centre-half back. Doesn't waste too much time and just goes straight down the line. And Phillips hands to one again, just couldn't bring it down. Ball's in the hands of Kerry. Handballs to McComb. That's Robbie McComb. It goes back. And all of a sudden, the Vermont side are going inside forward 50 once more. Bit of space over the back could be dangerous here. It's well mopped up by Gordon, who's done some good work today. Pendlebury gets it off to Taylor Gilchrist. He's been pinged for a throw. I thought that just came out in the tackle, but Pendlebury's been pinged for the throw.
No late Emmers there this kick either with their goal kicking this afternoon.
Free kick is going the way of Jake Best.
It's just been interesting. They've got the tall forwards to kick the ball long, but they just haven't crumbed it well enough.
You'd think he'd put this one through from straight in front, and he does. So they draw first blood in the last term, the Eagles. 7:11:53 they move to. 10:6:66 the Balwyn Tigers. 13 points the margin. We've gone 5 minutes in the final term. And a beautiful picturesque day here at the Vermont Recreation Reserve.
Just seems to me ground level on the forward line. I mean, they did well there with the pressure, but they just, even when the ball gets kicked in and it's out the back, there's not any real zip or quickness around the bottom of the packs for the Eagles.
Back to 13 points. Still in favour of the Tigers, the reigning premiers in the Eastern Football League. Schneider tried to get his handball away, couldn't do so. Cross over the back of his head. Tried to get it away. Gilchrist got around one. Didn't quite get around the second. Managed to get his handball away, though. McCafferty wrapped up right on the paint of defensive 40.
Hasn't he been good today, Rennie Gilchrist? Played a real captain's game, led from the front.
Everything about Rennie Gilchrist is poise on a football field.
I think that's his best quality. He's just so clean with the football. He really turns it over and really makes a bad decision.
I mean, you look back to last year's grand final, had 35 and probably ran at 90% efficiency.
Yep.
So there's been a free kick paid out of the ruck contest. It'll go the way of Perry. Schneider was 20 metres away trying to get away with the ball.
He just waited until someone let go of him and then decided to take the advantage.
So Perry at half back, kicks wide. How did that happen? Buxton all by himself, centre wing.
Oh, well done there by...
was going to go the handball to Wadley.
Crow. He just cut that off. He knew the big ruckman didn't want to kick it.
So now he goes further down the line in the direction of Purdy. Ball's punched down, comes to Wadley. Hard up against the boundary line, cleaned with a real shirt front. Best hard up against the fence, and that ball's going over the boundary line and out of bounds.
He's just thrown it over the fence there.
Ouch.
Is that time wasting?
And it's Balwyn fans not in too much of a hurry to throw it back over either. So ball to be thrown back in, about 50 round from the Vermont goal. Meeson tapped it down. Found a teammate in Gilchrist. Now they try and work it out. Back to Meeson. He was wrapped up nicely on that occasion by Schneider. And ball's held up once again, going nowhere.
He has lifted a little bit, Tommy Schneider.
Vermont have lifted a little bit. They just haven't been clean enough to score. Ball thrown up once again. Nice tap down there from Buxton. That goes as far as O'Regan. And he's held up once again. Didn't have much time to get rid of that. Yet another contest in shoes. And O'Regan this time pushed in the back. Umpire said play on. Kick came off the bottom of the pack, but it's gone out of bounds on the full. So from full back.
I don't know how much control they have over that kick, but that's happened far too often today, Vermont. Just go to the top of the square.
It's all pressure. 10-6-66 Balwyn. Vermont 7-11-53. 6 minutes gone, final term.
Here's Shane Tregear at half back for the Tigers.
Look at the flood.
Takes a couple of bounces.
Just run
He's got Gordon in the centre.
That's the difference.
So Rod Crow, who handballs wide to Pendlebury on the wing, who drops a right foot kick inside the forward 50, and Milhuisen just drifting back into the space. Takes a strong, courageous mark. And there you go. They go inside 50 once, and all of a sudden they've got an uncontested shot on goal. And the way they've been kicking so far and the way this game's been going, you'd expect Big Johnny Boy to put this one through. And the margin pushed itself back out to 19 points here.
They're just not prepared to run
Milhousen's
back.
one of the players that has stood up for the last 10 minutes of that third quarter, and now he's taken another contested mark inside that 50.
Now here he goes. Big Johnny Milhuisen. Let's see, his celebration will tell the story. He's not going to make the distance.
Deliberate rush behind.
Rush behind. Not quite in
Let's
there.
be clear about that one last week, Dyson. It was absolutely the right decision. The only question was whether it was actually in the rules in the Eastern Football League.
14 points.
That
is the
umpire.
That
margin.
last week.
Yep.
I spoke to her after the game, and she said it's the first time it is in the rules. It's the first time she's ever paid it.
Davidson kicks to himself, gains the Supercoach point, and then goes further afield. Centre wing,
Jukes.
great Jukes from Phillips.
Play
Not
the
paid.
Oh,
That's a dangerous call from Jason Herman right in front of the Vermont faithful. Letting him absolutely know about it in our effects mic too. Rennie Watts gets his kick away. Schneider was shepherded by the umpire. Penny wrapped up. Getting his handball away to Gordon. Back out to De Soiza. Taylor Gilchrist. Knights tapped down. Meant for O'Regan, although Preto handball was too hot for Howard. Now Balwyn in a good position if they can gain possession once again. They do. Wrapped up was Milhuisen. Bain got his handball away. Weatherald under a bit of pressure. Tries to get around a couple. Got to be holding the ball.
Oh, he's lucky.
And it is. So Vermont to take the free kick off half back.
Can't get over that non-paid mark to Phillips out here on the
Yeah,
wing.
well, that's what I think. I reckon he's lucky that if that would end up in a goal of Balwyn,
It would have brought the house down.
I think.
So McCafferty finds Davidson, who then handballs back to Emily, who just fumbles. Manages to regain possession, though. Just not clean with the disposal at all.
He's had the fumbles all day, Cole Emily.
There was 4 players free then, and
I just don't think
ball's gone out of bounds.
I mean, Kyle Emley's a terrific player. He doesn't look like he's got the sort of physique that someone that can handball a ball 30 metres. Just put it on your boot.
I think you took a trip to the butter factory before play started today, and he just can't get a handle on the football.
So ball's on centre wing out of side. Still a 14-point lead in favour of the Tigers. 10-7 plays 7-11. If you've just joined us, that 7-11 probably sums up Vermont's day. Just have not been accurate, not only in front of goal, but in general play as well, as Gordon tries to get it away. Wrapped up nicely on that occasion by McComb. Kick came forward for Balwyn, just went high, not long. It's just a plethora of players around the football at the moment. It's probably, let's say, 20 players around the genuinely in the play. And, I mean, Balwyn will be loving this because any minute that ticks by is a minute that Vermont's not scoring. As Gordon tries to get it away, handball's back to go forward, and that one's going to go out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a free kick in favour of Vermont. Into Vermont Primary School at the 10-minute mark of the final term.
It's just teasing as well, sitting on the table just on the other side of the fence.
Balwyn 10-7-67, Vermont 7-11-53. While we're waiting for the ball to be returned, we might grab some choose tap match stats.
Is anyone actually attempting to get it? Or?
From Grant Campbell, all thanks to Yarra Valley Water. I think they're going to grab the spare.
Ready as always, I was. Vermont leading the inside 50s in this final quarter, 5-3. Contested possessions, 12-10 in favour of Balwyn.
Only took 30 seconds, but they finally got the spare out.
I love it how everyone just stood around and said, well, we can't get it.
I can't climb the fence.
There's no effort whatsoever at all from even Carey out there to jump the fence and maybe try and flick it over. He just left it. Stood there staring at it as well.
Oh.
Strange.
Alas, it's now finally play gets underway. Took 30 seconds. Phillips tried to fly, couldn't take the mark. And ball spills to ground level. 11 minutes gone, final term here on EFL GameDay.
Hopefully we're set for...
Well, one of the kids has done really well here, and I reckon he thinks he's going to take it home.
A bumper finish. That kick
I would be.
from Cross is smothered. This goes out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Right out in front of the...
Well, the trainer was right onto it.
Of the hydration squad out on the far side of VRR.
Are we abbreviating Vermont now?
I'm sick of saying it. It's too long.
What about Tarara Road?
Vermont Recreation Reserve. It's too long. I'm sick of it.
Is Tarara Road all right?
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
It's nice for Milhausen, who knocks the ball to his advantage. And sees it out of bounds and in front of the scoreboard, which reads a 14-point lead to the Tigers.
For all that attacking they did in the first 5 minutes, Vermont, the game's just gone stale again.
Just going to take one goal, one spark. Just a bit of footy that's been played in some free space just to get things back up and running. There's Milhausen on hands and knees. Ball's coughed up. That's a great mark by young Connor McCafferty.
This is going to be a good kick.
It's a risky kick. It's a risky option across the ground to Timmy Johnson, who takes a mark at centre half back. Wastes no time. Goes to Preto out on centre wing.
3 Hatherdale boys in a row.
Andrew Preto. That's got to, kick's got to be good, and it's not. And the mark's not taken.
That's using your head.
I believe that was Kerry. He just tried to dive to take the mark and smashed his skull into the turf. There's the boundary throw in. And we'll have another crack at that one. Thanks, young fella.
He was good early.
He's getting fatigued.
Had a lot of play early.
Getting
He
fatigued.
was throwing it almost to the centre of the ground.
He's getting fatigued, I think. Oh, young Linguini arms.
Can be said for every boundary umpire ever.
Yeah, just about. And there's Cam Howard. He taps the ball to himself. Spins around the tackle from Rod Crow and sends a left foot ball towards goal.
Timmy Johnson, I
And
reckon.
someone has snapped an opportunistic goal from absolutely nowhere. It's the Vermont skipper.
He's continuously
With that
does the
awkward
job, Timmy
kicking
Johnson.
Just didn't take no for an answer then. And then all of a sudden, the margin's back to just 8 points here on
It's
the
his
Bendigo
game,
Bank
isn't it?
scoreboard.
His sort of game, Timmy Johnson.
It's game on.
Ugly.
Well and truly game on.
To be fair to Timmy Johnson, every time he gets the footy, he does use it. He's not a blazer by any means, but he does do things not hard and tough and in close.
It's just that awkward kicking style that
Just
tends
threw
to
it on
put
the
a few
boot.
people off.
An old mung.
Perry gets the tap down, although Bourne will get the centre clearance, this time through Fraser.
Oh, how does
Comes
he get
out to
so
Gilchrist
far?
all by himself. Eventually the pressure comes. Davidson and Guy will see it over the boundary line, 50 round from the Balwyn
I
goal.
mean, Luke McComb was close to him then, but Rennie Gilchrist isn't exactly a Melbourne Cup racer. He's not super quick. He's
Well, most Melbourne Cup races aren't super quick because it's run over a bit.
Well, I'd like to see you.
Oh, that's got to be a push in the back, surely.
I'd like to see you run against the horse with
hang on.
Seymour. We'll get him out on Flemington.
So
There's only one aspect
Rennie
of
Watts,
toe with horses, mate.
Rennie Watts has been pushed in the back by Joel Perry, but Joel Perry's won the free kick for shepherding out of the contest.
Work that out.
Interesting.
What's going on here? That has to be fitty, doesn't it?
And so there's been a siren blown and then advantage as well.
I just don't. That is the strangest decision I've ever seen. That. There's two Balwyn players have run to tackle Cassidy, and he hasn't paid 50. He's just waved play on.
In the meantime, McConnell kicks it inside forward 50. Mark over the back, and Emily just right place, right time.
Doesn't mind his own work there either. The wry smile as he gets to his feet.
And this is bread and butter.
You'd think so, but the way he's been kicking today.
True.
He has got the one.
One in the third, and this to draw it back to a 2-point margin.
This could end up at Brentford Square.
Kick comes in now. And the Vermont faithful love it because their side's back to within 2 points. Game on here at Vermont Recreation Reserve, or Tarara Road as we're going to call it now.
Yep.
10-7-67 Balwyn. Only 2 points ahead now, midway through the final term. 9-11-65 the Vermont Football Club. And there's going to be a blood rule.
What they've done is take advantage of some entries inside 50. That kick from Emily and the one before from Timmy Johnson. Whereas earlier in the game, those were going through for behinds.
I think it's Crow who's going to have to come off.
Just for a little bit more tape for him.
Yeah.
Big Rod Crow. Let's cross to Soupy Campbell. Thanks to Choose Tap for some of the stats that matter.
Inside 50s this final quarter, 7-3 in favour of Vermont. Contested possession still pretty even, 16-15 Balwyn's way.
So just waiting for a restart after the blood rule. Taylor Gilchrist has come back on the ground. So there's a mismatch in defence if Vermont can make the most of it. Because Gilchrist has come on and gone straight to the wing. Miller will draw in the ruck. Watts has just ran into his own player.
He almost poleaxed.
I think it was Fraser who he copped in the top of the head. 10-7 plays 9-11, 16 minutes gone, final term. If you're planning on doing something for the next 10 minutes, make sure you stay near a radio because this one's going to go right down to the wire. It's been ugly for 3.5 quarters, but it somehow just got exciting, Paul Semertzidis.
Somehow. By the good grace of the Lord, we have a match in our hands. Wasn't looking that way for quite some time. Here we go. And there's Preto, third man up. Big thumping ball. Only as far as Shane Tregear, though, whose rifle kick around the corner up to half forward is chopped off by Connor McCafferty, who's been good in this last term after having a quiet day. He's got
Cassidy all by himself.
Or Preto, but decides to ignore both of those options and just goes long, straight down the line. Having a big run and jump and a fly at that.
That's Mark
Schneider.
I think that's Kerry. It is big Lockie Kerry. And then turns around and pumps her inside 50. Opportunistic spot at the back. Timmy Johnson, the skipper. Mopped up by Fraser. Right foot kick around. Out on the full. Out on the full. So Kirby McConnell will take the free kick.
Getting involved out on that outer side there. Your boys, Seymour.
At centre wing, the hydration squad giving him plenty of advice.
Probably the only place Seymour would rather be.
Probably. Here's McConnell. He's just going to pump it to the teeth of goal. Have a look at that off the boot. Oh, they're in front. The Eagles have hit the lead. Would you believe it? 3 quick goals from the home side here at the VRR. 10-11-71. Plays 10-7-67. 4 points. The Vermont lead now. And the momentum is well and truly wearing purple and gold.
I think it might have been. Was that Kirby McConnell?
Absolutely was.
Yeah. Oh, for some reason I thought it was McCafferty.
Throw me under the bus.
Absolutely was Kirby McConnell.
So he's another player that has needed to lift in this final term. He's an absolute superstar when he's up and going.
Momentum is a big thing in football, and as Paul said, it's right in the hands of the Vermont Football Club. Although Vermont will try and clear out of the middle here. Oh, sorry, Balwyn will try and clear out of the middle.
Coming down. He's hurt himself.
He's just cramping up. Luke McComb. Already down to a couple on the bench, Vermont. Trying to punch it forward there, Buxton. A little bit of a soft punch there from Cassidy. Just tried to get it further afield. Somewhat smart as they try and move the ball forward. Good work off the back of the pack. O'Regan inside forward 50. Can he find a target? Won't on this occasion. Goebels tried to give that quick handball to Bain. Didn't quite get there. Cross in there as well. Got caught. And it'll be a free kick going the way of the Eagles. Davidson. Kick short, finds Cassidy, 10 metres out from defensive goal. McCafferty hasn't even stood up in this last quarter.
Got McComb further on.
Down the line to centre wing, Weatherall to McComb. Weatherall got high, went straight over the back of both of them. McConnell was taken around the neck by Wright. Umpire said no. Howard on centre wing, tackled well by Gottliebsen. Has to be holding the ball, and it is. Got to be careful not to give away the free kick. He got Leapson as he tried to get the ball back. True centre wing, commentary side position. His side currently trailed by 4 points. Short chip kick, finds its target. Although hard up against the boundary line is Jackson Weatherall. Still 70 from home. Gets the help from Bain. Now leads further afield to O'Regan. 45 out. Right in front of the Vermont coaches box. And the commentary box here at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Short chip kick over the top. Goebbels to mark.
Body work.
Brilliant mark. And he can line up from a pretty tough angle, 35 metres out.
Now you're a goal kicking expert, Dyson. Where's he aiming here with the
left post? Top
Excellent,
left post.
excellent body work there by Jeff Goebbels. In the air, he just used his body to outmanoeuvre his opponent.
Marked the ball at its highest
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
It was smart.
Just from the Macomb kick.
Inside of the top, inside of the left post.
We'll be, I reckon, a bit further. We'll be right behind this one. He's going to have to do a mountain of work. Plays on. And in the end, it goes straight to the top of the goal square. Meeson was in front position. Doesn't take the mark. Buxton at the bottom of the pack manages to get it away. It was Tregear who had probably the perfect fly at that. And just like that, it's now ball out right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard on the outer side wing. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, of course, reading 10-7-67, Balwyn, Vermont 10-11-71. Ticked into time on in this final term.
He's looked a lot more agile today, Buxton, Seymour.
He has. There's the double tap from Meeson, only as far as Connor McCafferty, who's really lifted in this last term. Carey, who's moved to half forward, has taken another strong mark on the lead. His ball inside forward 50 in the direction of a teammate, just over the top of his head. I think that was Purdy who was the man he was after. I'll have a boundary thrown in the forward pocket.
Good luck trying to pick your best on ground this afternoon, gentlemen.
There's been a very even spread.
I don't reckon there's one player who's played all 4 quarters. A genuine, solid game.
Here's the boundary umpire, letting it back in again. Meeson, Buxton, there's Crocker. Critter Pendlebury gets the handball out to Tregear, who shrugs one and gets it to O'Regan. His left foot kick goes up in the air. Kick around the corner towards the Vermont goal square. No mark taken. Eagles pressing hard here. They're just going to rush it through, I reckon, here. The Tigers.
Great work from Wadley.
They can't quite do it. What was that? Is that eventually a boundary throwing to hit the behind post, or is that a point?
Throwing, I think. They're all having a discussion.
The brains trust to get
Initially,
in together.
the goal umpire called out of bounds.
It's never a good sign when 3 blokes with no idea get together to figure something out.
So I think goal umpire Dave Parker said that it hit the padding on the point post, so it'll be a boundary throwing.
So they got there eventually. We'll have a boundary thrown right next to the point post. Schneider goes up, third man up. In there on hands and knees for the Eagles.
How long's this quarter go, boys?
I think it's Neil.
27.
It can't be much long left. 5 minutes judging by that reckoning, Dyson. There's Whale Buxton. It's the tap down. Ball in the goal square for Vermont. Some great tackles being laid, and there's a rush behind. So resolute in their defence.
Imagine how I'll deliver it this week.
There's
the Balwyn Footy Club.
There's one bloke who's happy he's not umpiring out here today, and it's Dan Beard, the way this game's going, after what happened 12 months ago. So kick comes out wide, got Leapson.
How is Dan going, Dyson?
He's going well. I'm not sure. Don't touch him on a weekly basis.
Oh,
but
I thought so. I thought you might have.
Kick up towards centre wing. Good fly from De Souza over around the ball. Nice tap there from Bain. The numbers went over the back. Good work there from Emily. Put his body on the line. He's eventually met by Cross. So ball true centre wing, commentary side.
He's lucky he went back and got that, Emily, because he initially overrun it.
Yeah, 23 minutes gone. It's that third man up there from Taylor Gilchrist. Now happy enough to see it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Cam Howard on the huddle last week. Of course, former old Carey captain in the amateurs. Ball thrown in once again. Nice punch forward there from Sam Filippo. 2-on-1 contest. Nice work from O'Regan. Finds a bit of space for Fraser, although he just panicked a little bit. So too did Preto as he picked up the ball. And we'll have a boundary thrown just inside the ball in forward 50.
Just needed to kill that there, McCafferty.
Still pretty open for the Tigers. Deep is Goebbels right in the square. At the top of the square is De Souza. And then further afield, Rennie Gilchrist. Apologies, Rod Crow. So the ball goes out of bounds about 30 metres round from the Balwyn goal. Need something now. 24 minutes gone. 5-point deficit to the Tigers as they try and clear out once again through Crocker, but it's found Gottliebsen. Plays on quickly, finds Pendlebury. He can load up from 40 out, sends it on its way, straight through the middle. Tigers back in front. Balwyn, just when you thought it was going to get ugly for him, they've managed to hit back off the boot of Chris Pendlebury. 11-7-73 the Tigers now, and they hit the lead by 1 solitary point. 25 minutes gone, final term. Vermont 10-12-72, Balwyn 11-7-73. 25 minutes gone here on EFL Game Day.
What a great player Pendlebury's been today. Look, he's just been the general down back, and just to top it off there with maybe the winning goal has certainly put the icing on the cake.
What a time to stand up and be counted. And here come the Tigers again. Gilchrist running away from the goals, but comes around on an arch. Kicks a turnover though, and McConnell pumps it inside 50. Who's in the space? It's Phillips. Big buckets, Phillips over the back.
Talk about similar to last
year.
Wouldn't want to play on.
Could be the instant reply. The Eagles back in front of the home crowd. The hydration squad right behind him, Aaron.
The equivalent of Jesse Hogan of this football club, Big Phillips.
Watch the 30 seconds on the clock.
26 minutes gone by the time this goes through. If he kicks it, the Eagles will be back in front, and he's nailed it. He's put it through the middle. He's kicked his second for the day. And the seesaw affair at the VRR continues.
I think we had a streaker on there for about 30 seconds as well.
Look, what a great player that Rennie Gilchrist has been today. But the thing was that at that particular stage of the play, he should have kicked the ball long. You know, and he tried to short pass it. The ball was turned over, and they get it down and they score. But look, he's been a fantastic player today anyway.
What else does this game have in store for us? It's currently a 5-point lead to the Eagles. 26 minutes gone, final term. Vermont will get the clearance this time through McComb. I tell you what, talking about best players, he's certainly put his hand up.
Which one?
Wadley. Tries to get it away, Crow. Taps it nicely to Taylor Gilchrist. He'll have a bit of room to work hard up against the boundary line. Probably panicked a little bit with Howard on his tail.
He waited for the tackle then, Taylor Gilchrist.
This is the game we came here to see. These are the two best sides in the Eastern Football League at the moment. Meeson got the tap down straight to O'Regan, who found a bit of space. Just kicks it further afield. Tim Johnson will be first to meet it. A lot of pressure came late from Lee and seen over the boundary line and out of bounds. So gained about 20 metres to Balwyn.
Just manages to do the right thing, Timmy Johnson. You trust him when your team's under pressure.
Ball to be thrown back in. One of these sides will remain undefeated in the Eastern Football League at the moment. It's looking like Vermont, and they get the clearance once again. Wadley overran the ball. Crow put his head under it. Nice work to just try and create the contest.
Vital seconds here. I can't imagine it'll be a long quarter.
I said 27. We've gone 27 and a half.
A lot of space. Balwyn's way, they get a third man up.
Perry at front position. Meeson managed to tap it down though. Crossover around the footy. Went back to try and get it and got wrapped up comfortably by McConnell. 27 and a half minutes gone. Vermont 11-12-78. Balwyn 11-7-73. A 5-point lead in favour of the Eagles.
And here's the ball up on centre wing. Taylor Gilchrist goes up unopposed. Ball trickles out towards the wing.
Great step.
Have a look at Kerry, just cut a smooth figure through. And Sam Wadley, he's kicked 2 from this position today. Geez, it was almost 3. And I tell you what it is, Aaron Kirkby-Rodier. It's a handy point. Because now the margin is 1 straight kick.
Had a draw last year.
11-13-79, plays 11-7-73.
Every Balwyn player telling the Pendlebury to just kick long and high and strong, and it's found a target in O'Regan. How did that happen? And O'Regan can go further afield. Goebel's a long way from home, but he takes the mark. True centre wing, outer side, can't have too much time to play. Gilchrist, can the captain stand up? Gives his handball off, manages to find Lee. Tied game, 28 minutes gone. Matty Lee, the former king, strikes back for the Balwyn Tigers. 12-7-79, 11-13-79. 79 each of 2. Can this game get any more ridiculous, Ray?
No, it certainly can't. And Rennie Gilchrist, well, he's redeemed himself with that fantastic bit of handball there after his mistake earlier on. But look, it's not over yet, boys. Not over yet.
I did say that one of these sides will be undefeated at the end of the game. I think I might be a little bit wrong.
Well, technically they're undefeated.
Might be both of them.
Without loss.
Cross. in the middle of the ground. Davidson, he's going to have to be quick. He does. He gets the handball off. Cassidy just fumbled at the wrong moment. Can't get the ball out. Got Leipzig in there, working hard for the ball. Corey Cassidy, what a time to fumble.
The whole
All he had
Vermont
to do
crowd
was get it inside 50. There
riding
can't be
every
long
bump.
left. The scores are level. Perry, third man up. Got Leibson. Back to Taylor Gilchrist. Back to Rennie. Got Leibson again.
Turnover.
Out wide. Here's Wadley. Wadley from 45. Mark taken on the goal line.
Only needed a score, and the mark was taken on the goal line.
Wowee. That was the kick to Wetherill to just overshot the mark. And all of a sudden we've got a ball up.
And boys, over the top of everything else, I can hear Wayne Brasher screaming his head off.
Who was
there in
that?
Poland.
Who took that mark down there on the goal line?
I think it was Crow or Milhuisen.
What a time.
Leo Barry-esque.
Here's Davidson, can't quite get boot to ball. Cutting his way through is McConnon, just on the outside of the boot. Is the umpire going to pay the mark? Schneider sells some candy, drops one long down the line. Someone's going to take a mark for the Eagles. No one can. At the back, don't let it go through. Rod Crow gets the handball out wide. Here's Wright. He's got Howard hot on his hammer. Howard versus Wright. Cross comes in to lend some support. Crocker's in there as well. Emily, Howard along the boundary line. Picked up by Emily. He was looking for the high free kick.
This game deserves to be a draw, really.
What great play by Jared Wright then. Jared Wright was two out on him. And look, he just contested the ball so that the Vermont guys couldn't get it.
There can't be long left.
They kick points all day, Vermont.
There can't
they
be
just
long
need one
left.
more.
Gilchrist, Cross, Bourne are out of trouble for the time being. It's coming back. McCafferty, hurry up! Turn around, get it inside 50.
They're told it's almost siren time.
They need to mark the Eagles. They're not going to get it. A big defensive spoil. Oh, Jesus, this is exciting stuff. 11-13-79. Plays 12-7-79 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 31 and a half minutes gone. Throw it in the forward pocket for the Eagles. Any score will do. But the Sharon goes back out over the boundary line once more.
31 and a half minutes
throw in.
gone, boys. 31 and a half.
I said 20 minutes. We're currently 5 minutes past that.
Here we go. There's a siren. Oh, no.
I'll tell you what,
It's
in
an
all
awful
seriousness, that is the fitting way to win this game. No one's going to be happy about it, but the way that game was played, it was fitting that it ends in a draw. The first senior draw of the Eastern Football League season, and fitting that it goes between the top two sides in Division 1. 11-13-79, they'll rue missed chances, Vermont. 12-7-79, Balwyn. A 32-minute quarter to run out this game.
Now look at the goal umpires just belt to
a
the
game
middle.
of football.
Watch those goal umpires.
We'll get confirmation on the final score, obviously,
you
once we get the wave.
Could you imagine?
If there's ever a time for two goal umpires to stand up, it's right now. As they're just conferring goal cards right up in front of their faces.
Here we go.
And just ticking it off.
I'd like to
I think we're going to see a waving of the flag. So Dave Parker walks over to the scoreboard and waves his flag. So there it is. Confirmation of the first senior draw of the 2016 senior season.
Same as last year.
And just in front of our caravan, boys, you know, Phil Merton and Graham Helbish there, smiles on their face because that was a great last quarter of EFL football.
It was a great exhibition.
Yeah.
For as awful as the first half of this game was, how good was the second half, and in particular probably that last 15, 20 minutes of the game?
Yeah,
that clutch kick from Matty Lee, the big mark from Ryan Phillips, and then the Wadley almost goal, the mark defensively on the line. A couple of big entries inside forward 50. That Connor McCafferty mark in the middle of the ground. The crowd imploring
just willing him to kick
to
it long.
turn around and get it inside 50. Oh, geez, that was a great game of footy. And I think Dennis Pagan once quipped it. It's like dancing with your sister, a draw like that. So both sides a little bit stunned. But that's crossed down boundary side thanks to Chiropedic betting. Esmond Aponso.
Thanks very much for that. I can't congratulate you on your win because it's a draw team. I've got Tim Johnson, the Vermont captain. Look, it was a real arm struggle for the first half. Balwyn got away in that third quarter. You came back with goals. What does it really sort of feel like at this point in time with this contest?
Yeah, it's a little bit mixed feelings, really. I mean, we sort of, fell behind in that third quarter, so we're happy to have got back in the game. But to hit the front a couple of times, with only a few minutes to go and then not be able to hold on is pretty disappointing. So, and then the fact that this game last year was a draw as well, it's sort of, Yeah, I mean, we're happy with some respects, but, you know, disappointed not to get the win.
Really good to pitch up against. You know, I think your team. Do you think that what are the key things that you learned up playing against a quality opposition like this? You know, who are very, very accustomed to success.
Yeah, look, I think you know we're pretty familiar with Balwyn, having played them quite a few times over the last few years, and you know they. Just because you know how they're going to play doesn't mean it's easy to stop. You know, and when we were able to put enough pressure on around the ball, we were able to sort of slow their ball movement down. But when we weren't, and when they had clean use, well, we know they're pretty skillful and they can hurt you. So, you know, to be honest, we probably knew that going to the game. It was just about whether we'd be able to keep it up for long enough. And I suppose within a few seconds, we almost did. Yeah.
Any questions from the commentary team to Tim before we let him go?
Absolutely, Tim. It's Paul up in the box, mate. What a game of footy. Did you feel like that was a brilliant display of what local footy can deliver to all the massive throngs of fans out here, especially that last quarter?
Yeah, look, I guess it would have been a pretty good game to watch. When you're playing, you don't get to appreciate it that much. You just sort of, in the moment and
I think we better let him get to his teammates there, boys, because the coach is talking to them.
I'll let you go, Timmy. Jump over to the boys, mate.
Cheers, guys.
It's Timmy Johnson there.
Thanks, Tim.
The skipper of the Vermont Footy Club.
Oh, that was unbelievable, Seymour. I feel sorry for you, mate. Your voice was just about gone by the end of that.
I almost fainted at one stage. I got a six-pack of abs from yelling and screaming too much. It's almost time for a beer, I reckon. But let's get through the rest of this post-game first. Grant Soupy Campbell, thanks to ChooseTap, all the stats that are in front of you. Surely everything on that stat sheet just reads evens. Even Stevens.
Well, some of the main ones in the last quarter. Balwyn actually dominated the hitouts 24-13, yet Vermont on the clearances 14-12. Vermont had 43 kicks to 31, and the inside 50s were 14-8 their way. Looking at the match overall, the clearances were Vermont's way 53-43. They had 164 kicks to 152, 126 handballs to 116. They won the contested ball by 18, but Balwyn won the uncontested possessions by 23. Inside 50s were 53-38 in favour of Vermont. The tackle count 87-62 in favour of Balwyn. So if you're trying to judge the winner off the stats sheet, it's hard to call, but probably the 15 more inside 50s meant that Vermont, arguably, if there was to be a winner, it should have been, and it was those missed chances, I reckon, in the first half that will annoy them the most.
Absolutely. It comes back to that. Well, they ended up getting to 11-13 in the end, which I guess is half respectable, but at one stage they were shooting at less than 50% in front of goal, and I felt they probably should have been up by 3 or 4 goals at half time.
Oh, they should have, you know, particularly in that first half. They missed a lot of, well, probably not easy shots, but they missed a lot of shots on goal that, you know, with a bit of luck, they could have gone their way. But look, we get back to that last quarter, boys. There were 7 goals kicked in that last quarter. That was the highest goal-scoring quarter for the whole game. So the game, it was a fantastic finish to the game. And look, both these sides have to be commended because it was pretty warm out there today. As we said early in the game, the rotations were going left, right and centre. But to finish the game off like that, both sides full of running, I just think it's a credit to both these sides. And as you said, Seymour, probably a fitting result, Aaron.
Yeah, phenomenal game of footy. You still can't even believe how the way it ended. I mean, Vermont, I think, will be disappointed they're kicking. They'll also be disappointed the way Balwyn were allowed to take the ball from one end of the ground so easily. I mean, that first kick from Pendlebury, all the skills were absolutely outstanding, but in particular, Pendlebury against the wind, albeit only maybe a goal or 2 wind, to kick the ball 70 metres to a bloke leading out was terrific.
A bit of everything. They got in front, the Tigers, and then for... got the scores drew level, and then for Phillips to go and kick that goal, and then half a second later for Matty Lee at the other end to be opened up by Gilchrist. Just to have a game for 3.5 quarters just to be such a struggle and to ebb and flow and have nothing, and then all in the space of about 5 minutes have all these goals and all this excitement. It sounds like a bit of a mum statement, but footy was a real winner today, I reckon, Naz.
It was fantastic. I'm exhausted, I think the players are. I'm sure you are, seeing more of that last 5 or 10 minutes. It was so tense. It's fitting with a draw, though. I think both sides would absolutely love to win this one, but the important stuff I think is going to become between these two later in the year, and they've had a good look at each other today.
Well, you know, at the start of the day, we would have thought that at this time of the day that we would have had, you know, an outright favourite for the premiership, but we're no better off. We are no better off than what we were this time yesterday.
I think it just goes to show that if you're this Balwyn side, once you inject your Osborns and your Broadhursts and your names like that missed out today, Danny Hughes, Well, they become much more potent up forward again. So
Well, they do, and that's there's plenty of repercussions. I mean, we got to wait and see. Adam Parker, I had a chat to him at 3/4 time. He's going to head off for scans tonight.
He was a huge loss in that last quarter.
He's going to head off for scans tonight, so we'll know the future on him sure during the week whether or not he'll miss, because he's of course their reigning best and fairest, and in my opinion one of the best players in the league. So for him to be out of this Vermont side, it'll be a huge loss for them.
And as you said, that Jake Best, he's only going to get better as the season goes on. He may be a little bit underdone at the moment, but he's the sort of player that they will be able to swing into that midfield, and he's a big-bodied midfielder too.
I wouldn't say I was disappointed with him today, but he didn't live up to any expectations that I'd heard from him coming into the game, and I feel like he was underutilised. He was almost stuck in a real wide forward pocket, half forward role for the whole afternoon, and we barely saw him venture outside of the arc.
Well, I think this is his first game back after that sort of quad, so he hasn't played anything in the reserves. So, look, I think if you can give that in his first game back, I think they'll be pretty happy. But as you said, he's just got to clean up. It's the set shots they've got to clean up. I can handle the quick snaps on goal for misses. That happens with everybody. On to other days, they're going to go through. It's the set shots. Joel Perry early on. Now, look back on all these after a draw, and you will. Even the first shot of the game with Joel Perry missing that one.
And we have to mention Sam Wadley. How exciting is he when he gets hold of the ball? You know, those two goals that he kicked there, they were absolutely magnificent goals. But, you know, and he's got to be a player that sort of has got to lift his game a little bit more. He did it probably 3 times today. He got 2 goals, and the other time he missed. But he's got to be the sort of player that's got to get into the game another half a dozen times more just to be a match winner.
Sorry, Sam. I reckon he's building on that. I think last year what you found is he'd play a game of footy and he'd do that once and you'd stand back, he'd spin out of a pack and kick a goal. I remember he did it against Norwood early last year, and you saying, this kid can play, but then he'd go missing for the rest of the quarter or the rest of the game. Today, I felt that he did it. His consistency from last year had certainly built to today, where he did it 3 or 4 times, and he was crucial around the stoppages even early in that last term, spinning out of packs.
Yeah, absolutely he was, and that's the thing with this young Vermont midfield. Robbie and Luke McComb were awesome today, and more so.
Can we give McComb best on ground?
Luke McComb, I thought, was brilliant.
The clearance work was good, but they both, I think, the last 5 or 10 minutes were unsighted. So I think it just goes to show that this is a Vermont side, and now that Parks has gone down with hopefully an injury that isn't too bad, that if they're going to rest on all these laurels with these real young midfielders, well, they're probably going to struggle to play a complete 4-quarter performance in the guts with Wadley, the 2 McComb boys, and guys like Connor McCafferty, who was awful for 3 quarters today and was awesome late in the last quarter.
If we can analyse these two sides on what we saw today, and going on from what Soupy said, I think the main difference between these two sides was the marks inside 50 that Balwyn took in that 3rd quarter. I just think that, they took a lot more marks inside 50 than what the Vermont did.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, you mentioned those midfields. I don't think Balwyn's midfield was awesome today either. I thought
Snyder needed to do a lot more.
But I think you've got to remember, Ray, he hasn't played since
I know,
round 8.
Aaron, I understand that, but he's picked in the 22. He's out there playing, and you would expect more. Okay, if he's not match fit or whatever, he shouldn't be playing.
No, but I don't think he's not match fit. But I think you've got to remember, he went on a holiday after round 8 in 2014. He's missed the whole of last year with a bad knee injury. He's 4 games back into his local football career. So he hasn't played for longer than a normal knee reconstruction, effectively. So he's working, but I thought he was terrific late in the last quarter.
In patches, he was good. But
would you not rather have a Cal McConnell or a Wade McConnell playing that role rather than a half-assed Tommy Schneider?
No, I think he was. I think he was good enough today.
Let's quickly take this opportunity to head down Boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic Betting, Alana Coleman.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just here with the captain of Balwyn, Rennie. Thanks for joining us. How after a draw?
It's a weird feeling. It's for sure.
You've got to walk closer towards the commentary box if you can.
Closer towards the commentary box.
Yep, just a couple of steps.
We're coming.
Thank you very much. Yep. This is very good roving reporting by you, Alana Coleman.
Yes, sorry, didn't realise we couldn't hear very well.
That's okay, we're all good now. We've got a real strong signal.
Oh, you got it now? Okay, perfect. So we'll go back again. How do you feel after a draw?
Yeah, disappointed really. I thought after that 3rd quarter we were sort of primed to take the game away from them, but to their credit, they fought back really well, and a couple of silly errors there from us that sort of let them back in. But all in all, I guess in the last 5 minutes, they actually probably should have won the game, so we're lucky.
Has the coach, I suppose, identified any key areas that you did win and that he was happy with, and moving forward, what is he going to be looking towards next week at training?
Yeah, I think our pressure was pretty good. Stoppage work was all right at times. Just little lapses here and there probably cost us. but something to work on was definitely our movement of the footy from the back line to the forward line in that first half. So if we can continue to take risks and try and use our skill level, that'll take us sort of to the next level.
I noted that the back line was really holding strong. They were really disciplined. They didn't give away any free kicks. And pretty much immediately after I said that, they gave away their first free kick and Vermont capitalised on that. So, but overall, I thought the back line held up really well. How did you see that?
Yeah, back line's awesome. So much experience down there. Crowy, Critter, Righty, Millie, they're all 2-time, 3-time premiership players, and they've played a lot of senior footy together. So if it wasn't for them, I'm sure we would have come away with a loss today.
Rennie, Taz, mate, congratulations today on a great game by yourself. Obviously disappointed from your point of view with the draw, and I'm sure Vermont obviously very disappointed as well, mate. But in a way, you've got to be pleased with the players you had out today. I know you put trust in the 22 that come out on the field, but some of those names that were missing for you today, it's got to give you a bit of confidence going forward.
Yeah, we know it's only round 4, so for us to sort of play some younger blokes, to give them some senior footy is important, especially heading into the latter half of the season. If we can get some good senior footy into these young guys, if they're needed in that finals campaign, then they can come in and play their role really well.
Rennie, you must be spent, mate. How taxing was that game out there, especially on this small Vermont Recreation Reserve? There's a few sore, battered, bruised boys, I imagine?
Yeah, it's pretty physical. We've sort of had 2 easy wins so far, so we knew that coming up against Vermont it'll be pretty competitive and physical, which it was, yeah, so pretty sore at the moment.
You did some awesome things today with footy in hand, but there was a kick late that you kicked straight back to Kirkby-Rodier that ended up in a goal for Vermont. But then you vindicated yourself shortly after by opening Maddie Lee up into that open goal to get the scores back to level again. But you're pleased with that you're able to come back from that previous mistake and help the boys get back in the game?
I needed to, put it that way. That's all I got to say about that. It was a shocking kick.
And what's it like having your brother back in the side, mate? He was sensational today. I think we forget how handy he is and how good a footballer he is.
Yeah, he's been building every week. He's missed quite a bit of footy over the last sort of 2 years, so for him to come in and start to give us some run and carry, and it's been great.
It's Ray here, Rennie. Look, congratulations yourself on a great game, mate. Look, it was a funny game of football to watch from up here. With 2.5 quarters, it seemed to be both sides were fumbling, but it was very intense and tough out there. And then in 10 minutes into that third quarter, you broke the game up open, and then they came back in the last quarter. But I just thought the difference between your two sides was your marking forwards inside that forward 50 in that third quarter. I just thought your forwards were very good.
Yeah, well, obviously we're missing Barks, who's been... who's torn his Achilles. Brody's out as well, and Hughesy too. So for us today, it was more about getting some smaller forwards in there, offering a different dynamic up there. And I think Jeff stood up, and so did Sammy De Souza as well. But I mean, for the first 2.5 quarters, it was an arm wrestle. I guess it always happens when you're playing Vermont at Vermont.
And I just thought that Millie was very good with a couple of telling marks there, particularly in the last quarter.
Yeah, Millie's great. Yeah, he's been so good for us over the last 5 years, and every game he just keeps getting better and better at the ripe old age of 33. So hopefully he can continue his good form.
Rennie, got the grand final rematch next week against Norwood at Mullen Reserve, so I'm sure you've already got one eye on that. So best of luck for that game and for the rest of the season going forward, and congratulations on a great effort this afternoon.
No worries, guys. Cheers.
Rennie Gilchrist, the skipper of the Balwyn Footy Club.
Always speaks so well.
He certainly does.
Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here, Alana.
Oh, beautiful. I just grabbed another guest.
How good are you?
Another player. I know. I've got Jamie. How do I pronounce your last name?
Leibson.
Jamie, a disappointing sort of result at the end of the day with the scores level, but I'm sure you'll be pretty pleased with the way the whole squad sort of formed together with some key names out and played some good footy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few boys to come back in, but it was a bit disappointing because we were up at 3/4 time, so we gave away 3 goals pretty quick, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, we held on, sort of. We came back, so yeah, we're probably lucky to get a draw in the end. But yeah, we pulled together with a few boys out, so.
That third quarter, it took Vermont 10 minutes to get a goal on the board, and they were up by 10 points. And then in the space of the next 7 minutes, you guys went on a roll and kicked 5 and were up by 20. Could you feel a real sort of electric momentum shift out there on the ground? The boys in yellow and black started to walk a little bit taller and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty hot down there in their forward line. We were just banging it out, and our little fellas were getting over the back. So, we had 3 small guys in the forward line, which we're not really used to. Usually we've got about 5 talls, so got out the back a few times, and they kicked a few goals, which was good.
It's been 4 years since you came to the club from North Ringwood, mate, where you were a star on the under-19s. Has it been an awesome footy journey for yourself, playing with some of these stars at the Balwyn Footy Club?
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. Someone told me this when I first came 4 years ago, coming from 3rd Division under-19s, that I'd be part of this success. Yeah, I'd tell him to kidding himself.
Jamie, what was Dan's message after the game to you guys?
Yeah, look, he didn't really say all that much. It's just, it draws a draw. It is what it is. We didn't play our best. We've got guys to come back in. So he was saying, it's just onwards and upwards from here pretty much.
Thanks, Jamie. Go have a beer, mate.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Jamie got leaps in there, one of the stars of the Balwyn Footy Club. Time for, we'll have a quick ad break, I reckon, Giggles, and then we'll come back and we'll go around the grounds, the other Eastern Footy League games, and we'll go through our best players and all that sort of stuff as well. Keep the dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. a1airportparking.com.au.
Yeah.
Program sponsor.
The EFL is all you love about football. Standing in the outer with your mates, kick to kick on the ground with the kids, always a family-friendly atmosphere. Don't miss a moment every weekend across the eastern suburbs. The Eastern Football League is local footy at its best. For more information, jump onto efl.org.au or search Footy EFL on Facebook or Twitter. Join the EFL media team for unrivaled coverage of the Eastern Football League in 2016. The Huddle takes a light-hearted look at the league for 2 hours from 4:30 every Friday evening. From 1 PM Saturdays, EFL GameDay gives you play-by-play from the game of the round, as well as all the latest live scores from around the East. Then a full wrap of all games from 10 AM to 12 PM every weekend on EFL Sunday. The EFL media team have it covered as you love it local in 2016.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory Direct locations around Melbourne and country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au. Program sponsor.
Real people, real stories.
Whether I'm driving the morning catch to service or whether I'm actually doing the transfer from the family home is very rewarding.
It's heavy lifting, it's emotional, it's uplifting, it's rewarding, and it's a vocation. It's not a job, and I love it.
Watch the A Day in the Life video series now at tobinbrothersfunerals.com.au for an insight into the specialised work they do. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating 80 years of service.
Hey man.
Yeah, man.
I've got some weekend goals.
Like what?
First, wake up around lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
Oh, you got to go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
yeah, like in your belly,
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang, goal!
Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to the Vermont Recreation Reserve. This is EFL GameDay, of course, brought to you by the Pancake Parlour. Time to go around the grounds, around the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Nathaniel's over in the corner with all the scores. Mate, some interesting ones coming through?
Yep, I think so. So in Division 1, we got Knox
knocking off Doncaster by 4 points.
Wow,
Oh, that's a turn up.
Wow.
Norwood defeated North Ringwood by 21 points. Rowville defeated Blackburn by 14. East Ringwood beat South Croydon by 29 points. Division 2, Doncaster East defeated Mulgrave by 23 points. One Turner South beat Mitcham. I'm not entirely sure what the score was, but they won.
Okay.
Mooroolbark defeated Waverley Blues by 6 points in the end. In Division 3, Boronia got defeated by Upper Ferntree Gully by 28 points. Heathmont defeated Ringwood by 44 points. Templestowe defeated Scoresby by 81 points. The Basin defeated Park Orchards by 27. And then Division 4, we got Whitehorse knocking off Coldstream by 48 points. Donvale defeating Glen Waverley by 12 points. Forest Hill beat Eastern Lions by 18 points. Kilsyth defeated Surrey Park by 83 in the end.
Wow.
And Ferntree Gully defeated Nunawading by 250 points, 275 to 25.
Well, a couple of turn-ups there. One Turner South beating Mitcham's a pretty interesting result. But let's go to our awards for today. Aaron,
I'll tell you this just quickly, Seymour.
Yeah.
Doncaster, in their 4 games in Division 1, combined the margins of 17 points.
Yeah.
In 4 games.
So they've lost 2 and won 2.
How
17
about that?
points all up.
Yep.
How about
Phenomenal.
that? Let's
Close
just reiterate what the score was out here. It was 79 apiece. Our first senior draw in the Eastern Football League season. The 2 top teams in Division 1 fought that out today. Let's go to the Pancake Parlour Play of the Day Award. The winner, of course, gets a $50 Pancake Parlour voucher. It's a pretty obvious
There's
one,
only
I think.
one, I think.
It was
that was AFL standard.
the Gilchrist handball to Maddie Lee and
Just
the
the
goal
whole play. The whole play was brilliant.
to level the scores. I'm not sure who gets the spoils there. Matt Lee for finishing it off, I suppose.
That was AFL standard.
It was.
That really was from start to finish. Pendlebury to Lee finish.
It was very nice to watch indeed. The Chiropedic betting goal of the day. There was a few you could chuck in there, but one of Sam Wadley's ones from out here. From on the
there was 2 of them almost identical. Yeah.
And they were, once they were on the boot, they were through. We knew they were through.
And he had to spin too, only off a couple of steps, both.
So Sam Wadley gets a Chiropedic Pressure Relief Pillow Visco Classic, valued at $99, Grant Campbell. That's pretty good value. And the A1 Airport Parking Mark of the Day, a $50 A1 Airport Parking voucher. For mine goes away a Lachlan Kerry for that big run and hang he took up here.
He was good when he went forward too.
He was. I was going to mention that. He was quite handy when he went up to half forward to finish off the game. Let's do our votes. Our 3-2-1 for our Pancake Parlour, or our Tobin Brothers Funerals rather, Celebrating Lives Man of the Match Award. Soupy, we'll let you take the new nut.
Very difficult game to give votes, I thought.
Yes.
In the end, I gave Wadley 1 vote. I thought his class really added something to the Vermont team today. We mentioned Luke McComb. He had a pretty good afternoon, I thought. So I gave him 2. And I reckon my theory is if there's not a dominant midfielder or a forward that kicks a bag, give it 3 votes to a defender because they don't get them very often. And I thought Chris Pendlebury's composure in defence and just his quality for 4 quarters got him 3 votes for mine.
Not a bad little one from you there, Soup. Raymond?
Hey, look, mine are very similar to what Soupy's are. Yet we both just said before we come on air that we thought that there could have been 12 players get votes here. 1 vote I gave to Luke McComb. I just thought, particularly in the first half, he was fantastic. His endeavour and everything was terrific. So 1 vote to him. 2 votes I gave to Rennie Gilchrist. I just think that, everything he does is just sheer class, and maybe he stands out a little bit more because he is so silky when he does these things. But 2 votes to Rennie Gilchrist, and even before Soupy had it down there, I had the best player on the ground as Chris Pendlebury. Just his calmness and his coolness down there on the back line. Yeah, he was terrific. 3 votes.
As?
Yeah, I went Rennie Gilchrist. I gave him 1. I really wanted to get Sam Wadley in there, but I just thought Rennie was terrific over 4 quarters. Gave 2. You like this, Soupy. Another defender. I thought Timmy Johnson was great. I thought he was probably one of the rare players out there that didn't make a mistake. Everything he did was smart. He hit the boundary when he needed to. And I gave 3 to Pendlebury as well. I thought the amount of times he actually set up attacks, I reckon if you're taking Supercoach scores today, I reckon he would have been miles in front of anyone else because the amount of times he had it in the back line, it was related in a score was phenomenal for him today.
Well, my votes won't actually matter because Pendlebury has already got 3 maximums, but I might as well chuck him in there anyway. I actually gave 1 vote, strangely enough, to Shane Davidson across that half-back line for Vermont today, and he set up a lot of awesome attacks coming through the middle of the ground and was quite composed in that. Luke McComb, he was a clearance king. If you get clearances, you're the best midfielder on the ground. And I gave him 2 votes. And I thought Rennie Gilchrist was the best on ground by the length of the Flemington Straight this afternoon. He made that one mistake late, but patched it up with the hand in the winning play, or the tying play a little bit later on. But a real captain's game, and he's just such a smooth mover, a Rolls Royce, Raymond.
Yeah, he certainly is. Look, as I say, everything he does is just so silky.
But Chris Pendlebury with 9 votes, he will get the Coles Meyer gift card valued at $50. So
I'm surprised we all 3 of us had him as best on ground, considering how many players could have got votes tonight.
Absolutely, you're all very astute gentlemen.
Yeah, well, you know, Seymour said that, you know, he thought Rennie Gilchrist was by far the best player on the ground. Look, in possessions and what he did a lot more than Pendlebury, but just what Pendlebury did was under extreme pressure, and he just marked and he kicked to the right positions, and he just controlled that back line.
Time to wrap things up from the Vermont Recreation Reserve. It was 11-13-79 to 12-7-79 this afternoon.
Yep.
Both sides finished on 79 points, and it was our first draw of the Eastern Football League season. A few goodbyes and a few thank yous to say. Esmond Aponso, we'll start with you. Your partner in crime, Alana Coleman's had to go off to bigger and better things, but I thought both of you did a fantastic job this afternoon, and at ground level for a great game. The atmosphere must have been fantastic.
It was, yeah, it was fantastic. The Beaumont Faithfuls out in force, a great crowd, a great game, and a good contest.
Absolutely was. And Soupy, I'll remember to say goodbye to you this week. I think I forgot about you a couple of weeks ago at Mitcham, so we'll get you out of the way nice and early.
Yeah, I thought the first 3 quarters were a bit disappointing, probably as good as my car park today. But that last quarter, 10 out of 10 stuff, that was more like Ray Baird's car park today, where he just comes in the gates, says his name, and they find the Wayne Brasher spot vacant for him.
The disabled spot. I've got to thank Nathaniel as well. Doesn't have a headset on at the moment, but great job on social media this afternoon, mates, and reading out the scores as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a new thing for me, but yeah, it was pretty good, and hopefully everyone kept track of the scores. Thanks.
Did an awesome job, and we'll be very, very happy to have you back in a few short weeks. Aaron, it was good to stand next to you in the commentary box again, first time in a while.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It has. I don't think we've stood together since before finals last year, possibly. Yes. So, no, it was a terrific game to come out to. I mean, we were looking forward to this one for, I think, most of the year, even after round 1 or 2. So, to see it, what we did, BWS will be kicking himself again. He missed another close one. But I think he's moving house or something this weekend.
Yeah, very busy.
Moving out of Paddington.
The Prince of Paddington. I think he's
heading out
sitting
west.
at the football.
Yeah.
Out to Blacktown or something, is he?
Yeah, something like wherever they're going to have him. I think he's moving to the Pentridge, the penitentiary, the jail there. Raymond, it was quite a tough labour at times today watching the footy this afternoon, but I think the last 10 minutes sort of justified it all in the end.
Oh, look, that last quarter, it doesn't get better than that. Division 1, first playing second, both sides undefeated. They're still undefeated. You know, it doesn't get better than that. And I just want to compliment yourself, Seymour and Dyson. That was a terrific call you guys just did. I hope you get time during the week to just sit back and listen to it. And Dyson as well, I just think he was terrific. And Lee on the camera too, mate. Terrific work there on the camera.
Thank you, Raymond. Very kind words indeed. I do have to thank Dyson, who is back in the studio. We'll get back to him very shortly. I must, of course, not forget to thank Vermont for their lovely hospitality, having us all cooped up in his caravan instead of up in the nice bloody commentary box, where we should have been all afternoon, just quietly. But good hospitality nonetheless. And, of course, a massive thank you to Giggles himself, Bruce Prest, and the Loft Productions for another fantastic job pressing all the buttons and making sure we go to air. Dyson, back to you in the studio. There's a BGC Bayswater post-match show coming everybody's way.
There certainly is, and just by the looks of a few results, there's plenty to talk about over the next 50 minutes or so. So I look forward to bringing that to you, but I'll let you gents go and enjoy your evenings.
Thank you very much. We'll sign off here from the VRR. Keep your dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Certainly the place to be for all your Eastern Football League coverage, and of course thanks to Paul and the rest of the team. Dyson Baker back in the studio, just a quick dash from Vermont all the way to Croydon to bring you what is the BGC Bayswater post-match show. Of course, plenty.
All right, thanks everybody. I'm going home to bed.
Do you want to do the ball ones, right? See if there's anyone still here.
I'm going home to bed.
I'll see you soon.
See ya.